The phenomenon people referred to as the light at the end of the tunnel was something he had never truly believed in. Those rare occurrences where individuals, after waking from near-death experiences, would exclaim they saw the light, cold sweat rolling down their faces. Yet here he was, in this supposed tunnel himself. But how had he died? The last thing he could remember was being alone in his room. He recalled looking at the city from above. After that, his body felt heavy as he lay down on his bed. His hands rested on his chest, a strange sensation of weight pressing down. Was he poisoned? Was he assassinated? He urged himself to think, gray, knowing there were too many that wanted him dead. After all, he had once been a king. The regalia of his past life, a crown and swords, shimmered in his memory. Well, as much as he wanted to figure out his death, he couldn't do anything about it anymore, leaving him no choice but to go along with it. He just hoped there wouldn't be some choir of babies with wings singing at the end. As the light at the end of the tunnel intensified, a voice cut through the haze, announcing his arrival into the world as a healthy boy. His vision, still blurry and unfocused, struggled to make sense of the new forms around him. He could discern the vague shapes of two figures, one of whom seemed to be his new mother, while the other, a man, impatiently urged for him to be held closer. The realization dawned on him. The light at the end of the tunnel wasn't some ethereal afterlife, but the very act of being born, a thought quickly dismissed by his new mother's tender declaration that he was beautiful. His mother's voice, filled with warmth, noted his hair, while he, still processing his new reality, found himself able to comprehend their words, a surprisingly good sign. He observed her bright, gentle smile, radiating a motherly love that he couldn't help but find charming, as she then affectionately remarked that he had her eyes. Turning his attention to the man with the strong jaw and sharp brows, he surmised his new father was likely strict and serious, yet he greeted him with a playful wave, asking if his little Art could say dada. His mother, with a soft chuckle, gently reminded Ray that their son had just been born, causing the man to sheepishly scratch his head and quickly retract his eager question. As his vision slowly cleared, he began to take in his surroundings, noting that they seemed normal enough, a rustic room with wooden walls. His gaze settled on a flickering candle, its soft glow illuminating a small section of the wall, a simple, mundane detail in his new world. Further along the wall, he noticed various items hanging, what appeared to be gauntlets, a cloak, and a cap, prompting a flicker of confusion as he wondered about their purpose. Suddenly, a profound shock coursed through him as he caught a glimpse of his own eye, a vibrant, startling blue, a color he had never possessed before. He reflects on his new mother, Alice, a gentle yet firm presence who held the reins tightly within the family. His first conscious thought in this new life is a bewildered question, wondering where he could possibly be. The world around him slowly comes into focus, revealing a rustic, unfamiliar dwelling with a thatched roof. As weeks slowly trickle by, he begins to observe his new surroundings more clearly. He also comes to know his father, Reynolds, a dependable and charismatic man, despite his occasional childishness. While grateful for his loving new family, his existence is fraught with difficulties he wouldn't wish on anyone, particularly the frustrating lack of command over his own infant limbs. The inability to even control basic bodily functions, a true prison of flesh, proves to be a constant source of indignity. Yet, despite these trials, moments of simple joy and contentment manage to break through. His sanity is maintained only by years of mental fortitude, honed as a king and a representative of his country, and the faint, lingering hope that this entire experience is merely a dream. He slowly realizes he hasn't just been reborn, but transported to a much more archaic period. The bustling market streets, filled with people openly carrying weapons, confirm his suspicion of a more primitive, perhaps dangerous, era. Even the medicine sold in vials appears suspicious, yet his mother, Alice, seems to accept it as normal, even purchasing 3 elixirs for her husband, Reynolds, before suggesting they return home, noticing her little Art's fatigue. Still confined to his crib, the infant Art observes his new world with a keen, analytical mind. He reflects that knowledge is strength, having assessed his surroundings over the past weeks, and now feels confident he has a firm grasp on what to expect from this new life. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes through the room, announcing his father's return with a cheerful, "Daddy's home. How's my little man doing?" Reynolds, his father, lifts him high into the air with a wide grin, while his mother watches on with a gentle smile. The playful toss sends Art soaring, a fwsh of air rushing past him, his tiny body momentarily weightless. His mother, however, is not amused, rushing forward with a worried cry, "Ray, what are you going to do if you drop him?" Art's face contorts in a mixture of fear and discomfort, his internal monologue lamenting the fragility of his current form. Unaware of his son's inner turmoil, Reynolds laughs heartily, musing to himself about being reduced to such a state by a mere toss. He continues the game, exclaiming, my father did this when I was younger," as he sets Art up for another flight. Art's face remains a picture of pure terror as he's tossed again, while his mother, still concerned, tries to reassure herself. "Look, dear, I think our little boy is having fun." Reynolds, oblivious to the distress, rapidly tosses Art back and forth, a flurry of whoosh sounds accompanying his joyful HAHAs. Finally, his mother can take no more, her voice sharp with exasperation as she cries out, "Ray!" The infant, Art, lets out a strained grunt, his tiny face contorted in discomfort. A soft thunk echoes as his small foot makes an unexpected impact with the hard wooden floor. A deep groan escapes Reynolds as he clutches the crying baby, his mother looking on with a worried expression. Art's cries intensify, a loud wail escaping him, his tiny fists clenching in distress. His mother gently takes him, reassuring him that he's okay, while Reynolds sits dejectedly on the floor, a soft PSSS of regret escaping him. She murmurs, "Let mommy fix you up," as a soft green glow emanates from her hand, hovering over his injured knee, then her lips move in a silent incantation. The gentle green light spreads across his forehead, soothing his pain and calming his tears. It then moves back to his knee, the vibrant energy mending his tiny limb. With a bright smile, his mother declares, "There, all better," holding him up triumphantly. Art looks up, his blue eyes wide and innocent, his cheeks still rosy, but his expression now calm and content. In a lifelong past, a king once stood, his reign marked by power and conquest. He led armies to victory, his presence commanding respect and fear across the land. From the front lines, he directed his forces, a formidable leader in every engagement. Mounted on his warhorse, he charged into the fray, his glowing blade a beacon of power amidst the chaos. He outdueled representatives from countries all over the world, proving his unmatched skill and might. Standing victorious over his defeated foes, his reign was one of absolute triumph. Yet, out of all his accomplishments, the king muses, he has never been as proud as he is in this very moment. Now, as a tiny infant, he experiences a range of new emotions, from simple contentment to frustration, and even a touch of anger. With a triumphant cry, the baby declares, "He can crawl, baby." He dashes across the floor, his parents watching with adoration. As the infant heads for a dangerous corner, his mother warns Ray, "Make sure he doesn't hit his head on that corner." Ray quickly moves to block him, saying, "Okay, you block him from getting near that shelf." A soft thump echoes as the baby bumps into his father. Later, the baby sits before a mirror, captivated by his own reflection, his mother exclaiming, "Ah, look, Art is looking at himself in the mirror," as both parents beam with affection. Despite the months that have passed, the former king still isn't used to his new name, finding Art a little too cute for someone of his past stature. He still found himself reflecting on his current form, acknowledging that, despite his past life as a king, he was undeniably adorable. A mischievous thought crossed his mind, warning future ladies to prepare for heartbreak. His parents, Reynolds, and his mother, doted on him, sharing a moment of pure joy as they watched their little one in the mirror, their laughter filling the room. Later, as his mother tucked him into bed, she whispered, "Sweet dreams, my little Art," before leaving him to rest. But for the former king, sleep was far from his mind, as his true mission was just beginning. He carefully positioned himself, then, with surprising strength, launched a toy from his makeshift crib. The sound of the toy hitting the floor echoed softly, as he peered over the edge, ready to make his escape. With a soft thud, he landed on the floor, thinking to himself that now Alice, his mother, believed he was fast asleep. He knew he had about an hour before she would return, giving him ample time for his secret adventure. As his mother hummed a tune while searching for him, he crawled with determination, his destination within reach, moving at full speed. The little adventurer continued his rumbling crawl, finally peeking around a corner, his blue eyes wide with curiosity. Having successfully navigated his escape, he finds himself in a room filled with towering bookshelves, a soft glow emanating from a nearby candle illuminating scattered texts. A triumphant smile spreads across his face, a silent declaration of success, as he sits amidst the knowledge. He peers from behind a shelf, his curiosity insatiable, for ever since discovering this hidden sanctuary, he has been sneaking in every night to absorb its wisdom. His studies have revealed much about this new world, Dicathan, a continent divided into 3 major kingdoms. Among them is Elenoir, the mystical elven kingdom, nestled deep within an ancient forest. Then there is Darv, the vast underground realm, home to the industrious dwarves. And finally, Sapin, the human kingdom, the most populous region, dominated by grand castles. Both this world and his previous one shared a monarchical system, but here, rulership was passed down rather than earned. With a soft thud, he pushes aside a heavy tome, having realized early on that this world, despite its magic, was vastly underdeveloped compared to his old one. The reason for this technological disparity, he now understands, is because of magic itself, and he has finally found what he was looking for. His gaze falls upon a book titled Beginner's Guide for the Privileged Mage, confirming his suspicions. With focused intensity, the infant prodigy begins to devour the contents of the magical text, his eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. He continues his study, picking up where he left off, delving into the intricacies of this new world's power system. In his old life, a life force called Ki was cultivated through rigorous training to strengthen bodies and weapons. However, this world possesses a similar force, though it is known as mana, and unlike Ki, which resided only within a person, mana is omnipresent. As he scratches his cheek in thought, he reads that mana can be utilized in various ways, primarily through augmenting or conjuring. He notes the book's explanation that the power to control mana is largely genetic, with roughly 1 in 100 children possessing the innate ability, a fact he ponders while dealing with a cursed diaper rash. Augmenters, the book explains, enhance their bodies with mana, granting them incredible strength, defense, and agility. This enhancement allows them to possess formidable physical capabilities, though their weakness often lies in their limited range of influence. Conjurers, on the other hand, emit mana into the outside world, bending their surroundings to their will, but they must supplement their own mana core with external mana to form a spell. The book also mentions a rare type of mage, a deviant or emitter, capable of casting unique restorative mana, a power he finds intriguing. According to the text, a mage's first awakening typically occurs between early adolescence and late teenage years, when their mana core manifests. He muses that the concept of a mana core sounds uncannily similar to the Ki Center from his previous life, a place where children were taught to meditate and gather fragments of Ki scattered inside their bodies into a single, powerful core. This parallel sparks a thought, a question forming in his mind about the potential for his own awakening. As he sits in quiet contemplation, small green motes of light begin to gather around him, a subtle glow emanating from his tiny hands, hinting at an early, unexpected manifestation of his own power. As he continued his meditation, focusing on the subtle energies around him, faint green particles of mana began to coalesce in the darkness. With intense concentration, a small, brilliant orb of pure white mana formed between his tiny hands, a clear sign that his efforts were finally bearing fruit. Just as he felt the surge of success, a hand gently grabbed him, pulling him from his focused state, and his mother's relieved voice broke through his thoughts, happy to have found him. Her concern, however, quickly shifted to a more mundane inquiry, as she innocently asked if he was struggling with a bowel movement. Internally, he bristled at the indignity, proclaiming his grand ambitions to become the greatest mage, but the undeniable sound of a small, green cloud of gas escaping confirmed his mother's suspicions, much to his mortification. With a knowing smile, she declared it was time for a diaper change, and he had to admit, amidst his profound concentration, he had indeed soiled himself. In the quiet solitude of her study, surrounded by shelves of books, Alice diligently records her thoughts in a journal, her hand moving with practiced grace as she sets the quill to paper, dipping it into the inkwell with a soft, rhythmic motion. A gentle smile graces her lips as she reflects on the passage of time, noting that it has been a little over 2 years now, yet it still feels as though she is learning more about her baby each passing day. Meanwhile, Reynolds, with a knowing grin, seems to have reached his own conclusion, as soft, ethereal petals drift around him in the dim light. He holds their son, Arthur, aloft, a tiny figure with wide, curious eyes, and Alice's thoughts confirm that Arthur has to be the most adorable baby. Alice herself cradles the child, admiring his little patch of auburn hair, a testament to his unique charm. She muses on his azure eyes, which look at her almost intelligently, knowing he will get into trouble in the future if she doesn't become a strict and dependable mother, because it's not like she can rely on Ray. Her concerns are immediately validated as she witnesses Reynolds playfully wielding a stick, making a whdozzy sound as he demonstrates some form of combat, much to her wide-eyed surprise. Carrying a basket of laundry, Alice stares in disbelief, her expression a mix of shock and exasperation as Reynolds grins innocently beside their son. The scene unfolds before her, Reynolds, crouched down, engaging Arthur with the stick, and a thunderous dome echoes in Alice's mind as her face contorts in pure fury. She watches the two of them, her husband and son, in their playful, yet concerning, interaction, before returning to her journal to record her latest grievance. For goodness sake, I caught him trying to teach my baby how to fight. The quill scratches across the page, adding to the growing list of parental woes, but a soft, knowing smile eventually returns to her face, a mother's enduring affection overriding her momentary frustration. Alice reflects on her son's rapid growth, remembering a time when he was barely able to crawl. Now, as a toddler, Arthur absolutely adores visiting the small merchant strip in Central, a fact that means she finds herself making the trip downtown every other day, rather than just once or twice a week for groceries. He gazes with wide-eyed wonder at every new sight, his small hand reaching out to the world around him. His fascination extends to the simplest of objects, like a glowing crystal, and she can't help but feel a pang of worry, knowing that with Reynolds as his father, he'll undoubtedly develop an interest in becoming an adventurer. Her husband, ever the enthusiast, encourages this curiosity, even demonstrating a glowing staff for their son, a sight that makes her internally protest that she isn't spoiling him. She watches as Reynolds conjures a small flame, explaining that it's for fresh food and educational purposes, but she can't help but worry, hoping her son fares better than the naive young teens who dream of making it big as adventurers. Later, penning her thoughts in her journal, she reflects on how quickly Arthur is growing, wondering what kind of man he will become. Her concerns deepen as she considers the potential pitfalls of an adventurer's life, and she hopes he avoids the same fate as many who seek glory. She observes Arthur, now crawling, sneaking into the study, and wishes she could do something about his perpetual habit of exploring forbidden places. Contemplating moving his crib into the study to curb his curiosity, she decides that's a decision for another day, gently closing her journal with a soft thud. With her thoughts now recorded, she rises from her desk, gazing out the window, lost in contemplation. Arthur, a small child, stands on a wooden bench, peering out a sunlit window. Outside, Reynolds adjusts his gloves, preparing for some activity in the open field. He then casually tosses a small rock into the air, a soft whoosh accompanying its flight, before extending his hands, commanding it to rise. Arthur watches intently from his window, while Reynolds reflects on the 2 years that have passed since his difficult journey to this place, finding constant fascination in learning new things every day. With focused determination, he stands in the grassy field, his hands outstretched towards the scattered stones. A single rock begins to lift from the ground, Reynolds grunting with effort as he strains to maintain the spell. He continues to chant, his eyes closed in deep concentration, having been at it for several minutes now, while Arthur observes, wide-eyed. Suddenly, with a soft shum, multiple rocks rise into the air around him, a clear success that leaves Arthur utterly astonished. The story begins with the beginning after the end, a tale penned by TurtleMe, brought to life by comic artist Fuyuki23 and colorist Isatsu, with quality control by Kisai Entertainment. In a sunlit yard, a man with dark hair strains, his hands raised as several rocks float around him, a display of his power, yet a small voice remarks, "Your daddy is awesome, huh?" With a determined grunt, he focuses intently, his eyes sharp with concentration as he attempts to control the floating debris. Suddenly, with a soft poof, he vanishes, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke, while a small child watches the spot, utterly unimpressed. Appearing a short distance away, beads of sweat his brow as he glances back at the child, perhaps seeking approval. Puffing out his chest with a proud grin, he gestures towards himself, clearly expecting admiration for his magical feat. The child, however, remains unimpressed, a small frown on his face, as a woman's hand gently taps his head, her voice carrying a hint of exasperation. "That's it. 3 minutes of your utmost concentration to fling something you can physically throw with less effort." She continues, addressing the child, "Are you watching your dot?" before sighing, "Oh, for goodness sake, he ruined the front yard again." Meanwhile, the man is already on his hands and knees, diligently picking up the scattered debris, then pulling at something stubborn in the grass. Later, indoors, the woman smiles warmly at the child, who reflects, "I learned fairly early on that my father was an augmenter." He continues his internal monologue, "I wonder what I'll be when my mana core awakens," as a distant silhouette of his father, then a closer view, shows him still working in the yard. His father's boots stand on the green grass, a small rock lying innocently nearby. A single leaf drifts down, landing with a soft tap, and his father's eye narrows, a hint of frustration or determination in its depths. Reynolds continued his rigorous training, unleashing a powerful punch that cut through the air, before following up with a series of swift, forceful kicks that generated visible waves of pressure. He then expertly blocked an unseen attack with a sharp, focused movement, his expression intense, culminating in a powerful burst of energy that swirled around him. While inside, little Art gazed out a window, his attention drawn by something outside. He continued to watch the outside world, his small face pressed against the glass. Eventually, his eyelids grew heavy, and he rested his head on his arms, drifting into a light slumber. Even in his sleep, a faint, golden particle of light shimmered near him, causing a subtle tremor, as if something within him stirred. He awoke with a start, peering down from a high vantage point, the distance below echoing with soft, muffled sounds. His eyes, still heavy with sleep, scanned the depths, a hint of confusion on his face. With sleepy determination, he began to descend the stairs, crawling carefully on all fours. His mother sat patiently on a lower step, watching him approach, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She observed his half-closed eyes, noting that he seemed ready for another nap, and gathered him into a warm embrace. As his mother approaches the study, he eagerly calls out for books, but she gently reminds him that it's nap time. With a playful smile, she suggests they could read later, leaving him with no choice but to accept her offer to play in the study for a little while. Pushing a book open, his eyes sparkle with an almost magical glow as he pleads for books, though the effort of staying awake soon begins to weigh on him. Suddenly, a faint pop resonates, causing his mother to react with a startled gasp, her own eyes briefly glowing with an ethereal light as she clutches him closer. The unexpected sensation leaves her visibly shaken, a low growl escaping her lips as she tries to process what just happened. Finally relenting, she agrees to let him play, muttering to herself that she's not a doting mother, but simply acknowledging that boys his age need to play, and she'd already baby-proofed the room. Left alone, he ponders that it's not demeaning for a great warrior to utilize every weapon in his arsenal, before settling into a meditative pose, his small hands resting on his lap. His mother, meanwhile, watches him from the doorway, a soft smile gracing her lips as he appears engrossed in a book. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from outside, startling them both, and his mother, worried, quickly deduces that his father must have knocked down another tree, promising to return soon. Left to his own devices once more, he reflects that his greatest accomplishment, beyond all the knowledge he's accumulated in this world, is his progress in forming his mana core. He continues his meditation, focusing intently on the subtle energies within him. For the past 2 years, he has diligently moved tens of thousands of tiny fragments of mana inside his body, a glowing orb of concentrated energy now visible between his small, clasped hands. Still deep in meditation, Art continues his arduous task of gathering mana fragments, meticulously drawing them together near his solar plexus. Naturally, he understands why it would typically take until adolescence for a mana core to form, seeing how slowly these fragments gravitate toward the center of his body. The process demands immense concentration, a task both for his body and mind. Yet, the 2 years he has dedicated to this secret practice have not gone to waste. He feels the culmination of his efforts, sensing he is almost there. Meanwhile, outside, Ray diligently chops wood, his movements strong and practiced, while Alice watches him with a warm smile. Just one last piece of mana remains to be integrated. The glowing orb of condensed mana pulses brightly within him, a testament to his 2 years of unwavering effort. Suddenly, a deafening boom rips through the air, sending Alice recoiling in shock and fear as debris erupts around her. With a desperate dash, she turns to flee, while Ray, ever protective, rushes to her side. As the impact nears, Ray throws himself in front of her, letting out a strained shh as he shields her from the brunt of the explosion's force, debris scattering violently around them. A blinding flash of yellow light engulfs the area, the air thick with dust and the lingering echoes of destruction. Ray dashes forward, a blur of motion, hurtling towards a blinding flash of light and an unseen threat. With a desperate cry, he throws himself over Alice, shielding her from the devastating impact that erupts around them. The raw force of the blast contorts his face, a searing yellow light engulfing him as he endures the pain. As the smoke clears, he remains hunched over her, both injured but alive, his clothes torn and bloodied. He looks down at her, his voice raspy with concern, asking if she's all right, as a faint echo of Art escapes his lips. Her eyes snap open, wide with terror, as she cries out his name, realizing with a jolt that their son is still in danger, reaching out desperately. The words hit him like another blow, his eyes widening in a sudden, stark understanding of the continuing threat. A grimace of pain and resolve crosses his face, his gaze hardening as he locks onto the source of the danger. Ignoring his own wounds, he pushes off the ground, dashing once more through the debris-filled air, a renewed surge of power propelling him forward. His legs blur with incredible speed, closing the distance to whatever threatens his child. With a guttural roar, he unleashes a powerful punch, the impact echoing with a sharp crack as his fist connects with an unseen barrier or foe. He follows through with the strike, his eyes wide and intensely focused, ready for whatever comes next. Though battered and bruised, his body marked by the recent struggle, Ray pushes through the pain, a low thud echoing as he lands. A pained gasp escapes him, while nearby, little Art cries out, his small face contorted in fear. His arm, visibly scraped and bleeding, draws the attention of Alice, who rushes forward, her voice laced with panic, demanding to know what has happened to Reynolds. But his gaze is fixed on something else, a look of utter disbelief on his face, as he mutters about the impossibility of the situation, especially considering their son isn't even 3 years old. A soft, ethereal glow begins to emanate from the ground, as if responding to his unspoken thought, but he's all ready. Amidst the scattered debris, Art sits cross-legged, enveloped in a swirling, golden aura, his small form radiating an immense, unseen power. From a distance, Ray and Alice watch, their backs to the viewer, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe at the sight of their son. Art rises, his bare feet lightly tapping the ground, a serene smile gracing his lips as he declares a profound sense of well-being. He clenches his small fist, a golden light flaring around it, realizing with clarity that this is what it feels like to possess a mana core. With arms outstretched, he marvels at the world around him, noting how even the trees appear greener, imbued with a newfound vibrancy. His innocent question, trees, underscores his childlike wonder at the enhanced perception, even as the debris of his power lies scattered. From an aerial perspective, the full extent of his power is revealed. Art stands at the epicenter of a massive, circular crater, the ground around him utterly devastated, leaving his parents to question, what the hell? Beyond the necessary rebuilding of their home, a great deal had transpired over the past year, including his mother's patient efforts to teach him how to read and write. Simultaneously, he had also begun to learn the fundamentals of mana manipulation and augmentation from his father. Initially, his small body was deemed too fragile for sparring, so their training began with basic body workouts, like running through the fields. His father demonstrated various exercises, while he diligently observed, absorbing every movement. This continued until his 3rd birthday, when he received a wooden sword as a gift. It wasn't long after that his father finally deemed him ready to practice, and he eagerly delved into the world of swordsmanship. With a resounding bam, his father burst in, declaring it was time to train, champ, and presenting him with his sword. He patiently endured the training, even when it involved balancing papers on his head. His father reminded him to remember what I taught you, emphasizing the importance of matching the flow of mana with your breathing. He understood that just like your heart or lungs, Your core is just another organ. But couldn't help but wonder if most 4-year-olds would truly grasp such abstract instructions. Little Art, wooden sword in hand, faced his father, Ray, who held a simple stick, ready to begin their training session. With a swift motion, Art swung his blade, meeting his father's defense with a sharp thwack. Again and again, the wooden sword thumped and whacked against the stick, a testament to the child's surprising strength. Each swing carried more force, bending the stick further as Ray encouraged him, urging him to continue. The impacts were relentless, causing Ray to wince, while Art's face showed a fierce determination, knowing his father wouldn't let him rest until he succeeded. Despite the physical exertion, his mind was already calculating, aware of the limited time he had before dinner to dedicate to his studies. His gaze sharpened, a focused intensity burning in his eyes as Ray watched, a proud smile playing on his lips. With one final, powerful swing, the wooden sword connected, and Ray's stick splintered with a resounding smash. The force of the impact sent the broken pieces flying, and Ray's body recoiled, losing his footing. He landed on the ground with a thud, defeated by his young son's unexpected might. Art, with a slight smirk, then asked if he could finally go to study, to which Ray, still on the ground, could only respond with a weary, "Weh, sure, Art." As the day drew to a close, the warm light of the setting sun streamed through the window, illuminating a quiet room. As he sits quietly, his mind delves into the fundamental principles of his world, where strength is intrinsically linked to the color of one's mana core. Initially, the mana core begins as a murky black, a result of the body's blood and other impurities mingling with the mana particles that form it, but with time and effort, these impurities are gradually filtered out, allowing the core to purify. The progression follows a distinct order, moving from black to red, then orange, each color representing a significant leap in power. Further advancing through yellow, silver, and finally reaching the pinnacle of white, the ultimate symbol of a pure and potent mana core. Each of these primary color stages is further refined into 3 distinct shades: dark, solid, and light, indicating even finer gradations of power and purity. The fundamental truth remains: the lighter and purer the mana core, the greater its inherent power. His deep contemplation is abruptly shattered by a cheerful voice calling his name, announcing that it is time for dinner, a summons he receives with a frustrated sigh. Soon, he finds himself at the family table, where a hearty meal of roasted meat, peas, and carrots awaits. His mother, already enjoying her meal, eats with quiet contentment, the gentle clinking of her spoon against the bowl filling the comfortable silence. His father, however, voices his son's unspoken thoughts, muttering about a baby needing some alone time to learn, a sentiment Art clearly shares. Art, his eyes briefly glowing with an intense blue hue, continues to eat, while his mother gently calls out to her husband, sensing the shift in the conversation. His father, looking thoughtful, then declares that it is time to find Art a proper mentor, a decision that will undoubtedly shape the boy's future. Alice unleashes a powerful spell, a brilliant yellow light emanating from her staff, as she reminds Reynolds that their son is only 4 years old. Meanwhile, Reynolds' carrot-like constructs charge forward with a flurry of movement and guttural cries, and he retorts that she had promised to be able to teach their son. Alice continues to channel her magic, her face etched with concentration, the golden light around her intensifying. Reynolds, surrounded by a faint yellow aura, simply offers a confident, knowing smile, agreeing with her unspoken sentiment. The armored construct stands firm, overseeing the relentless advance of the smaller, carrot-like creatures, a formidable line of defense. He muses aloud about his surprise at their son being such a mana manipulation prodigy at such a young age, and insists that he is holding the boy back, given his immense potential. Suddenly, a massive explosion of golden light erupts, engulfing the constructs in a blinding flash and scattering debris. Alice stands triumphant amidst the fading light, the carrot-like creatures now defeated and scattered around her. Later, at the dinner table, Alice firmly states her refusal to have her child leave home for some distant city, her concern evident. Reynolds counters that Xyrus isn't just some city and assures her that his friend will take care of their son, while young Art sits at the table, letting out a quiet sigh. As the discussion continues, Reynolds emphasizes his point with a firm thump of his hand on the wooden table, the sound echoing in the room. Both Alice and Reynolds look down at their son, who avoids their gaze, his expression unreadable. He looks at his son, offering him a choice in the matter, asking if he wishes to go to a big city and find a real teacher. The boy's eyes widen in surprise, realizing his father is truly letting him decide, though he wonders if such a weighty decision is too much for a 4-year-old. He takes a moment to swallow his food, still processing the implications of such a question. Finally, he asks if his mommy and daddy will come along and meet the teacher with him. His parents exchange a look of concern, his father wondering if he said something wrong or if his sentence was too complicated for the boy. His mother laughs, acknowledging that they hadn't considered all of them going together, and his father joins in, a nervous chuckle escaping him. She then adds that she would feel better about the decision if she were there when he was tested and met his teacher. With a triumphant shout, his father declares that they are all going to Xyrus City, his excitement causing a plate of food to fly into the air. And so, the young boy was shocked to overhear his parents already preparing for the 3-week journey, the vast, star-filled sky reflecting the enormity of the adventure ahead. The night sky twinkles with countless stars, a silent witness to the family's momentous decision. Later, the boy is seen engrossed in a book, searching for something specific, before finally drifting off to sleep in his bed. His mother stands over him, gently reminding him to get to bed, as they are heading out early the next morning. He looks up at his mother, a hint of surprise in his voice, questioning the sudden departure, while she gently reassures him, acknowledging her own reluctance to rush. She then reveals that their old friends, the twin horns, will also be traveling to Xyrus, and that his father is currently with them, leading him to exclaim with excitement that they will all be going together. Later that night, his mother leans over him, reminding him not to stay up reading again, and that he can bring books for the journey tomorrow, before gently urging him to sleep. He dutifully responds with a soft goodnight, and she wishes him sweet dreams as she leaves the room. As the night deepens, his thoughts drift to the twin horns, recalling that they had been in the area for some time, their presence a familiar comfort. He remembers them even helping to rebuild their home whenever they had the chance, a testament to their enduring friendship. From what he had overheard, their party consisted of 2 conjurers and 3 augmenters, a formidable group that would surely aid them on their journey. This powerful escort would undoubtedly help them navigate any troubles they might encounter, providing a sense of security for the long road ahead. With a sense of anticipation building within him, he knew it was finally time to explore the true wonders this world had to offer. The next morning, under a clear blue sky, the family and their companions set out. They walked along a winding path through verdant mountains, the journey to Xyrus City officially underway. He felt a surge of excitement, knowing he was finally leaving behind the quiet familiarity of his small town, eager to embrace the vast world beyond. As the journey began, the family waved goodbye to their home, a quiet voice expressing gratitude for the companionship on the long road ahead. Soon, they were greeted by a boisterous man, who, with a woman in his arms, declared, "You on this trip? Fellas, I want you all to meet my son." His father, Reynolds, gently nudged him forward, instructing, "Arthur, introduce yourself." The young boy, ever polite, bowed slightly and introduced himself, adding a thank you for their company to Xyrus, earning a delighted exclamation of, "Such manners," from the red-haired woman. Her vibrant red hair seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, a striking contrast to the forest green around them. The man who had first spoken, Adam Crench, an augmenter specializing in spear combat, playfully questioned, "You sure Ray is your dad, kid?" While Angela Rose, a conjurer with a specialty in wind magic, looked on with a bright smile. Adam then ruffled the boy's hair, a sudden motion that made him flinch, his eyes wide with surprise. Angela, overcome with affection, pulled the child into a tight embrace, exclaiming, "He's just too precious. Be thankful you look more like your mom." Trapped in her enthusiastic squeeze, the boy struggled to breathe, a silent plea for release forming in his mind. His father quickly intervened, pulling Angela's hands away and admonishing her, "Angela, you're hurting him." With a dramatic doom sound effect, the child was then gently set down by Adam, his small face still showing signs of distress. Finally, Durden Walker, a conjurer specializing in earth magic, knelt down to greet the boy, offering a calmer, more grounded presence to the lively group. His father, Reynolds, gently patted his head, a warm gesture of affection, while a large, shaggy dog barked happily beside them. As Art looked up, he noticed a new figure, a woman with sharp, crimson eyes, observing him intently. This was Jasmine Flamesworth, an augmenter specializing in dual daggers, who offered a silent nod of acknowledgement from her perch on a nearby wooden post. Her quiet demeanor prompted Reynolds to reassure his son, explaining that she simply needed time to get used to him. Soon after, a gloved hand extended towards Art, and a woman introduced herself, saying, "Nice to meet you, Arthur. My name is Helen Shard." Helen, an augmenter specializing in magic archery, gently took his small hand, her grip firm yet kind. With all introductions made, Durden Walker, the Earth Conjurer, called out from the wagon where he sat with Adam Crench, "All right, now that everyone's gotten acquainted, let's prepare to move on." Angela Rose, the Wind Conjurer, looked down at something unseen, while Adam remained stoic beside her. Soon, everyone was settled in the wagons, with Angela confirming, "Everyone ready? We're all good here." With a final shout of "Let's go" from Angela, the caravan began to move, the rhythmic trot of the beasts pulling the wagons echoing through the air. The powerful creatures pulled the wagons steadily forward, their heavy steps marking the beginning of the journey. From the window of his wagon, Art watched the world pass by, his young eyes filled with curiosity and wonder for the adventure ahead. As the group set forth, the world opened up before them, a breathtaking expanse of towering mountains and verdant valleys stretching into the horizon. Wagons rolled along a winding path, carrying their hopes and dreams into the unknown, as a quiet voice within declared, "Let the journey begin." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the silhouette of a traveling caravan made its way across the vast, open land. Night brought with it a different kind of challenge, as the group of adventurers found themselves fending off a pack of aggressive, wolf-like creatures. Jasmine Flamesworth, agile and swift, descended from above with daggers flashing, while Adam Crench and Durden Walker engaged the beasts head-on, their weapons a blur. Angela Rose, ever the sharpshooter, drew her bow, ready to provide cover. Under the starlit sky, the seasoned warriors stood vigilant, their forms silhouetted against the dark forest, the immediate threat now neutralized. Later, gathered around a crackling campfire, a small child, Arthur, carefully roasted something on a stick, the warm glow reflecting in his young eyes. The entire group had settled in for the night, but Arthur, sitting slightly apart, seemed lost in thought, a hint of sadness clouding his expression as he pondered. A year ago? Jasmine, noticing his quiet demeanor, leaned in with a gentle smile, asking, "How are you holding up, Arthur?" "Tired," he responded with a small nod, his eyes still heavy with unspoken thoughts. He continued to sit by the fire, his small form dwarfed by the vastness of the night and the towering figures of the adults around him. Jasmine reassured him, "Don't worry about it. It's your first time traveling like this." Arthur stretched, replying, "I guess, in this life, sure." She then pressed him, "So, your pops has been bragging nearly the entire way here that you're a genius mage? Did you really awaken?" As the conversation continued, Reynolds, sitting nearby, simply gestured for Arthur to sit, while the others listened intently. Reynolds then stood, stretching his limbs, declaring, "Hey, Reynolds, I need to do a little stretching before going to sleep," before turning to Adam. "And you told me you've been sparring with your boy. Do you mind if I play around with Art?" Arthur, hearing this, puffed out his cheeks in a pout, as Adam replied, "All right, but be careful. We just barely moved on from light strength and mana exercises into sparring." The prospect of training with his father's friend seemed to both excite and annoy the young boy. The sparring began abruptly, with a firm hand seizing the young boy's arm, pulling him into position. Even as his mother and Adam watched on, the boy couldn't help but reflect that normal children his age would barely manage a flight of stairs, let alone face such intense training. Yet, in this world, no one seemed to find his current predicament unusual as Reynolds moved with practiced ease. With a challenging grin, Reynolds turned to him, ready to push him further. The young boy responded, swinging his simple wooden stick with all his might, the air whistling around it as he aimed for his opponent. But Reynolds was too quick, effortlessly deflecting the strike with his staff, and then, with a knowing look, he questioned the boy's technique. Before the boy could react, Reynolds moved again, a blur of motion, his next attack manifesting with the raw power of a roaring beast. The sheer intensity of the strike was reflected in Reynolds's fierce expression, his eyes burning with a focused, almost predatory, energy. A triumphant laugh escaped him as he looked down, while the other adventurers, including Jasmine, Adam, Durden, Angela, Helen, and his mother, watched the rigorous training unfold. Through a silent, father-son telepathy, the young boy pleaded internally, "The redhead is out for blood. Get me out of this mess." But the only response was a mental command, "Go get him." His mother and Adam reacted with concern, but the boy, feeling utterly defeated, could only mutter a frustrated useless under his breath. With a sigh of resignation, his eyes, now glowing with a faint blue light, accepted his fate, ready to continue the grueling session. A regal figure, crowned and armored, stands in a dark void, holding a glowing golden sword aloft, its light piercing the darkness. Back in the training grounds, young Art grips his wooden stick, but before he can act, Reynolds' hand swiftly closes around it, halting his movement. Undeterred, Art dashes forward, a faint glow emanating from his chest, his small feet blurring with speed. He continues his charge through the forest, his wooden weapon raised, eyes fixed on his target. A subtle smirk plays on Reynolds' lips, his red hair flowing as he anticipates Art's next move. With a swift, precise motion, Reynolds kicks Art's stick away, leaving the boy momentarily disarmed. His foot blurs with speed, and his focused gaze remains sharp, never breaking contact. Reynolds then shifts his spear into a defensive stance, the weapon cutting through the air with a soft whoosh. He continues to swing the spear with incredible speed, creating a zap of displaced air. But Art, with his eyes now glowing a vibrant blue, manages to strike back, his stick connecting with a sudden poof of energy. Reynolds' expression remains intense, a wisp of smoke rising from the impact point as he holds his ground. However, the exertion proves too much, and Art's feet slip on the grass, sending him tumbling with a frustrated cry of "Damn it!" Still grappling with the limitations of his young form, Art takes a determined stance, his mind racing with frustration. His mentor, Reynolds, observes him with a keen eye, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. Suddenly, Art's simple training stick begins to glow with an ethereal light, a clear manifestation of his burgeoning magical power. Reynolds, now holding his own staff, prepares to press his advantage, his gaze fixed on the small, determined figure before him. He launches a swift, blurring kick, aiming to disarm and overwhelm his young pupil. But as the attack closes in, Art's eyes flare with an intense blue glow, his magical core responding to the imminent threat. Reynolds presses his assault, leaping high and bringing his staff down with force, mana swirling around him as he descends. Yet, with surprising speed, Art parries the blow, his glowing stick deflecting the heavier staff and catching Reynolds off guard. Seizing the opening, the young boy swings his stick and follows up with a quick kick, attempting to turn the tables on his mentor. Reynolds, however, is too experienced to be caught so easily, effortlessly dodging the counterattack with a swift dash. He regains his composure instantly, standing tall and ready for the next exchange. Art, unable to maintain his footing after the failed attack, tumbles to the ground, his face etched with frustration. The training stick connected with a resounding whack, the force of the impact echoing through the night. As Reynolds was sent spinning through the air, caught off guard by the unexpected magical burst, a thought crossed his mind. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. And that opposite reaction, unfortunately for the young boy, sent him tumbling to the ground. He fell through the air, a green magical aura still lingering around him, as another figure watched from above. His small training stick was knocked away, leaving him defenseless as he continued his descent. With a heavy thump, he landed hard on the forest floor. His mother cried out his name in alarm, and indeed, that opposite reaction had truly hurt. He lay there for a moment, stunned, before pushing himself up, a look of utter frustration on his face. Meanwhile, Jasmine delivered a sharp slap to Reynolds' face, scolding him. "Too hard, idiot," she snapped, as he winced. "I haven't taught him to fight, my ass. What sort of hellish training did you put him through to create this little monster?" Reynolds, rubbing his cheek, could only stammer, "I didn't teach him that." As his mother knelt to heal him with a gentle green glow, the boy sheepishly admitted, "Well, I learned this by watching Dad and reading some books." The group of adventurers, including Adam, Helen, and Durden, stood nearby, discussing the revelation. "Books, huh?" Jasmine mused, before declaring, "Whatever, you're still going to teach me some of those movement techniques of yours." Reynolds and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the boy's surprising aptitude. As he explains the intricate footwork, detailing how one must cross their back leg over the lead, kick off with mana, and then let their body almost fall, Jasmine attempts to follow his instructions, but the complex maneuver proves too much, sending her tumbling. He watches her descent, noting that she's almost there, kind of, before she hits the ground with a soft thump, leaving him to wonder about the effectiveness of his teaching. His confusion mounts, wondering how, as a hand emerges from behind a nearby tree, giving him a confident thumbs up, surrounded by a faint yellow aura. Several days had passed since the journey to Xyrus City began, the path leading them through rugged terrain and past majestic natural wonders. During this time, Art's birthday had also come and gone, marking another year of growth and new experiences. He received a special gift, a combination of birthday wishes and valuable lessons from his companions. With decent progress being made, the group found moments for both rigorous training and playful relaxation, often involving a refreshing plunge into natural waters. Adam, Helen, and Art's father, Reynolds, continued their training, pushing their limits even in the serene environment. Jasmine, too, immersed herself in the lessons, her focus unwavering. The training often involved dynamic movements and quick reflexes, leading to moments of both success and comical missteps. To Art's surprise, Jasmine had already mastered several techniques, showcasing an innate talent for combat. It still amazed him how quickly she grasped his instructions, especially when learning the intricate feint step, a testament to her sharp mind and dedication. After a day of exertion, Art dried himself off, reflecting on the progress of his companions. As the journey continued, his mother called out to him, signaling it was time to move on with the caravan. With a bright smile, he eagerly responded, ready for the next leg of their adventure. The journey continued, with the wagons steadily making their way along a rugged, rocky mountain path under a vast, open sky. A heavy, clawed foot landed with a distinct crack on the stone, as a voice mused, "You know, Art." Adam Crinch, looking down at the young boy, continued, "I still remember your father getting us into all sorts of trouble." Jasmine Flamesworth, perched atop a wagon, chimed in, "Pretty sure Ray wasn't the only one that caused trouble. Wasn't there a time when you accidentally set off?" She paused, then quickly added, "Oh no, what was that? Never mind, just a little rodent, haha," as Helen Shard, Ray, and Art's mother watched the playful exchange. Later, with Adam and Jasmine in the background, Art turned to his mother, asking, "You okay, Mom?" She offered a tired smile, reassuring him, "Just a little tired, honey. I'll be okay." Later, Art reached for a book on a wooden shelf, pulling it down to reveal pages filled with intricate, arcane script. As he began to read, his expression shifted from curiosity to a look of growing concern. His distress deepened, and a low, ominous sound, a deep doom, seemed to echo from the pages. A pair of glowing red eyes materialized in the darkness, and a voice, both ancient and demanding, whispered, "Teach me more." Art's own eyes began to glow with a vibrant blue light, reflecting a newfound determination as he continued to pore over the mysterious tome. Still engrossed in the mysterious tome, Art's focus is abruptly shattered as the book begins to violently shake in his hands, his eyes widening in alarm. A sudden commotion outside draws everyone's attention. His mother and Angela Rose turning with expressions of concern as a voice cries out, identifying the threat as bandits. Without hesitation, Angela's face hardens with resolve, her voice ringing out with a command to engage, even as she begins to channel her will, calling upon the wind to gather and protect. Her eyes glowing with emerald light, she extends her hands, a shimmering green barrier manifesting before them, ready to intercept the incoming assault. As the first volley of arrows streaks through the air, Art's mother instinctively pulls him close, shielding him with her own body. But the barrier holds firm, a powerful blast repelling the projectiles, sending them scattering harmlessly away. Behind the shimmering defense, his mother continues to hold him tight, her presence a comforting anchor amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Jasmine Flamesworth moves with deadly grace, a purple aura flaring around her as she nocks an arrow, her fingers poised to release. Adam Crinch, too, prepares for the fray, his powerful form outlined by a similar violet glow as he draws his bowstring taut, the wood groaning under the tension. Durden Walker, a conjurer of formidable might, grips his staff, a dark purple energy swirling around him as he readies his magic. Ray, the seasoned warrior, plants his foot firmly, his hand tightening around the shaft of his spear, a silent promise of battle in his stance. Finally, Helen Shard, the archer, takes her position, a focused intensity in her yellow eyes as she draws her own bow, a purple glow emanating from her as she prepares to unleash a deadly volley. As the ambush began, an agile figure launched themselves from a high cliff, a streak of blue energy trailing behind their swift descent. Meanwhile, Jasmine Flamesworth, her eyes glowing with fierce yellow light, drew her bowstring taut, preparing to unleash a precise strike. Clinging to his mother, Art looked up at her worried face, as she muttered a frustrated "damn it," realizing the gravity of their situation. Indeed, the surrounding cliffs were now dotted with figures, confirming the grim truth. They were completely surrounded. From their elevated positions, bandit archers took aim, their bows drawn back, ready to rain down arrows upon the group. Closer to the ground, other bandits emerged from the tall grass, their faces contorted in aggressive snarls as they advanced. Amidst the chaos, a heavy axe spun through the air, hurled with brutal force. It struck the ground with a resounding thump as the bandit leader's voice boomed, "Pretty good catch, boys." His sinister smile stretched wide as he continued to command, ordering his men to spare the women and the child, but to avoid leaving any scars. The muscular leader, adorned with a green pendant and fur collar, made his intentions clear. After all, damaged goods would only sell for less. A profound realization washes over him, as he acknowledges the sheltered existence he's led, thinking to himself. It seems he's been living in a bubble for too long, a truth underscored by the sight of a hulking figure with a menacing grin, his face marred by a red mark, a green pendant hanging from his neck. Surrounded by his equally rough-looking subordinates, the bandit leader's presence serves as a stark reminder that he had almost forgotten that every world, no matter how grand, harbored its own share of depravity. The weight of this realization settles heavily upon young Art, his eyes wide with a dawning understanding of the dangers that lurk, as a thought echoes in his mind, damaged. He ponders the nature of the goods these men might be after, a question hanging in the air as the world around him seems to shift. Suddenly, a sharp pick sound cuts through the air, drawing his gaze upwards, where his mother's hand gently rests on his shoulder. Her worried expression softens as she pulls him into a comforting hug, her voice a soothing balm as she reassures him, "Worry, I'm here." His blue eyes, still wide with a hint of fear, peer out from the safety of her embrace. Meanwhile, Durden Walker draws his bowstring taut, releasing an arrow with a swift, smooth sound, while Adam Crinch shouts a desperate command, "Gather and guard." The arrow strikes with a powerful rumble, causing the ground to erupt in a shower of debris and dust, accompanied by sharp crack sounds as the impact shatters the earth. The earth wall, struck by the powerful arrow, begins to crack and crumble, sending dust and debris into the air. As the massive structure gives way, Durden Walker and Adam Crinch observe the destruction from a distance, the ground still shaking from the impact. Adam's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his gaze fixed on the collapsing defenses, assessing the situation with sharp precision. Meanwhile, Angela Rose quickly conjures a glowing shield, deflecting a volley of incoming projectiles and protecting the young Art, who clings to her leg. The bandit leader, axe in hand, advances with his subordinates, their menacing presence a clear threat on the rocky terrain. Durden, hearing the rumble of approaching enemies, sprints across the uneven ground, closing the distance to the skirmish. Adam meets the bandit leader head-on, his spear clashing against the bandit's axe in a powerful parry, sparks flying as another foe attempts to flank him. With incredible speed, Durden dashes forward, bow drawn, preparing to unleash his own assault. From another direction, Jasmine Flamesworth delivers a devastating blow, sending a bandit reeling and kicking up a cloud of dust and shattered rock. Adam maintains his intense focus, his glowing eyes scanning the battlefield, while Durden continues his dash, loosing a flurry of arrows that strike the ground around the remaining bandits. Helen Shard, joining the coordinated assault, strikes a bandit with her bow, sending him sprawling across the rocky terrain. With several foes subdued, Adam stands victorious over a fallen bandit, joined by Durden, Jasmine, and Helen, their combined efforts turning the tide of the battle. As the coordinated assault began, a sharp, axe-like projectile sliced through the air, piercing a bandit with lethal force. Meanwhile, Adam Crinch, his expression hardening, gave a subtle nod, ready to unleash his power. Helen Shard, poised with her bow, mirrored his resolve, her own nod confirming their synchronized attack as the adventurers encircled their foes. Jasmine Flamesworth moved like a phantom, her blade a blur as she slashed through a bandit with deadly precision. Her assault was relentless, engaging multiple targets at once, her fierce gaze unwavering. Adam, with a powerful strike, crushed another bandit, the impact sending debris flying. Durden Walker, his weapon a swift extension of his will, struck down another foe. He continued his relentless assault, stabbing a bandit repeatedly, leaving no room for resistance. His focus remained absolute, his red hair flying as he pressed the attack. From above, Jasmine descended, her blade finding its mark in another bandit. Adam stepped forward, his eyes now glowing with a fierce red light, a clear sign of his augmented power. The bandit leader, his face contorted in terror, recoiled as a whip-like attack, crackling with energy, lashed out towards him. The bandit leader's whip cracked through the air, a blur of motion aimed directly at Jasmine Flamesworth, who deftly evaded the strike. As he sneered, "Stop struggling, baby. I'll make sure to train you so well, you'll be begging to stay with me in the end." Her eyes narrowed, calculating the odds, just as Durden Walker joined the fray, his own whip lashing out with precision. Now facing two attackers, Jasmine was forced into a desperate dance, dodging multiple glowing whips that crisscrossed the air around her. She knew she was at a severe disadvantage, her close-range fighting style ill-suited against their extended reach. The bandit leader, seeing her momentary hesitation, tightened his grip on Adam Crinch with his whip, using him as a shield and a threat, while young Art, watching from a distance, wondered if he could even help, a fighter being one thing, but his current body another. With a cruel laugh, the bandit leader flung Adam Crinch aside, sending him crashing through a flimsy wooden structure with a loud impact. Adam landed hard amidst the splintered wood and rising dust, his body momentarily stunned by the force of the blow. Yet, the bandit leader himself was not unscathed. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, a testament to Adam's earlier, powerful strike. From their vantage point, Art's mother cried out in alarm, honey." As Art looked on, his young face etched with concern. Suddenly, a new, imposing presence emerged from the swirling dust, a massive, muscular man standing tall on a rocky outcrop, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic scene. Art's mother turned to Ray, her voice trembling with urgency. "Mom, you have to heal Dad. Hurry." His mother's hand trembles as she holds him, her face etched with a deep, unsettling distress, making him realize something is terribly wrong with her, but he feels powerless to help. Her worried expression confirms his fears, and he questions why she isn't healing his father, only for her to weakly reassure him that she is fine. Despite the blood staining his cheek, his father manages a reassuring smile, telling her his injuries aren't life-threatening and urging her to do her best, even as she sobs beside him, green healing energy flickering around her hands. Turning his gaze to his son, he speaks with grave seriousness, explaining that after his mother uses her healing spell, the bandits will target her, and he won't be able to protect them both if he's worried about their safety. With a final, urgent command, he instructs his son to take his mother back down the trail and not stop, but the boy, defiant, refuses to leave, insisting he can fight. His mother, still clutching her chest, repeats her weak reassurance that she is fine, while the boy looks on, a mix of fear and determination in his eyes. His father's gloved hand gently taps his mother's head, a silent gesture of comfort and resolve amidst the glowing particles of magic. Looking directly at his son, Arthur Lewin, his father places a hand on his head, acknowledging his fighting spirit but entrusting him with the most vital mission, to protect his mother. As blood drips from his father's neck, he adds one final, heartbreaking instruction. He must protect the baby inside her. A wave of nausea washes over Alice, her hand instinctively going to her mouth as Reynolds steadies her beside their wagon. Slumping to the ground, she reassures him, a little tired, but insists she will be okay. A soft tap on his son's head accompanies the realization that Alice was pregnant, a secret they had kept until now. Looking down at the boy, Reynolds explains he had planned to tell him once they reached Xyrus, but circumstances had forced his hand. As Reynolds holds his son close, a trickle of blood escapes his lips, a stark reminder of the dangers they face. With a fierce resolve burning in his young eyes, Art clasps his hands, vowing to protect his mother. Amidst a scattering of glowing particles, his promise echoes with unwavering conviction. Later, in a desolate, rocky expanse, Reynolds kneels, a glowing green orb held firmly in his hand, telling Art to prepare himself. A green aura flares around him as he observes their attackers, noting that 4 mages are among their ranks, while the bandit leader curses their presence. The bandit leader points a furious finger, shouting that they have a healer and ordering his men not to let her escape. As the family flees, Art urges his mother to keep moving, their desperate escape underway. As the family attempts to escape, Art's mother looks down at him, a desperate plea escaping her lips for his father to survive, while Angela Rose, her hand outstretched, urgently commands them to hurry. Without hesitation, Angela dashes forward, a blur of motion against the rocky terrain. The bandit leader swings his heavy axe in a wide arc, but she moves with incredible agility, evading the blow as Art's mother pulls him along, desperately trying to put distance between them and their pursuers. Angela lands a powerful kick, sending the bandit leader reeling, her voice cutting through the chaos as she vows to hold him down, urging the others to escape. From a higher vantage point, Art and his mother look back, the bandit leader's enraged glare fixed on them from below. Art's young eyes widen, a mix of fear and burgeoning resolve etched on his face. With a furious roar, the bandit leader hurls his axe, the weapon whistling through the air with deadly speed. The heavy blade strikes Alice's arm, the impact sending a shower of sparks and pain through her. But before the axe can fully connect, Art unleashes a sudden burst of golden magical energy, manifesting a shield that deflects the blow with a resounding crackle. The bandit leader stares in disbelief, his weapon held at bay by the child's unexpected power. With a sharp snap, the axe shatters against Art's magical barrier, sending fragments flying as a voice from behind urges him, "Don't stop, Arthur." Helen Shard now runs alongside them, her expression grim, as Alice clutches her injured arm, her gaze fixed on the path ahead. As his mother carries him, a chilling premonition washes over the young Art, a sense that something is deeply amiss. Meanwhile, the bandit leader and his men survey the scene, their calculations off, as there were supposed to be 4 mages, not just the one they were currently facing. Angela Rose, a blur of motion, leaps into the fray, her swift attack sending one of the assailants reeling. She follows up with another decisive blow, striking down a second bandit with brutal efficiency. With 2 down, the bandits realize a third mage has been neutralized, leaving them to wonder where the last one could possibly be. Enraged and bleeding, the bandit leader, Damien, screams at his men, ordering them to abandon their plan and ensure no one escapes alive. The young Art, hearing the furious command, looks up with wide eyes, wondering who Damien could possibly be addressing. As a low rumble emanates from him, a vortex of brilliant blue mana begins to swirl, his eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. A desperate thought flashes through his mind, as the blue energy intensifies, swirling around his small, outstretched hand. The swirling orb of mana erupts, striking the bandits on the cliff face, sending them tumbling into the abyss below. Rain begins to fall, streaking across Art's distressed face, as the raw power continues to surge from him. With a powerful whoosh, a massive wave of blue energy surges forth, a testament to the child's overwhelming, uncontrolled magic. He runs alongside his mother, a grim realization dawning on him. Even if he could dodge the incoming attack using mana, she wouldn't be fast enough. With a flash of blue in his eyes, he knows what he must do as his mother turns, startled. Damn it! With a silent apology, he shoves her out of the way, taking the full impact of the incoming blue magic himself, the force sending him sprawling. Sorry for the bruises, Mom. His mother watches in horror as the attack connects. But even as the blue energy engulfs him, he knows that if he can't make it, he'll bring the mage down with him, throwing a small, sharp object. I knew that if I couldn't make it, I wanted to bring the mage down with me. With a surge of his own power, he deflects a sharp projectile, sending it arcing through the air, the deflected magic splashing against the ground. A bandit cries out, collapsing as the thrown knife finds its mark, a swift, brutal stab. Gah! Now, with a desperate pull of green mana, he attempts to secure their escape, hoping the mana string holds out. Let's hope this mana string holds out. His hand reaches out, grabbing onto his mother, pulling her up the sheer cliff face. But the ground beneath him gives way with a sharp crack, sending him plummeting as lightning flashes around him. He desperately snatches at the crumbling cliff face, his fingers digging into the rock as it groans under his grip. His small hands desperately clawed at the crumbling rock, while his other arm stretched down, a silent plea to his mother below. Meanwhile, a bandit reeled back, his face contorted in pain as debris exploded around him, a testament to the child's unexpected ferocity. Above Art, a massive chunk of the cliff face tore free, plunging towards him with terrifying speed. His mana string glowed faintly, a desperate anchor against the inevitable, as the colossal rock descended, threatening to crush him against the unstable earth. Tears streamed down his scratched face, his small body trembling with the immense strain. A single thought echoed in his mind: everyone else would be safe. A choked sob escaped him, his resolve wavering under the crushing pressure. He had always wanted to be an older brother, a protector, but now, even that dream seemed to slip away. A grand, silent hall stands empty, bathed in the soft glow of an unseen light source. Within a lavish chamber, a figure rests on an ornate bed, the morning light filtering gently through the drapes. With a soft step, he rises from his slumber, his foot meeting the cool floor. Meanwhile, a young woman, startled by the sudden whoosh of a door opening, turns with wide eyes, a tray held close to her chest. As King Gray proceeds down the long, patterned corridor, an elderly man and 2 guards bow respectfully, offering a morning greeting. His path continues through the expansive hall, his figure small against the vastness of the palace. The attendants remain in their positions, watching him approach the distant throne. He passes the bowing figures, his destination clear. The old man, his face etched with age, confirms his identity, addressing him directly as King Gray. Now seated upon the throne, he quietly reads a book, the young woman from earlier standing attentively nearby. A portrait of King Gray hangs prominently, while a narration explains that the council are the true governors of the country, managing its politics and economy. Further context reveals that in a world plagued by decreasing birth rates and limited resources, wars have been replaced by duels and armies led by kings, with King Gray being one such ruler. The venerable king, seated at his desk, observes his attendant, Marlorn, remarking on his diligent work. Marlorn, standing in the grand throne room, acknowledges the king's words, but admits to a certain envy for the fame and glory kings receive from their victories, even while serving the council. The venerable king then inquires about the unexpected visit, a soft rustle of fabric accompanying his movement. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a close-up of a hand holding a simple necklace with a medallion, belonging to a man with an eye patch, his face partially obscured. Back in the throne room, the venerable king places his hand on a surface, his gaze fixed as he prepares to deliver significant news. He turns his back to the throne, addressing Marlorn directly, announcing his retirement. A desperate voice echoes through the void, crying out for Gray to hold on. Gray clutches his head, overwhelmed by the memory, reflecting on a life spent solely in pursuit of strength. He questions the ultimate purpose of it all. Was it for fame or for glory? The glowing particles around him seem to emphasize his isolation, as he recalls being an orphan, with everyone he cherished gone. A warm campfire flickers, a stark contrast to his inner turmoil, as he yearns to give up everything from that life for a chance to return to Ashbur and see them all again. A warm, comforting memory flickers into existence, a vision of his past life where he was a child, cradled by his parents, surrounded by his loyal companions around a crackling campfire. Then, the vision fades, replaced by the soft, golden light of a new dawn filtering through the dense canopy of an unfamiliar forest as he slowly regains consciousness. His mind, still hazy, struggles to process his surroundings, a single, disoriented thought echoing through his infant form. Where am I? He blinks, his vision slowly clearing, a profound sense of disbelief washing over him as he wonders, how am I still alive? The realization dawns on him, heavy and undeniable. Lying on the forest floor, his tiny body feels alien and weak, a stark contrast to the power he once wielded. His gaze drifts, and a chilling sight greets him, a lifeless body, sprawled nearby, a grim testament to the dangers of this new world. A wave of intense nausea washes over him, his small stomach churning violently, and he retches, the sound echoing faintly as birds take flight above. His body convulses, expelling the contents of his stomach, a miserable, helpless sensation. His eyes, wide with a mixture of confusion and despair, reflect the harsh reality of his new, vulnerable state, a far cry from the king he once was. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves, carrying a small one to rest upon his cheek, a fleeting moment of peace amidst his turmoil. But the peace is short-lived, as a sniffle escapes him, followed by a soft sob, the overwhelming emotions of his rebirth finally breaking through. He lies on his back in the soft, green grass, a small red berry clutched in his tiny hand, the sunlight filtering through the canopy above. His body, still weak and covered in dirt, struggles to sit up, a makeshift bandage wrapped around his arm, as a worn leather pouch filled with berries lies nearby. Exhausted, he collapses face down, his small form barely visible amidst the roots of an ancient tree, the berries scattered around him. A small, dark berry is carefully picked up by his hand, and he brings it to his lips, his face still bearing the marks of his struggle. He chews slowly, the sweet taste a welcome relief, before gulping down water from a crude container, sustenance finally reaching his starved body. With a soft thud, he falls back onto the grass, his eyes closed in a deep, restorative sleep, the day's foraging complete. A quiet thought escapes him, a simple gratitude for the meager meal that sustained him. Above, birds chirp cheerfully in the clear blue sky, their songs a gentle lullaby as he rests, a faint, peaceful smile gracing his lips. Later, he finds refuge in a damp, rocky alcove, the sound of dripping water a constant companion, before sitting up, his gaze fixed on his own small hands. White energy seems to emanate from his body as he lies back down, a soft sigh escaping him, his eyes remaining closed as if in deep meditation. The world around him blurs into abstract shapes, a void of white and black consuming his senses. Within this void, a faint outline of his form appears, lines of energy pulsing around his chest, hinting at a profound internal transformation. His small, bare feet, once swaddled, now bore the marks of a harsh journey, his clothes tattered and torn from the struggle. Through the dense undergrowth, he pushed himself forward, each movement a testament to his will to live, his bruised face and scraped skin a stark reminder of the ordeal he had endured. With a guttural cry of effort, he managed to pull himself upright, his small body trembling but resolute. His gaze fell upon a dark, unmoving form on the forest floor, a grim discovery that offered a desperate chance at self-preservation. Reaching out with a bloodied hand, he gripped the hilt of a knife, pulling it free with a wet, sickening sound. The weapon, now his, felt heavy in his small grasp, a stark symbol of his new, brutal reality. Clutching the knife, he lay back against the earth, the vast canopy above him a swirling blur of green and light, his mind racing with the implications of his survival. He wondered aloud, his voice a mere whisper in the wilderness, if he had truly survived the impossible. Time had lost all meaning in his ordeal, leaving him to ponder the duration of his unconsciousness. A twig snapped under his weight as he shifted, his mind still reeling, and he questioned his very location, lost and disoriented. A sigh of resignation escaped him as he looked up at the towering trees, realizing that dwelling on the past was futile. He had to move forward. As darkness began to fall, the forest around him shimmered with an ethereal glow, tiny, luminous particles drifting through the air, hinting at unseen magic. As consciousness slowly returned, a voice broke through the haze, a soft inquiry echoing in the darkness, asking if he was finally awake. His eyes fluttered open, revealing a bruised face as he struggled to process the words, a single, confused syllable escaping his lips. Arthur slowly regains consciousness, finding himself disoriented in an unfamiliar forest, when a voice echoes, "Oh, you're awake." Startled, he quickly scrambles to hide behind a tree, his face etched with fear, but the voice calmly reassures him. The corpse won't be reanimating, if that's what you're afraid of. As he processes the words, Art realizes he's bound to a tree, his eyes widening in a dawning horror. "Don't tell me the corpse is..." The voice then shifts its tone, inquiring about his physical state. "How is your body?" Art, still wary, clenches his jaw, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He looks down at the prone figure, a stick clutched like a weapon, a worried thought crossing his mind. "God, if it gets up." The voice quickly interjects, "Don't worry." The voice reiterates its earlier point. "The corpse won't be reanimating, if that's what you're afraid of," prompting a visible sigh of relief from the boy. A moment of clarity strikes him, and he thinks, "Wait, don't just trust this unknown voice, no matter how silky smooth and dignified it." His internal monologue cut short. Art looks around, his voice filled with a mix of suspicion and hope. Sounds. "Who are you? Are you the one that saved me?" The voice responds, as a small, white, rabbit-like creature with glowing eyes appears nearby. "Yes, to your second." Continuing its explanation, question. "As for the first, you'll find out once you arrive at my dwelling." Art, however, remains skeptical, retorting, "You sound pretty confident that I'll even try to find you." The voice pauses, then asserts its crucial role. "Well, I am the only one that will be able to get you home from this place." The mention of home ignites a fierce determination in Art's eyes, a single word echoing his resolve. "That's right. Home." A memory surfaces, depicting Ray and Alice, the twin horns, in a moment of quiet intimacy, his hand glowing with a soft green light as she tends to him. Her expression softens, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she thinks of her baby sibling. Back in the present, the young Arthur, still a child, anxiously inquires about the safety of his parents, wondering if they reached Xyrus without incident. He clears his throat, a blush creeping onto his cheeks, before hesitantly addressing the mysterious voice, asking if he might inconvenience it for directions and a glimpse of its presence. A soft chuckle echoes through the vibrant forest, the unseen entity amused by his formal request. The voice acknowledges his quick understanding, calling him Arthur Lewin, though it playfully chides him for referring to a lady as Mr., before conceding to his sentiment. Arthur's eyes widen in surprise, a sudden realization dawning on him as he wonders how the voice knew his full name. As the voice promises to reveal itself, a guttural sound escapes him, his eyes flaring with an intense red light as his face contorts in a mixture of pain and raw power. A prolonged, agonizing scream tears through the air, red energy lines radiating outwards from his small form. He collapses to the ground, overwhelmed, his hands glowing with the same volatile red energy. Amidst the chaos, a single hand reaches out, now emanating a soft, hopeful green glow against the oppressive red. The red energy continues to surge, engulfing him in its raw, untamed power. The chaotic surge of energy that had engulfed him began to recede, the vibrant red and green light fading into streaks across the dark expanse, leaving behind only faint, lingering traces of its immense power, a testament to the overwhelming force he had just experienced. As the last vestiges of the energy dissipated, a soft, ethereal blue glow briefly illuminated the space before vanishing completely. The world around him slowly returned to normal, the forest canopy reappearing as if the magical tempest had never occurred. Only the faint, red streaks still falling through the air served as a reminder of the recent chaos, a silent echo of the power that had surged through him. As he lay there, bruised and scraped, the disembodied voice from before echoed in his mind, urging him to depart immediately, suggesting it would be safer to travel while there was still daylight. But even as his body's condition gradually improved, leaving him with only a few aches by the afternoon, he couldn't help but think, his small form resting on a massive fallen log amidst the dense forest. What sort of magic had she used to save him from the fall, and how could she have even known they were falling, let alone why she only saved him? The more he tried to come up with an explanation, the more questions he seemed to end up with, a strange shia sound and a twitch echoing in his ear. Climbing a rocky incline, Arthur pushes himself forward, a desperate hope echoing in his mind that the sound he hears is what he so desperately needs. His tattered clothes barely clinging to him, he gazes down, a surge of pure relief washing over him as he confirms the presence of water. Without a moment's hesitation, he sheds his remaining garments and plunges into the cool, inviting depths. A satisfying splash marks his entry, the water embracing his weary body. Settling into the water, he begins to clean the grime and blood from his arm, the gentle friction a small comfort. A small smile touches his lips, a rare moment of carefree joy in his current predicament. Splashing the water playfully, he revels in the simple pleasure of the cool stream. But the tranquility is shattered as a sharp, piercing sensation stabs into his ear, a familiar, unwelcome intrusion. He clutches his ear in pain, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light, as the disembodied voice from before returns, admonishing him to remain calm and unfazed, then mockingly apologizing for startling him. Shaken, he emerges from the water, his mind reeling from the voice's words and the strange sensation, realizing the limitations of his current child's body. As he eats a wild berry, he deduces his location, reasoning that his fall to the east must place him near the elves' domain. Walking through the forest as dusk settles, he notes the absence of the characteristic fog associated with the forest of Elshire, adding another layer of mystery to his journey. Arthur's bare foot presses against the soft, mossy ground, the forest floor alive with a gentle, ethereal glow. As he continues his trek through the dense woods, his initial apprehension about the beast glades begins to wane, reassured by the presence of only small, harmless creatures. Yet, a sense of surprise lingers, for despite the rich mana permeating the air, he has encountered no mana beasts. He acknowledges the regret of not being able to absorb the abundant energy, knowing he must press on. His thoughts drift to his family, a vivid image of his distressed mother, pregnant and vulnerable, fueling his urgency to return home, fearing his prolonged absence could endanger the baby. With renewed determination, he pushes forward, a silent plea escaping his lips for their safety. Time passes as he journeys through the changing landscape, the forest giving way to more rugged terrain under a darkening sky. Suddenly, a familiar, disembodied voice echoes, expressing relief that he has arrived safely at his destination. The boy, still unsure how to interact with the unseen entity, attempts a hesitant greeting, directing his words towards a small bird perched nearby, as if seeking a tangible presence. The voice, amused by his confusion, clarifies its nature, stating it is not a sentient cluster of rocks, and instructs him to find it within a nearby crevice. Following the instruction, he spots a glowing blue opening in the rock face, a clear path forward. Standing at the threshold of the illuminated passage, he pauses, contemplating the unknown depths within. With a nervous swallow, he steps into the glowing crevice, ready to face whatever awaits him. He sits amidst the strange, glowing crevice, his thoughts drifting to his parents. A quiet resolve settling over him, a silent promise that he would return to them soon. Plummeting into a dark, jagged abyss, Art found himself surrounded by an ethereal blue glow emanating from the depths below. The chasm's walls were a maze of sharp, dark rock, each crevice illuminated by the intensifying azure light. A silent warning echoed in his mind, a phantom voice urging caution. "Watch your step," the thought whispered, even as his foot connected with a precarious ledge, the rock cracking under his weight as he continued his descent. The air rushed past him with a deafening shoo sound, the abyss swallowing him whole. He reached out instinctively, a desperate, silent cry escaping him, his small form bathed in the shimmering blue light and sparkling particles of the unknown. The speed of his fall intensified, a frantic, she sound accompanying his rapid descent, his body twisting helplessly in the void. He became a streak of motion, a blur of light and speed, the blue energy around him flaring brightly as he hurtled downwards. The darkness of the chasm seemed endless, only punctuated by the faint, distant sparkle of light particles. A desperate, drawn-out scream tore from his throat, his voice lost in the roaring wind of his descent. Then, with a sudden, jarring thump, his fall abruptly ended. The dark, jagged rocks gave way to a brilliant, expansive blue light, revealing a new, mysterious environment at the bottom of the chasm. A soft sound escapes him as he stirs, slowly regaining consciousness after the terrifying fall, his small body nestled against the rough, damp ground. Pushing himself up onto his hands and knees, he surveys the dark, cavernous space, a thought forming in his mind. A warning about dropping 2 stories down would have been appreciated. His wide eyes take in the surroundings, a mix of curiosity and apprehension on his young face, as he tries to make sense of his new, dimly lit reality. Taking a tentative step forward, his bare foot lands on something fragile, a distinct cracking sound echoing in the silence. Suddenly, the ground beneath him gives way, sending him plummeting once more with a heavy thud, his face contorting in a silent scream of shock and terror as he realizes he's falling again. As he lands, his hand instinctively reaches out, only to find itself hovering before a towering, shadowy figure, its form cloaked in darkness and emanating an ominous aura. The entity sits upon a jagged, crystalline throne, its body armored in black, with glowing red eyes piercing the gloom, and dark, ethereal energy dripping like rain around it. He stares up at the imposing figure, his small frame trembling, a single, terrified question escaping his lips. "What is that?" The shadowy entity's gaze, intense and unblinking, focuses entirely on the child, its red eyes glowing with an ancient, knowing power. A deep, resonant voice echoes through the chamber, carrying a chilling weight as the figure speaks. We finally meet, child. The shadowy entity rises from its throne, its imposing form now fully revealed, standing tall amidst the swirling dark energy, its glowing red eyes fixed on the small child before it. Deep within the cavern, a massive, armored figure with glowing red eyes moved with an unsettling grace, its heavy steps echoing through the dark, rocky expanse. The sheer scale of the being left Art utterly speechless, his small frame trembling as he stared up, mouth agape in pure terror. A deep, resonant voice broke the silence, warning him that bugs would fly into his mouth if he kept it open so wide. The entity's words hung heavy in the air, emphasizing the vast difference in their sizes as Art remained dwarfed by its presence. He quickly snapped his mouth shut, a mixture of fear and mild disgust contorting his young face. With a subtle gesture, the armored figure pointed a hand, glowing with faint red energy, towards the ground. Art found himself sitting on the cavern floor, gazing up at the imposing entity, now fully revealed amidst the vibrant blue and purple magical auras that pulsed around it. The entity then explained that it would take some time, perhaps a considerable while, to open a dimensional rift powerful enough to transport him back home. Until then, special plants would be available to nourish him, ensuring his survival in this strange new place. As the entity stood tall, Art could see the glowing orbs and vibrant plants scattered across the cavern, a source of light and sustenance in the darkness. Clutching a simple stick, Art looked up at his mysterious benefactor, a hesitant thank you escaping his lips, a small smile gracing his face. With his new walking stick, he began to explore the cavern, leaving the towering entity behind as he ventured into the glowing, alien landscape. He carefully examines the glowing fruit, a soft blue light emanating from its surface, finding it acceptable for consumption. The ethereal glow bathes his young face, illuminating his features with an otherworldly luminescence. A comforting memory washes over him, of his parents, Reynolds and Alice, holding him close as an infant, a moment of pure, sunlit joy. Back in the cavern, he holds the glowing fruit, his eyes closed, perhaps savoring the taste or the lingering warmth of the memory. A surprised expression crosses his face as the shadowy entity remarks, "That one tastes better," the sound of a soft splat confirming he has consumed it. A hint of distress touches his features, his brow furrowed as he clutches another glowing fruit. He acknowledges the statement, a quiet understanding settling over him. The cavern floor stretches out, revealing deep cracks and the faint glow of distant flora. Time passes, and the boy finds himself sitting beside the towering, shadowy figure, a strange companionship forming in the glowing depths. He looks up at the entity, then hesitates, gathering his thoughts before speaking. "I know you told me you were a lady," he begins, "but is there a better way I can address you?" The shadowy figure responds, her voice resonating through the cavern. "My name is Sylvia." Addressing the towering figure before him, the young boy asks, "Sylvia, do you mind if I ask a few questions?" She responds with a deep, resonant voice, inviting him to proceed, though cautioning that she may not be able to answer everything. With his initial fear of Sylvia's imposing appearance slowly fading, he begins to articulate all the questions that have been swirling in his mind since waking up from his fall. He ponders the mystery of his surroundings, wondering aloud, where was this place, and why was she here all alone? His thoughts then drift to her origins, asking, where did she come from? The boy's curiosity continues as he also considers, how did she get that wound? And most importantly, and why did she save me? Sylvia's glowing red eyes narrow slightly as she begins to answer, stating that his first question is easy enough. This place is a narrow zone that rests between the Beast Glades and the Forest of Elshire. A map briefly appears, highlighting the geographical context, as she explains that no one knows of this place because she has been warding off anyone who comes close, though such intrusions are rare. She then reveals, you, Arthur, are the first to enter into this domain. The boy, with a small smile, offers his name. You can, call me Art. He clarifies, my family calls me Art. It's short for Arthur. Haha, no a big deal. Sylvia acknowledges his name with a simple, very well. She confirms, I shall also call you Art. Turning to his second question, she explains, as for your second question, I am here alone simply because I have no one left to be with. Her voice takes on a somber tone, as she adds, I have many enemies that desperately wish for something that I have. She continues, revealing the source of her injury. My last battle with my enemies before I was able to escape left me with this wound. Finally, she prepares to address his most pressing question, beginning, as for why I saved you. Perhaps she was moved by his courage and sacrifice, or perhaps she had simply grown lonely. Even she didn't fully understand why, but with a soft apology, Sylvia announced her departure for the night, explaining that her wound festered and she needed to be in good condition to work on the dimensional rift tomorrow. The little boy, understanding her need for rest, simply wished her a good night. His gaze followed her retreating form, a flicker of concern in his eyes. As the fearsome figure clad in dark armor walked away, he couldn't help but think how lonely she appeared, when suddenly, she paused, realizing she had almost forgotten something important. Her sight was unable to reach exactly where they had gone, but she had a message for him. Turning her head slightly, her glowing red eyes fixed on him, she assured him that his family and friends were safe, just in case he was still worried. A wave of relief washed over the boy as he stammered, asking if they were truly safe, before she confirmed it once more. The weight of his worry lifted, tears welled in his eyes, obscuring his vision. A small, grateful smile broke through his tears, a testament to the profound relief he felt. Looking down at his collar, he whispered, a heartfelt thank you to Sylvia. In a dark, ethereal space filled with floating geometric fragments and soft blue lights, young Art charges forward, wielding a stick like a sword, while the imposing, armored figure of Sylvia watches him from behind. At times, she would playfully lift him, her glowing red eyes fixed on his surprised face, or simply sit, a vibrant, rainbow-colored aura pulsing gently from her chest. Art often rested, surrounded by a soft blue glow, as he and Sylvia spent countless hours talking about all sorts of things, especially when she wasn't actively preparing the portal. He would look up at her, listening intently, as those hours bled into days, and those days into weeks, as they savored every moment in each other's company. And while Sylvia never spoke about her own life, Art slowly began to understand what sort of mysterious being she truly was. Sylvia would often sit alone on a rocky outcrop, her form silhouetted against the dark, while Art meditated nearby, a powerful blue aura emanating from his small body, white energy swirling around him. He sat cross-legged, eyes closed, completely absorbed in his practice, the blue glow intensifying around him. A closer look revealed Sylvia's true eye color, a striking blue, as she held a glowing green plant, observing Art. She was truly the living embodiment of the phrase, don't judge a book by its cover. Despite her trauma-inducing appearance, with her glowing red eyes, she was, in fact, kind, gentle, patient, and warm. She turned to him, her voice soft, asking, you had a chance to dine yet, Art? These fruits are particularly savory and rarely grow elsewhere. Art sat beside her, as she offered him a small red fruit, and his hand reached out for a glowing purple one, eager to taste the rare delicacy. He found himself reflecting on Sylvia, remembering how she was gentle and kind, much like his own mother. Yet she would firmly scold him whenever he was wrong, a sternness he now understood was for his own good. He recalled a time when he had openly expressed his deep animosity toward the bandits, their cruel actions still fresh in his mind. The image of one of their grinning faces, twisted with malice, still haunted him. He gritted his teeth, convinced they deserved far worse deaths, especially if any of them had managed to survive his previous encounter. His young face contorted with fierce determination, his eyes glowing with a cold, blue light, as he vowed to pursue them relentlessly. I'm going to hunt them down, he declared internally, a chilling promise. Suddenly, a massive, dark, clawed hand swept in with a whoosh, shoving him forcefully. The impact sent him reeling, a sharp whack, echoing as he was struck again, losing his footing and tumbling backward. He spun through the air, looking up in surprise, before gravity took its full hold. With a heavy thud, he landed on the ground, sitting up quickly, his voice filled with confusion as he demanded, what was that for? He listens as Sylvia acknowledges his perspective, conceding that perhaps the bandits did deserve death, yet she chose not to intervene for the same reason she now lectures him. However, she challenges him, questioning if he would truly be victorious if he allowed such emotions to consume him. Letting his heart cloud with hatred and vengeance would only cause him harm, she warns, urging him instead to continue on. He must proudly wear his life with his gaze forward, for he will come across many more challenges. Misfortunes will strike again, but he must not let grief and rage corrode his mind, but rather learn from them and face the future with a smile. Only then, Sylvia asks, her tone softening, if she had flicked him too hard, and if it still hurts. Being lectured on morals and life by a figure that appeared to be the epitome of evil had oddly stricken him deeply. He hears her call his name, pulling him from his thoughts. His eyes widen as he notices something amiss. He quickly denies being hurt, insisting he's fine, but Sylvia hums, unconvinced. As he looks up at her, his gaze falls upon a glowing red wound on her body. He exclaims, realizing her wound looks like it's getting worse, but she simply states that she is not. Little one, Sylvia's voice rumbles. This wound festers from time to time. Art, looking up at the towering figure, questions if that is truly the case. As he ponders her words, Sylvia then asks, also, I've been meaning to ask, how have you formed your mana core, already able to utilize mana more efficiently than many full-fledged mages? The young boy proudly declares that his parents said he's a genius, demonstrating his mana core glowing with vibrant blue and pink energy in his hands. Sylvia observes, then perhaps you will be able to learn it. Art, intrigued, asks, learn what? The armored figure explains that he will learn to meditate and absorb mana while moving, and perhaps even while fighting, if he's good enough. As Sylvia rises, her massive form casting a shadow, Art watches her intently, a small gasp escaping him. He stares, wide-eyed, asking how she is doing that. Sylvia explains that humans have a very linear mindset regarding mana, advising him to start with small, mindless movements and work his way up from there. Art attempts to replicate her technique, his mana core pulsing with light as he tries to manipulate the energy. He struggles, a faint FSSH sound accompanying his efforts, finding it easier said than done. Sylvia clarifies that mana beasts learn this naturally, but since humans usually awaken much later, their bodies aren't able to do this sort of multitasking. Considering the unique circumstances of his mana core, Sylvia assures him that if he practices diligently, he should be able to master the technique. His eyes burning with resolve, he declares his unwavering commitment to doing his absolute best. A soft, knowing laugh escapes the dragon, her voice echoing with approval as she agrees, as you should. With Sylvia observing from behind, her form radiating a subtle, colorful mana, the young boy begins his practice, the ground beneath him rippling faintly with his movements. He attempts a step, but his foot lands with an awkward thud, failing to maintain the delicate balance required. A moment later, he tumbles to the ground with a thud, the narration explaining that mastering this skill means fighting proficiently while maintaining a steady inward flow of mana. He continues to practice, swinging his stick with determination, but a single tear escapes his eye, betraying his growing frustration. With a renewed grip on his practice weapon, he prepares for another swing, refusing to give up. From an overhead view, he executes a wide swing, his small figure a blur of motion. He follows with a precise stab, but his expression quickly shifts to disbelief, realizing he still hasn't quite managed it. Then, with a sudden burst of triumph, he shouts, "Sylvia, I did it." A final thud confirms his success, as he looks towards Sylvia, whose form now glows with a vibrant, swirling aura, acknowledging his breakthrough. Deep within a dark, rocky expanse, an armored figure lay motionless, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from around her. Above, a young boy's eyes snapped wide open in sheer terror, his gaze fixed on a blurry, indistinct form looming overhead. His mouth fell open in a silent scream, the shock of the moment rendering him speechless. Finally, a desperate cry tore from his throat, a plea for the one person who might offer protection. As if in response to his terror, a single, ominous word echoed through the void, its meaning unknown, yet filled with foreboding. Falling through the dark abyss, Art cries out to Sylvia, his voice laced with desperation, wondering what could have possibly happened to her. His small hands clench in anguish, a raw, primal fear contorting his young face as he witnesses her plight. He lands beside her, the dark ground stained crimson with her blood, a stark contrast against her dark armor. Desperately, he tries to stem the flow, pleading with her to hold on, the sight of her bleeding foot a grim testament to her severe injuries. A surge of raw power emanates from her, pushing him back with an invisible force. He lets out a guttural scream, his voice echoing the agony of the moment. He crashes to the ground, the impact jarring him, and he questions why her wound is worsening so rapidly. As more blood spills from her form, a brilliant, multicolored aura begins to bloom around her. Standing on her massive, injured body, Art gazes up at the ethereal light, a mixture of awe and terror in his eyes. He stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend the impossible transformation unfolding before him. The glowing particles swirl around him, and a realization dawns, that's why. The transformation complete, Sylvia now rests as a small, white, dragon-like creature, her former armored body gone, with Art sitting protectively beside her new form. The armored figure of Sylvia lay broken, a heavy thud echoing the impact of her fall, while a younger Art watched helplessly. Her form, once so powerful, now seemed fragile, a stark contrast to the small, white creature she had become. He knelt, the weight of the moment pressing down on him, another soft thud marking his own despair. A voice within him whispered that her condition was worsening, her wound deepening as she desperately tried to create a portal, tears welling in his eyes as blue particles of magic swirled around him. She had done it all for him, a sacrifice he could barely comprehend, his hand reaching out towards the crimson stain on the cold ground. Because of him, her life was ebbing away, her armored form now a tragic monument to her devotion. Even in her pain, she offered comfort, a soft voice assuring him that everything would be okay, even as he wept, reaching for her. Hiccups racked his small frame, his mind unable to grasp how anything could ever be fine after this. More hiccups escaped him, the raw sound of his grief filling the desolate space. Tears streamed down his face as he reached out, the thought of her dying for him an unbearable weight on his young shoulders. In the quiet aftermath, amidst glowing flora, he cried, a profound and silent sorrow washing over him. He continued to weep, the raw, unbridled sorrow of a child, a feeling he hadn't truly experienced since his previous life, as the armored figure of Sylvia remained beside him. A soft voice broke through his despair, asking if he had calmed down a little, but he could only manage a choked denial. Sylvia, her glowing red eyes fixed on him, explained that they had little time left together, and she refused to see it wasted on his self-blame. He cried out, questioning how he could possibly not blame himself when she was sacrificing everything for him to reunite with his family, but she calmly countered that he was doing her a favor by allowing her to leave the forsaken cave more quickly. Looking up at her imposing form, he whispered her name, a plea in his voice. As her armored shell began to crack and glow with an intense golden light, Sylvia mused that her name no longer suited this new, evolving form. With a series of sharp cracks, her entire armored form violently shattered, exploding into countless fragments of golden light and debris. From the brilliant energy, a massive, pristine white wing unfurled with a powerful whoosh, radiating pure light. More of the shell disintegrated, and delicate white feathers began to drift down, swirling amidst the golden light of the ongoing transformation. Shielding his face from the blinding radiance and falling debris, Art watched as the last vestiges of the armored form gave way, feathers continuing to descend around him. The transformation reached its crescendo, revealing two majestic white wings, fully formed and radiating an ethereal glow. Finally, Sylvia hovered above him, no longer an armored figure but a magnificent white dragon, as a vibrant, rainbow-colored portal shimmered into existence beneath her. Now fully transformed, the majestic white dragon turns her head, her voice echoing with a familiar warmth as she asks if she finally looks more like Sylvia. A small voice, filled with awe and disbelief, confirms her identity, stuttering out her name and the realization that she is, indeed, a dragon. Sylvia calmly affirms this, acknowledging that humans refer to her kind as dragons. She then explains the urgency of the situation, stating that while they have little time for idle chatter in her current form, she must use it to complete the portal. A grim warning follows, as she reveals that with her veil now gone, her enemies will soon be coming, her massive tail swishing with a soft whoosh as she turns. The young boy, his eyes wide with concern, asks who is coming, just as an intense, blinding light erupts from Sylvia, accompanied by a powerful shying sound. The light expands and swirls, coalescing into a vibrant, rainbow-colored vortex of energy. Overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance, the child instinctively shields his eyes, the radiant glow washing over him. As the portal stabilizes, Sylvia's voice cuts through the light, instructing Art to listen carefully, for she has a few crucial things to say before they must part ways. From the shimmering portal, a small, rainbow-hued object emerges, floating gently towards the boy with a soft clink as it settles before him. He gazes at the object, a thought forming in his mind. It wasn't heavy, yet he felt as though he could barely hold on to it, its significance weighing more than its physical mass. With trembling hands, he reaches out, cradling the glowing, rainbow-colored egg as it pulses with soft light. As the dragon pulls back with a decisive pull sound, her gaze remains fixed on the boy, her expression a mix of sorrow and unwavering resolve. Sylvia's claw gently offered a white feather, instructing Art to wrap the glowing, rainbow-hued egg in it to conceal its aura, a final, crucial task. As the young boy looked up at her immense form, a soft bump resonated, a silent plea for him to bear with her for one more thing. Suddenly, a jarring vision flashed through his mind, a man's eye glowing with an eerie purple light, his hand cracking with fiery red energy as a scream tore from his throat. The red energy intensified, the cracks spreading across his hand with an ominous sound. Back in the present, Sylvia, despite a fresh wound on her side, reassured him that with the egg, everything would reveal itself when the time came. Her voice, though strained, urged him to hurry, explaining that she would open the portal now, though she hadn't had time to direct it precisely to his home, only somewhere near humans. As the vibrant, rainbow-colored portal shimmered into existence behind them, Art looked up at her, a question in his eyes, asking if she was truly leaving him just like that. Before she could answer, a thunderous boom echoed through the cavern, the ground shaking violently as a powerful force announced its arrival. Debris rained down with a whoosh, and Art, looking up at Sylvia's eyes, noticed a troubling change, asking if she was all right. With a defiant roar that reverberated through the crumbling rock, Sylvia unleashed a powerful burst of energy, a bam, of pure draconic will. The ground continued to crack and rumble as a chilling voice cut through the chaos, addressing her as Lady Sylvia and advising her to stop her stubbornness and hand over what they sought. Standing amidst the shattered landscape, an imposing armored figure with glowing red eyes reiterated the demand, commanding her to submit now. As the portal shimmered, Sylvia's voice echoed with a hint of hope, suggesting that the one he was destined to meet might even heal her grievous wound. Looking into the portal, Art's young mind processed the familiar form, realizing the individual on the other side bore a striking resemblance to Sylvia's previous, human appearance. She then chided him playfully, reminding him of the trouble he had already caused. The magical energies of the portal swirled around them, a vibrant, chaotic dance of light and shadow. Within the swirling vortex, the majestic white dragon hovered, the rainbow-hued egg clutched protectively, as the portal pulsed with unstable power. With a heavy heart, the dragon confessed to Arthur, revealing that she had intentionally prolonged the transportation spell, simply to spend a little more time with him. The young boy, his eyes wide with concern, could only whisper her name, a single word, Sylvia, filled with a profound sadness. She continued, her voice tinged with regret, stating that while she wouldn't ask for his forgiveness, she had one final, selfish request. Looking down at the child beside her, the injured dragon made her plea, asking if he could call her grandma just this once. Art stood tiny beside her colossal claws, his small hand gripping the fabric of her wing, tears welling in his eyes. His voice choked with emotion, he pleaded, "No, no, no, just come with me." He continued, his voice desperate, explaining that he didn't understand what she had done, but everything around them was frozen, and they could leave together. The dragon's eye, filled with a deep, knowing sadness, conveyed her answer, a silent understanding that she simply could not. As the separation began, a desperate cry escaped him, his small hand reaching out, trying to grasp at the fading form of Sylvia. But her voice, filled with a profound sadness, echoed through the void, uttering a final farewell to her beloved art. A powerful surge of rainbow-colored energy erupted, pushing him back, as Sylvia, in her majestic dragon form, initiated the final separation. Overwhelmed by the force and the impending loss, he cried out her name, his face contorted in anguish. Despite the magical barrier, his hand instinctively reached out once more, a desperate plea to bridge the growing chasm between them. As Sylvia's form shimmered within the vibrant energy, he called out to her with the tender name she had requested. A single tear escaped the dragon's eye, a silent testament to her sorrow, before her gaze softened and her eyes gently closed, accepting her fate. The magical light intensified, enveloping the space in a swirling vortex of colors. From within the fading light, her voice, filled with gratitude, reached him one last time, as her dragon form began to dissipate amidst tiny, glowing flowers. Her final words, a tender address to him, were accompanied by the appearance of two luminous, purple fruits, a parting gift or a symbol of her legacy. The vibrant magic faded, leaving behind only a lingering sense of loss and a quiet, empty space. The connection was severed, and the world returned to a somber stillness. A maelstrom of vibrant, chaotic energy erupts, twisting and distorting the very fabric of reality. As brilliant reds, greens, and blues clash and merge in a disorienting display, the world dissolving into a blur of raw, untamed power. The intense, shimmering light pulses with an otherworldly force, reaching a crescendo before a sudden, violent shift. With a sharp, crackling sound, the young boy is abruptly thrust through the chaotic energy, his form momentarily visible amidst the fading light. He plunges through the air, a desperate hand reaching upwards, as if grasping for something lost in the vibrant, fading sky. Below him, the sounds of chirping insects rise from a dense forest, a stark contrast to the ethereal chaos he just endured. Art continues his uncontrolled descent, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion as he glances upwards, perhaps searching for a familiar face. The forest floor rushes up to meet him, a dark, unforgiving expanse of tangled roots and shadowed undergrowth. His face contorts in anguish, the realization of his predicament, and perhaps a deeper loss, settling upon him. A chilling thought echoes in his mind. She's gone. With a soft thud, his hand finally connects with the rough earth, the impact a harsh reminder of his new reality. The crushing weight of his loss settles, a silent vow forming in his heart. I'll never have the chance to see her again. The world dissolved into a chaotic blur of vertical lines, a dizzying descent through an unknown void. A primal scream tore from his throat, his small body racked with the terror of displacement. As the abstract lines gave way to a blurry forest, the distant calls of birds echoed through the unfamiliar air, a stark contrast to the chaos he had just endured. The scene solidified into a breathtaking sunset over a verdant canopy, the birds now clearly visible against the vibrant sky. He continued to fall through the ethereal blue, the world rushing past him in a dreamlike haze, until he finally landed. Lying on the forest floor, his mind, still reeling from the sudden displacement, swam with memories of the nearly 4 months he had spent with Sylvia. For a time that seemed both long and short, she had treated him like her own blood, imparting wisdom and care. She had taught him the things he had lacked since coming to this world, when a sudden, heavy thump echoed nearby. Another thump, then another, each one jarring him further. The rhythmic thumping intensified, making his body vibrate with each impact. He looked up, startled, wondering what was happening, when a familiar voice echoed directly in his mind. Ahem. Testing, testing. Ah, good. Hello, Art. Sitting up amidst a crackling purple aura, he cried out, Sylvia? Are you? As his hand reaches out, a voice echoes in his mind, revealing itself as Sylvia, who explains that if he is hearing her now, it means she has shown him her true form. With a somber expression, he listens as she continues, admitting that she had managed to leave him a message earlier, a final communication before her departure. Her ethereal, winged form appears before him, glowing with soft light, as she explains that his body, though young, has progressed his mana core to the dark red stage, yet he is still not strong enough for the full truth. He sits, contemplating her words, as she urges him to remember the family he has to protect and the purpose he must fulfill in this life. Her majestic form hovers above him, and she reveals that as a small parting gift, she has infused her unique will into him, a power that will shape his future as a mage. He reaches out, a small orb of light appearing in his hand, but a frustrated thought escapes him, wondering who asked for this gift, wishing for something else instead. Sylvia's voice softens, acknowledging the sorrow, anger, and guilt he must be feeling right now. He looks down, his face etched with emotion, as she offers her only wish for him, to embrace the joys and innocence of childhood, and to become a man his parents and she can be proud of. His hand clenches around the glowing orb, as Sylvia promises that when his mana core surpasses the white stage, he will hear from her once more. Holding the orb, he listens, as she states that at that time, she will explain everything, bidding him farewell until then. His eyes widen slightly as her final words resonate in his mind, addressing him by his former title, King Grey. The glowing orb in his hand slowly fades, leaving him alone with the weight of her message and the echoes of his past. Even after Sylvia's voice faded, questions continued to plague him. As he wondered how long she had known his true identity, and how she had even come to know it at all. One thing, however, was undeniably clear. If he focused solely on training for revenge, this life would be no different from his last. For now, he could only move forward, but first, he needed to know where he was. Looking up, the boy found himself surrounded by towering trees, their colossal trunks reaching towards the heavens, a dense, unfamiliar forest stretching as far as the eye could see. With a soft rustle of leaves beneath his bare foot, he began to move, pushing deeper into the unknown. He dashed through the undergrowth, a blur of motion, his small form weaving between the trees. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath him, sending him tumbling through the canopy, a desperate cry escaping his lips as he plummeted. He frantically reached out, his small hands grasping at anything he could, branches snapping and leaves tearing as he fought to slow his descent. With a final, powerful surge of adrenaline, he managed to grab hold of a thick tree trunk, his knuckles white as he clung on for dear life. Clinging to the rough bark of a massive tree, the young boy found himself suspended high above the forest floor. A dense canopy of leaves stretching out beneath him, obscuring the ground from view. His brow furrowed in concentration, he assessed his precarious position. Even with his mana-enhanced vision, the sheer density of the foliage restricted his sight, but one thing was undeniably clear. He was deep within the Elenoir forest, surrounded by ancient, glowing trees. He looked down, then up, searching for a path, his small frame dwarfed by the colossal trunks. A sudden slip sent him plummeting, but he quickly regained control, a burst of mana slowing his descent as he thought. Even just barely being able to use the mana rotation that Sylvia taught me, I'm able to use magic for a lot longer. He clung to another branch, his mind racing. Still, I can't help but wonder how I ended here. Another controlled fall, and he recalled Sylvia's words, that he would arrive near other humans. Tapping a tree trunk, he resolved. No matter, I'll just keep looking around. Moving with surprising agility, almost like a small monkey, he thought to himself, I'm getting pretty good at this tree-traveling business, when a piercing scream suddenly echoed through the forest. His eyes widened in shock, a startled gasp escaping him. That sounded like a human, he realized, before instantly dashing towards the source of the cry. Propelled by the distant cry, Art plunged deeper into the Elenoir forest, his small form a blur as he descended through the dense canopy. His enhanced senses pinpointed the location, a faint glimmer of light indicating a clearing below, and he knew he was close. Perched on a massive branch, he peered down, a flicker of hope igniting within him that these might be the humans Sylvia had spoken of, perhaps even people who could help him find his way home. But as he prepared to descend, a chilling sound reached his ears, causing him to pause, his expression hardening. He continued his descent with renewed urgency, his small hands and feet finding purchase on the rough bark of the ancient tree. Each movement was swift and silent, a testament to his growing control over his body and mana. As he neared the ground, he spotted a crude card, a bundled figure lying within it, confirming his fears. His ear twitched, catching muffled sounds of struggle and a harsh command, the situation becoming clearer with every passing second. A desperate, muffled cry for help echoed through the clearing, followed by a gruff voice demanding silence. The sickening sound of a strike followed, confirming the violence unfolding below. Art's eyes narrowed, a cold fury beginning to simmer within him, his focus absolute as he assessed the threat. Below, a group of rough-looking men gathered around the cart, one of them declaring that they were only days away from leaving the cursed forest, unaware of the small, furious observer in the trees. From his hidden vantage point, Art observes the bandits, one of them leering as he remarks, "Hey, boss, elf girls go for a lot, don't they?" Another adding, "She's a child too, so a virgin at." The first bandit confirms that she'll definitely fetch us a lot, as Art's small hand reaches out, his fingers scraping against the rough surface of his hiding spot, while a third bandit barks, "Shut up and put her back in the carriage already. We need to move." The chilling truth dawns on him, a stark, bloody realization. These were not mere brigands, but slave traders. His eyes, usually a soft brown, now glow with a fierce, cold blue as his face contorts in a silent scream of fury, the innocent child's features twisted by an ancient, kingly rage. Unaware of the storm brewing, one of the larger bandits hoists the unconscious elf girl over his shoulder, her silver hair cascading as he prepares to move her, the soft light of the forest filtering through the canopy above. From somewhere above, a voice calls out, urging Deuce to hurry. He had no idea how these men had managed to acquire forest hounds, but securing one of them seemed like his best chance to escape the dense woods. Below, a group of bandits, including Deuce and another man with glasses, stood guard with 3 large, antlered forest hounds, their forms barely visible through the foliage. As for those slave traders, with all the recent hardships he had endured, it felt like a perfect opportunity to finally release some pent-up frustration. Despite his eagerness to return home, he knew he still needed a solid plan, as he descended through the canopy with a soft whoosh. He plummeted through the rain-streaked air, his small form a blur against the dark forest. With a light tap, he landed on a branch, his movements precise and silent. From his perch, he observed the bandits below, their unawareness a testament to his stealth. But he held back, not striking immediately. Attacking all four of them head-on would be suicide, even for him, as he continued his silent descent with another soft whoosh. Dealing with the slave traders first was clearly the most logical course of action, his target now the river below. Having observed the bandits, he followed them, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. He waited, patiently, as the night deepened around the forest camp. From his vantage point high above, the bandit camp appeared as a small, vulnerable target. He continued to gather his strength, meditating in the quiet darkness, preparing for the coming confrontation. His plan was to make his move, only when their guards were completely down. As his eyes glowed with a faint blue light, he knew the moment had arrived. It was time. With a soft CHK, he plucked a small object from the tree, then with a precise TK, launched it towards a nearby deer. The sudden disturbance startled the forest hounds, who erupted into a cacophony of bark, grrrs. One of the bandits, annoyed by the commotion, barked, ordering his companion to silence the dogs before they woke up everything in the forest, while the other grumbled, okay, damn mutts. Without a proper weapon, he was forced to utilize a technique from his previous life, a method he wasn't even sure would work in this new world. As a faint blue aura enveloped his hand, he launched another projectile with a FWOSH, muttering to himself that the deer should just chew each other's antlers if they were that bored. The agitated deer, now thoroughly provoked, turned its attention to the nearest bandit, who stood holding a piece of meat, completely unprepared for the sudden confrontation. As the first bandit reels from the unexpected chaos, Art, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, dashes forward with incredible speed. A shimmering blade of pure mana forming in his hand, which he brings down in a devastating slash. The bandit cries out, blood splattering across his face as Art grabs a fistful of his fur collar. And with a swift, brutal motion, rips a knife from the man's belt, the action causing more blood to spurt. He deftly frees the weapon from its sheath. Now holding the bandit's own blade, a chilling gratitude in his glowing eyes as he thanks his unwitting supplier. Thank you for the weapon. Elsewhere in the dark forest, the sound of dripping blood is punctuated by a low, guttural sniff. As a large, unseen creature sniffs the air, its drool indicating a primal hunger. Then, the silence is shattered by the sickening sounds of crunching bone and snapping flesh. Confirming the animal attack has begun, while a second bandit, Pink, waits impatiently, wondering why his companion hasn't returned. The hounds are quiet now. What's taking him so long to come back? He calls out, but before he can finish, Art's glowing silhouette appears behind him, followed by a sharp snap and a spray of blood. You talking a piss or something, Pink? Pink barely has time to register the attack, his eyes wide with shock as Art strikes. What the? He finishes the first bandit with a swift, brutal slash across the throat, the sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoing in the quiet forest. As the life drains from the man, a crimson stream cascades down, painting the darkness below. The young boy, his face splattered with blood, acknowledges the challenge, realizing that fighting in this small body is far more arduous than he anticipated, prompting him to conclude the encounter swiftly before the remaining two awaken. Before he can fully execute his plan, a heavy cart slams into him from the side, sending him sprawling with a dull thud, as a bandit's muffled shout echoes through the trees. The first bandit, still conscious but incapacitated, groans at the sudden noise, while the second, Pink, complains loudly about the commotion. Pink, oblivious to the danger lurking nearby, calls out for his companions, wondering where they've gone. His search is cut short as the young boy ambushes him, leaving him sprawled on the ground next to the first bandit, both now incapacitated near the overturned cart. Suddenly, a third bandit, Deuce, lunges forward, his weapon glowing with a fierce blue energy as he lands a powerful blow on the boy. Despite the impact, the boy retaliates instantly, manifesting a shimmering green mana blade that slashes through the air, striking Deuce with precision. Deuce cries out in agony as the attack lands, the young boy calmly confirming that 3 of the bandits are now down. Wounded and surprised, Deuce urgently warns an unseen Danton that the child is a mage. He stares at the boy with a mix of fear and realization, acknowledging the unexpected power of his small opponent. As the confrontation escalates, a bandit's hand releases a sword, letting it fall to the ground, while a chilling thought echoes through the air. They wouldn't want to accidentally kill the golden egg that just landed in front of them. With a menacing hiss, Deuce's hands begin to glow with an eerie blue mana, his gaze fixed on the young boy as he asks, "Now do we?" Art's face hardens, understanding the stakes, as Deuce taunts that the boy might fetch them more than the captured elf child. But with a swift dash, Art evades the initial strike, a voice urging him, "Don't die, kid." The bandit's attack smashes into the ground where Art had been moments before, leaving a crater as the young mage continues his agile evasion. Before Deuce can recover, Art manifests a shimmering blue mana blade, slicing through the air with a sharp slice, and connecting squarely with the bandit. A sickening crack. echoes as Deuce reels from the blow, his face contorted in pain and confusion as he mutters, "The heck dash." The impact leaves Deuce stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief at the child's power, as Art's mana blade glows with an unwavering intensity. Regaining his composure, Deuce retaliates, conjuring a glowing blue whip of mana, which he snaps forward with a sharp slice. Art, however, is equally quick, manifesting his own mana whip to parry the attack, a frustrated damn, escaping his lips as Deuce stares back in utter shock, muttering, "Ew." Deuce, recovering from his surprise, grins menacingly, acknowledging Art's cute tricks, before launching a knife with a swift dash. Challenging, "Here's your weapon. Catch it." The knife flies past Art's head as he ducks with incredible speed, his sharp eyes reflecting the thought, he's fast. Closing the distance in an instant, Art delivers a powerful kick to Deuce's chest, who, despite the blow, remarks with a surprised grin, "Oh, nice reaction, kid." Having just landed a kick, Art is swiftly countered, finding himself violently thrown to the ground with a heavy impact. As he lies there, Deuce approaches, sneering, demanding his bag of gold from the fallen boy. Without hesitation, the bandit grabs Art by the leg, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Still dangling him upside down, Deuce continues his taunts, belittling the child's small body and telling him to give up. Yet, even in this precarious position, Art's mind races, observing that condensing mana into a blade seems to behave similarly to wine magic in this world, a crucial insight forming in his thoughts. If that's the case, he concludes, fire magic should follow the same principles. With a determined grunt, Art begins to condense mana in his hand, a brilliant orange glow emanating from his palm as he focuses his will. Deuce's smug expression quickly twists into one of shock and anger, realizing the child is attempting something unexpected. With a powerful surge, Art unleashes a concentrated blast of fire, sending it directly towards the bandit. The fiery magic erupts with a deafening roar, engulfing Deuce in a blinding inferno. A massive explosion rocks the area, and Deuce screams in agony as the flames consume him. Emerging from the smoke, singed and furious, Deuce curses the brat, his hand instinctively reaching for something unseen, perhaps a hidden weapon. The bandit, who had been so confident, lets out a terrified shriek as an unseen force slams into her, her desperate threat cut short, impaling her with a swift, brutal strike. As a searing wave of fire magic erupts, engulfing the area in a blinding, destructive inferno. From the dissipating smoke, a small figure emerges, standing resolute, his eyes glowing with an ethereal light, a blade of pure mana flickering in his grasp. Deuce lies defeated on the ground, his leg bleeding, desperately pleading for his life. But the young mage's gaze remains cold, a silent thought echoing in his mind. I'm sure the little girl said the same thing. Nearby, the small elf captive sobs quietly, her tiny body trembling with fear, until a gentle voice breaks through the silence, assuring her, it's safe. As a small, bloodied hand reaches out to her. She looks up, her silver hair matted, her eyes wide with a mixture of terror and dawning hope. Still bound by ropes, but now with a glimmer of salvation before her. Rustling sounds filled the darkness, prompting a small voice to question, what's this for? An adult voice responded, there are things here little kids are better off not seeing. But you're also a little. He continued, urging, let's go. He added a firm instruction, and don't take the cloth off until I say so. A small, obedient okay confirmed his words. With a soft rustle of grass, a small foot took a hesitant step forward. The adult's face, partially obscured, reiterated, we should be a good enough distance away. A hand reached down, and the voice announced, you can look now. As the covering was removed, Art's wide, blue eyes blinked in surprise at the new sight before him. Before him stood a young elf girl, her silver hair framing a shy expression, as she softly uttered, thank. Still partially covered by a cloth, she continued, why? Before simply stating, okay, nice meeting you. Art looked at her with curiosity, as a hand reached in to fully remove the covering from the elf girl. Now fully revealed, the elf girl looked up at Art with tearful eyes, holding signs that read, I'm scared, and don't leave me. While Art, with a mischievous grin, held a sign proclaiming, how can you abandon such a cute little girl in the woods, you piece of trash? He tries to reassure the young elf, telling her that the bad guys won't chase her anymore, and that he needs to get home too, wondering if elves are generally safe in this forest anyway. As they walk hand in hand through the dim woods, the small boy glances back at his new companion. He thinks about the girl, while she, with a worried expression, recalls her parents' words that beasts are only scared of adults. Tears well up in her eyes as she whimpers, recalling her parents' grim warning that children get eaten by hounds or tree golems. Seeing her distress, he asks if she knows how long it will take to get to her home, but she can only shake her head, admitting she doesn't know. With a sigh, he tells her to stay put, leaving her looking up at him with a confused huh? He explains that he'll go gather some supplies for them, hoping the trip won't be too long, and she responds with a simple okay, her trust evident. A soft blush spreads across her cheeks, as a small, grateful smile graces her lips. The young boy moves through the dense undergrowth, having salvaged what he could for the journey ahead. He continues his trek, knowing that neither of them knew how long it would take, and he also had to consider the journey back. Now equipped with a makeshift backpack and a sturdy knife, he faces the unknown path with a determined gaze. He surveys the wreckage of the carriage, acknowledging the impracticality of taking it further, musing that they would only draw unwanted attention. Having dealt with the immediate threats, he stands over the fallen beasts, their forms still and lifeless. With a heavy pack on his back, he begins his trek, a silent prayer on his lips for the elves to possess a means of returning him to the human kingdom. Later, he finds the elf girl perched on a rock, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from the small, colorful orb she holds. Approaching her, he offers her a set of clothes he found in the carriage, suggesting she wear them under his cloak to ward off the cold. She accepts with a quiet, "Thank you," and he gently pats her head, a comforting gesture in their shared predicament. A warm smile spreads across his face as he reassures her, promising to take her back home. As they walked in the vague direction she indicated, he began to learn more about the young elf. He asks for her name, and she replies, revealing herself as Tesha Aerolith. In turn, he introduces himself as Arthur Leywin, prompting her to inquire how he ended up in the Elshire forest, to which he simply states it's a long story. Under the soft, dappled light of the forest, Arthur and Tesha continue their journey, now accompanied by a loyal beast, heading towards an uncertain future. As the beast companion watches from above, Arthur reflects on his current predicament, musing that he simply got separated from his family. Continuing their journey, Tesha asks him, "Oh, so you came from the human kingdom, right?" He confirms with a simple hum, prompting her next query. "Then is it true that all male humans are perverts and have more than one wife?" Arthur is taken aback, wondering who could have told her such a thing. Tesha, looking distressed, reveals it was her grandpa, causing Arthur to stammer, "I see. Well, I'm sure there are perverts among elves too. Wait, do you even know what pervert means?" As they continue their trek through the forest, the beast follows diligently behind them. Arthur clarifies, "Well, to answer your question, usually, only some nobles prefer to have multiple wives." He then shifts the topic, asking, "Anyway, let me ask you a question. What's it like living in Elenoir?" Tesha exclaims, "Oh, now I get it," before happily describing her life. "It's fun. I spend a lot of time with my caretakers and grandpa since my mom and dad are busy." With the beast still nearby, she adds, "Oh, and once I awaken, I'll probably be given a mentor to train under. I'm pretty excited about that." She continues, "The education system seems a bit more undiscriminating in Elenoir if everyone's assigned a private mentor upon awakening." Meanwhile, Arthur's mind flashes back to the terrified bandits, cowering before his menacing grin and the knife he held. Arthur, snapping back to reality, asks, "Undiscrim, what?" then dismisses it, muttering, "Nothing. Just talking to myself," as birds chirp overhead. Later, sitting by a crackling campfire with their beast companion, Tesha softly calls out, "Hey, Arthur?" He responds simply, "Yes?" She then asks, "What happened to those bad guys that took me?" Arthur replies vaguely, "They, ran into a rather unfortunate accident." Tesha, still worried, asks, "Will they try to come find me again?" Arthur's voice carries a firm promise through the night, assuring Tesha that the bandits would never trouble her again, and she looks up at him with gratitude, thanking him for everything he had done. The vast, star-dusted sky stretches above the forest canopy, a silent witness to their journey. Later, a wisp of smoke curls upwards from their small campfire, nestled deep within the woods, where the two companions have made a temporary camp. As the night deepens, Arthur suggests that Tesha should get some rest. He stands, knife in hand, ready to take the first watch, but she questions his plan, asking what he intends to do. Inside their small tent, he calmly explains that he will keep guard outside, ensuring her safety while she sleeps. The night sky, now illuminated by a soft, ethereal blue glow, seems to watch over them. As Arthur sits alone, gazing upwards, he had hoped to use this quiet time to understand the will Sylvia had left him, but the task proves more complex than anticipated. A rustling sound breaks the silence, and Tesha, peeking out from the tent, asks if he's sure he doesn't need some rest too, then adds with a blush that her grandpa had told her never to share a bed with a boy, but she wouldn't tell on him. Arthur, looking away, reassures her that he's not sleepy, and she simply responds with a quiet, "Okay" from behind the tent flap, her eyes still wide with a hint of concern. Another rustle sounds, and Arthur, quickly changing his tune, explains that he just remembered that beasts are more likely to appear if they notice him out here, because they'll see that he's just a kid. Still feeling the warmth of his concern, Tesha blushes, her gaze averted as Arthur suggests she remain inside the tent for safety. He offers a gentle, reassuring smile, insisting that his decision is purely for their mutual well-being. A small, embarrassed protest escapes her lips, but she quickly concedes, accepting his command to sleep. As she settles down, Tesha's hand tentatively reaches out from beneath the blanket. Arthur gently takes her hand, his expression softening as he offers a comforting touch. Soon after, Tesha drifts off to sleep, nestled safely beside him within the tent. Under the vast, star-dusted canopy of the night sky, Arthur watches over the sleeping elf, acknowledging her recent hardships and wishing her peaceful rest. The dense forest canopy stretched above, a labyrinth of ancient trees marking the path of their continued journey. Beneath the boughs, small, curious creatures sniffed around a smoldering campfire, a temporary haven in the vast wilderness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Art and Tesha found solace in each other's presence, resting close as the forest settled into night. Their journey pressed on, with unfamiliar surroundings and the relentless passage of time serving as the only true indicators of their progress. Art's gaze fixed forward with a quiet determination. From above, the two figures appeared as small specks against the vast, green expanse, their path winding deeper into the wilderness. The forest itself seemed to watch them, its ancient leaves rustling with unseen currents. After Tesha's initial desperation and fears had subsided, it became clear she had no idea how to interact with him, often averting her gaze with a blush. Despite her shyness, a soft, genuine smile often graced her features, a quiet sign of her growing comfort. Together, they pressed on, a beacon of golden light piercing through the dense trees ahead, though Art admitted that worries for his family and impatience to return home didn't leave him in the best of moods. His hand gripped the staff tightly, a small, distant light serving as their only guide through the encroaching darkness. Despite the arduous journey, he managed a cheerful smile, his companion walking steadily beside him, both bundled in thick furs against the wilderness. Later, as night fell, a sharp clack echoed through the quiet forest, followed by a burst of light as a campfire ignited, chasing away the shadows. Their small tent stood ready, and the two travelers settled by the warmth, a brief respite from their relentless trek. A rhythmic thud punctuated the evening, as the final tent stake was driven into the earth. Suddenly, a sharp grab of his chest betrayed a hidden agony, for what made the journey almost unbearable were the agonizing pains coming from his mana core, striking unpredictably. He doubled over, a guttural billet-doux escaping him, as the pain seized his body. His companion's voice, laced with worry, broke the silence, asking if Arthur was all right. Kneeling beside him, she watched as he struggled to reassure her, muttering that he was fine. Her gaze remained fixed on him, her concern evident. Above them, the vast expanse of the night sky glittered with countless stars, a silent witness to their journey and his hidden struggle. Even as he tried to rest, the pain would return, his face contorting in distress, his hand clutching his chest once more, a constant reminder of the unpredictable agony. He kneels over the large, dark beast, its fur matted and thick, as if tending to a wounded companion. Later, the two children continue their journey through the dense wilderness, their small figures dwarfed by the towering trees and rugged terrain. As they move, the beast lets out a low growl, its resistance palpable, and the young elf watches him with a worried expression. He pulls on the rope with all his might, a faint blue aura flickering around his hands as he struggles to control the creature, its wild nature fighting against his will. The beast's head glows with an eerie green light, cracks of mana visibly spreading across its form as it resists. He glances back at his companion, then his eyes narrow with a renewed sense of resolve, his gaze hardening with determination. Suddenly, a sharp pain seizes him, forcing him to clutch his chest, the mana core pains returning with alarming frequency. Nearby, the young elf kicks a loose stone, lost in her own thoughts, deciding it's better not to burden him with her worries. As the day fades, the forest plunges into a deep, inky darkness, the shadows growing long and ominous. They find shelter within a makeshift tent, its simple fabric offering a fragile barrier against the night. Inside, nestled together under a blanket, they finally rest, the vast, star-filled sky stretching endlessly above them. As the first rays of dawn break through the horizon, a new day begins, painting the sky in hues of gold and blue. As days passed, Tesha, the young elf, began to recognize more and more of their indistinguishable surroundings, her senses sharpening to the nuances of the wilderness. However, their pace had slowed considerably, as her small body struggled to keep up with the relentless demands of constant travel. Meanwhile, despite strengthening his own body with mana, Art found himself unable to completely escape the toll of their journey. The mana core pains continued to grow in intensity, making it increasingly difficult for him to conceal them from the worried elf. One evening, as they settled down, Tesha looked at him with a thoughtful expression. She tugged gently at his sleeve, a question forming on her lips. He responded with a simple inviting her to speak her mind. Tesha then asked, her voice soft, "Since we've gotten to be close friends, can I call you Art like how your family does?" He considered her request for a moment, a slight smile playing on his lips. With a gentle nod, he replied, "I don't mind." Tesha, surprised by his simple acceptance, asked, "That's it?" He then elaborated with a playful grin. "I'd be most honored that Tesha Aerolith may refer to this humble countryside boy by Art." He finds himself talking to her, as if she were an adult, a habit he's picked up from his past life, but then catches himself, realizing the absurdity of it all. She quickly silences him, playfully pinching his cheek, a clear sign that despite his internal musings, she's still very much a child. He recoils dramatically, his face contorted in an exaggerated expression of pain, a testament to their growing, playful bond. Suddenly, her eyes widen, and she points ahead, convinced she's spotted something important. He initially dismisses her excitement, thinking she's just seeing more of the same forest, but then he notices the genuine wonder in her gaze. Despite the vast difference in their mental ages, their journey together had brought them closer, forging a bond that transcended their individual experiences. As they finally reach their destination, a soft tap echoes as a hand gently touches the bark of a glowing tree. The clearing is filled with these luminous trees, their soft glow illuminating the figures gathered within, a chorus of gentle taps indicating others are already exploring the magical environment. He looks at her, a question in his eyes, as Tesha beams with pure delight, her face alight with wonder at their arrival. With a triumphant declaration, she announces their arrival, a soft, resonant hum filling the air around them. Before them stands a colossal, glowing green structure, its intricate form pulsing with raw mana, emitting a powerful, sustained hum that leaves him utterly speechless. The structure continues its deep, resonant hum, its vibrant green energy washing over the entire area, a clear sign of immense magical power. As the magical clearing enveloped them, the young elf, Tesha, stood bathed in an ethereal green glow, her eyes wide with wonder and a joyful smile gracing her lips. Around them, luminous green particles drifted through the air, each one pulsing with the raw mana that permeated the ancient space. The colossal structure before them shimmered with an intense, vibrant light, its immense form radiating power that seemed to call out to them. More of the glowing motes danced in the deepening green, a silent testament to the magic saturating their surroundings. Turning back with an eager expression, Tesha extended a hand, her voice bright with anticipation, urging him to join her. Her outstretched hand beckoned, inviting him deeper into the heart of the mana-rich clearing. With a sudden, jarring impact, Art finds himself sprawled on the cold stone ground, the unpleasant sensation of teleportation still lingering, making him groan aloud. As he struggles to regain his bearings, a gentle poke to his side announces their arrival, a soft voice confirming they have reached their destination. Looking up, he sees the elf woman standing over him, her expression calm and composed. Now kneeling beside his companion, Art gazes upon a magnificent, towering gate, its surface shimmering with an ethereal glow, flanked by two silent, hooded figures standing guard. His eyes widen in genuine astonishment, reflecting the sheer grandeur of the sight before him. Beyond the gate, a breathtaking vista unfolds, revealing a colossal underground city carved into the very rock, its multi-tiered structures reaching towards an unseen ceiling, bathed in a soft, ambient light. From a higher vantage point, the city's central plaza comes into view, a vibrant hub with a glowing fountain at its heart, surrounded by elegant buildings and bustling with tiny figures moving about. The word pristine barely begins to capture the immaculate beauty of this place, as an elf man, an elf woman, and an elf child stand on a balcony, silently observing the sprawling metropolis below. Their serene faces reflect a quiet pride, as they take in the familiar yet ever-impressive sight of their home. Indeed, pristine was the only word that came to mind, and even that didn't do the scene in front of him justice, a sentiment likely shared by the new arrivals. Suddenly, a powerful surge of light blue energy erupts, swirling upwards with a distinct whooshing sound. The vibrant energy continues its ascent, forming dynamic, vertical streaks that illuminate the surrounding structures. The vibrant green light of the teleportation gate pulsed, its energy swirling and stretching into ethereal tendrils. As the light began to coalesce, the grand architecture of an elven city slowly came into view, bathed in a magical glow. Finally, the magical currents settled, leaving two figures on the ancient stone ground as the last vestiges of the portal faded. With a series of sharp, whipping sounds, the remaining green energy dissipated completely into the air. Tesha, now clad in a practical fur-lined cloak, held Art close, his small form still slightly disoriented from the journey. She scanned their surroundings, a mixture of relief and cautious assessment on her face as the last wisps of magic faded from her feet. Before them, a group of elves, including a kneeling attendant, offered a formal welcome, proclaiming, "We welcome back the royal princess." Still clutching Tesha, Art looked up with wide, bewildered eyes, questioning, "Where?" "Here." Tesha met his gaze with a gentle smile, her own relief evident as she confirmed their arrival with a simple nod. The kneeling attendant then addressed Tesha, explaining that they had arrived as soon as the royal teleportation gate had been used and that the king and queen were awaiting them. From a magnificent carriage, King Alduin Aerolith, accompanied by the queen, exclaimed with profound relief, "My baby. Tesha, you're okay." The royal carriage arrives, carrying Muriel Aerolith, the queen of Elenoir, her regal presence undeniable, as a small figure walks ahead. Meanwhile, the venerable Varian Aerolith, a name etched into every history book as the former king of Elenoir who led the last war against the humans of the Sapien kingdom, stands with a quiet dignity. His footsteps echo softly on the stone, as the royal procession continues its approach, moving with purpose. The king and queen, along with their attendants, finally meet the young princess and her companion, their faces etched with relief. A gentle smile graces the queen's lips as she embraces her daughter, Tesha, who buries her face into her mother's comforting fur-lined cloak. The attendants bow deeply in respect as the queen's hand tenderly strokes her daughter's hair, a gesture of profound affection. The king stands nearby, observing the emotional reunion, while his wife kneels to comfort their child, a picture of familial love and relief. Art, sitting quietly in the carriage, watches the scene unfold, a thought crossing his mind. He wonders if his own mother and father will react with such overwhelming emotion when they see him again. The king then turns to Art, expressing his gratitude, not just as the king of Elenoir, but as Tesha's father, and as a small gesture of appreciation for helping his daughter arrive home safely. He invites the boy to accompany them to their home. He adds that after some rest, Art will need to tell them what happened, his tone gentle, yet his eyes betraying the underlying command. This isn't an offer, but an order. Understanding the unspoken directive, Art bows respectfully, responding simply, "I'm honored." With the invitation accepted, the king extends his hand to Art, and the entire royal party, including Tesha and the attendants, begins to move towards their home, the young human now officially a guest of the elven royalty. A wide, joyful grin spreads across Tesha's face, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, she grabs his arm, pulling him forward with an eager declaration, "Let's go. There's a lot I want you to see." He had somewhat expected an impressive castle after learning. The city itself is a marvel, carved into the living rock and adorned with shimmering waterfalls, its structures glowing with an ethereal light. Inside, the palace halls stretch endlessly, each chamber more opulent than the last, culminating in a grand, domed ceiling that seems to touch the sky. As they ascend a sweeping staircase, flanked by attentive guards, he can't help but internally groan, wondering, "Ugh, what sort of corny novel did I wind up inside?" Still disheveled from his ordeal, he stands beside Tesha when a voice from off-panel commands, "This child is our guest. Please get him washed up," and King Alduin Aerolith, with Queen Muriel by his side, gestures towards a room, instructing, "Into a room, to rest." He attempts to interject, "Thank you," hoping to explain what happened first, but the royal couple simply gazes at him, their expressions unyielding. Later, seated in a lavish room under the glow of an ornate chandelier, he finds himself still unable to fully grasp the situation, Tesha sitting beside him. A maid then gently leads him away, leaving Tesha with her parents, the king and queen, who watch his departure with thoughtful expressions. Seated before the elven king and queen, the young boy, Arthur, began his account, his voice clear and steady. He introduced himself, stating, "My name is Arthur Leywin, from a humble town in the kingdom of Sapin. It is an honor to be in the presence of the royal family." Though the introduction felt a little over the top, he knew the discussion wouldn't progress if they continued to treat him like a mere child, so he maintained his composed demeanor. King Alduin Aerolith, observing him closely, remarked, "Despite you claiming to be from humble origins, you seem rather mature and well-educated, Arthur Leywin." "Very well, I'd like to hear what happened." And so, Arthur recounted his journey, starting from a vague account stating that he had gotten separated from his family after running into bandits, a narrative carefully constructed to reveal only a half-truth. It wasn't a lie, but a half-truth, a carefully edited version of his past. Inevitably, as his story progressed to the point where he had run into their daughter, Tesha, the atmosphere in the room shifted, growing noticeably heavier. With a resounding slam of his fist on the table, Alduin erupted, "Slave traders. I should have known it was humans." Arthur, a faint golden glow shimmering around him, calmly countered, "Without disrespect, slave trading is a profession, not a race, King Alduin." The king's anger intensified, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword beneath the table, the tension in the room becoming palpable. With a sharp metallic rasp, Alduin drew his blade, his guards mirroring his action, swords flashing in the opulent chamber. He pressed Arthur, his voice laced with fury. "So, you saw these slave traders take my granddaughter and you, as a child, what, negotiated with them? Begged them for mercy?" He calmly refutes the king's accusations, asserting that despite his youth, he is a mage who single-handedly eliminated the slave traders and rescued the king's granddaughter. Before he can finish his defiant statement, the king's fury erupts, his voice cutting off as he violently draws his sword, a vibrant purple aura flaring around the blade with a sharp, metallic shriek. His eyes, now glowing with an intense crimson light, reflect a raw, unbridled rage. Beside him, the queen recoils, her face etched with shock and fear at her husband's sudden, violent outburst. Despite the palpable threat, the young boy remains steadfast, his small hands gripping the table, calmly insisting that regardless of their belief, Princess Tesha was indeed returned safely. He looks up, his gaze unwavering, awaiting their judgment. His final statement is a simple, heartfelt desire to return to his family in Sapin. Regardless of whether anyone believes him, the young boy confirms that Princess Tesha has been returned safely. His only wish now is to return to his family in Sapin, but a voice questions his immediate departure. Meanwhile, Princess Tesha, looking startled, stands beside the elf queen, a soft whoosh echoing in the chamber. The elf king and queen, seated at a grand table with their guards, listen intently to the unfolding conversation. The queen, addressing the young boy, states that given their history, it's not appropriate for a human to remain in their kingdom for too long. He responds, his priority being to ensure his family's safety, and to let them know he is well. A gloved hand rests thoughtfully on a chin, as the conversation continues. The king acknowledges that regardless of their kingdom's past, he has saved their daughter and gone to great trouble to accompany her all the way back to them. This act, the queen adds, entitles him to a befitting reward, but unfortunately, the teleportation gate linked with Sapin Kingdom is only accessible once every 7 years. The king explains that this gate was established during the summit conference between the three races, a historical event that set the current limitations. He continues, stating that it will be another 5 years until the gate will open again. However, the king offers a compromise, happily sending a group of guards to escort him back home safely. The elf king, Alduin Aerolith, extends his hospitality, acknowledging the lingering resentment some elves hold towards humans due to the ancient war. He assures Art that escorts will be prepared by the following morning, urging him to make himself at home for now. Art, seated and looking up at the king, offers his thanks. Later, in a lavish room of the Elven Palace, Art finds himself alone, a faint blush on his cheeks as he takes in his surroundings. He then takes a bath, the warm water cascading over him, muttering to himself about being too tired for this. His expression shifts to one of intense frustration, a sudden burst of energy indicated by a sharp BM sound effect. He curses under his breath, realizing his situation is only getting worse. Later, sitting on a plush couch, he holds a small, glowing orb in his hands, confiding in an unseen presence. "I don't know what to do, Sylvia." He wishes for help, just as a knock-knock sounds at his door, prompting him to call out, "Coming." As he opens the door, Princess Tesha Aerolith, her green eyes blazing with anger, shoves him back with a resounding wham, sending him reeling. He lands on the floor with an OOF, as she stands over him, scolding him for speaking coldly to my family. Still reeling from their previous conversation, the young princess couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, wondering if he was truly leaving so soon. He tried to explain that he wasn't being cold, that his actions were simply a matter of respect. He clarified that his deference was due to their royal status, as they were the king and queen of the entire kingdom, but she was still upset, demanding to know why he hadn't told her about his departure. A small, knowing smile played on her lips, which he quickly admonished, though her true feelings soon surfaced, a quiet plea for him to stay. She confessed that he was the first true friend she had ever made, her voice tinged with a vulnerability that softened her earlier anger. Seeing her genuine distress, he offered a comforting smile, playfully calling her a crybaby princess to lighten the mood. With the tension broken, she eagerly suggested he show her around the castle, a new lightness in her step as they began their exploration together. As they wandered through the grand halls, she pointed out her favorite spot, a beautiful area she claimed would be even more stunning in spring when all the flowers bloomed. She gestured towards a vibrant garden balcony, emphasizing the beauty that would bloom there. Even without the full spring bloom, she noted, they could still witness the enchanting glow bees harvesting, their soft light illuminating the delicate flora as she knelt to observe them. With a joyful gasp, she cupped her hands, gathering some of the glowing particles, her eyes wide with wonder as she asked if he found it as pretty as she did. He watched the ethereal glow, captivated by the simple beauty, and as their hands reached out, a silent connection formed between them, bathed in the soft, magical light. A small, dark projectile slings through the air with a faint whoosh, catching Art completely by surprise, his eyes widening in alarm. Before he can react, Tesha pulls him back with surprising strength, just as an older elf's hand snatches the projectile out of the air. Art, however, doesn't stay still for long, dashing forward with incredible speed, a blur of motion. He deftly dodges a powerful swing from the elder elf, who moves with surprising agility for his age. Art returns the greeting with a swift punch to the elder's face, leaving the elf momentarily stunned, his expression contorted in surprise and pain. The elder elf then playfully grabs Art by the head, a wide grin spreading across his face, while Tesha, standing nearby, looks on with a mix of exasperation and concern as he exclaims about his granddaughter. He then holds up the small projectile, which Art had apparently caught and used against him, remarking on Art's impressive reaction and instincts, despite the playful trick. The elder elf continues, acknowledging Art's mediocre mana usage, but admitting he understands how Art managed to defeat the slave traders. Art, internally, thinks the old man has lost his mind, while Tesha steps forward, scolding her grandfather to stop teasing Art. The elder elf simply questions the idea of teasing, then states that Tesha should know why he came. Art looks visibly flustered, his cheeks reddening, as he wonders why the elder elf has truly arrived. The elder elf, with a thoughtful expression, muses aloud that it has been a while since he met someone as interesting as Art. Continuing his assessment, Alduin Aerolith casually tosses a wooden sword into the air, its simple form arcing before the young boy, who watches it intently. With a challenging glint in his eye, the elder elf declares, "Let's see what you're made of, brat." A wooden sword tumbles through the air, its descent swift and precise. Until young Art snatches it from the void, his grip firm as he raises it high, ready to strike. He clutches the practice weapon, a determined glint in his blue eyes. His bare feet are planted on the stone, the wooden blade now resting on the ground beside him, a moment of calm before the storm. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he lunges forward, the wooden sword ablur as he aims a powerful slash at the older man. From the sidelines, the young elf girl watches, her eyes wide with shock as she cries out, unable to believe the intensity of the training. The older man, however, remains unfazed, a faint blue energy shimmering around him as he effortlessly deflects the attack, the sound of mana crackling in the air. He stands enveloped in a soft blue aura, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he thinks to himself, acknowledging the boy's surprising ferocity. Art looks up, his small form surrounded by faint blue wisps of energy, a testament to the mana he's unconsciously drawing, his determination unwavering. He charges again, the wooden sword ablur as he unleashes another powerful slash, only for the older man to meet it with a swift, blue-tinged deflection, the clash echoing through the hall. The elder's movements are fluid, his arm a streak of light as he parries the strike, the blue energy flaring with each precise block. Art continues his relentless assault, his small body a whirlwind of motion, but the older man remains a steadfast wall, his blue-infused deflections a testament to his mastery, never allowing a single strike to land. He continued his relentless assault, his wooden sword meeting the force of Alduin's punch with a dull thud, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Despite his efforts, the elder's speed was overwhelming, a powerful fist connecting with his face, sending a jarring FWSH through the air as he was struck. Quickly recovering, he launched himself into a high jump, evading another swift kick that cut through the air with a whoosh beneath him. Coming down with a fierce BM, he brought his sword down, only for Alduin to deflect it with a subtle shish of his hand. The momentum carried him into a slide across the ground, his wooden blade skittering just out of reach. Without hesitation, he lunged forward to grab Alduin's leg, attempting to unbalance the formidable mentor. A burst of blue mana from his sword met Alduin's orange aura, their clashing energies creating a vibrant slash of light. The intense exchange continued, mana blades crossing in another powerful slash. He pressed his attack, his mana-infused sword meeting the elder's defenses, the air crackling with another resounding slash. Even with his mana and minimized movements, he found himself struggling, his sword barely able to block. A rapid punch before another whack landed, eliciting an UGH of pain. Another whack struck him, the elder's eyes glowing with an intense red light as he realized he simply can't keep up with him. His own eyes wide with effort, he saw a fleeting chance, but it was too late as a flurry of whack and thwack blows rained down upon him. Still reeling from the relentless assault, Art finds his legs swept out from under him, the impact sending him stumbling. Before he can regain his footing, a swift push sends him airborne, his practice sword flying from his grasp with a whoosh. Alduin, ever the master, snatches the falling blade midair, his eyes sharp with a challenge, and with a blur of motion, strikes Art's head, a faint blue aura flaring around the boy as the blow connects. The elf elder doesn't relent, driving the practice sword into Art's chest, the blue mana around the boy's body momentarily intensifying with the impact. Art tumbles to the ground, defeated, as a small, silver-haired girl rushes forward, her voice filled with concern as she cries out his name and then her grandfather's. He lies there, groaning, a small pft, escaping Alduin as the boy thinks to himself that he deserves this for his arrogance. The elder elf rubs his temple, a slight smile playing on his lips as he muses on the unexpected skill of his young opponent, surprised that Art was actually able to land a hit during their intense sparring. The silver-haired girl, Tesha, puffs out her cheeks in indignation, declaring that she thinks her grandfather has bullied Art enough, before playfully hitting him, causing the elder to cry out in mock pain. She insists he should have gone easier on the boy, but Alduin, now identified as Virion, counters that if he had, Art would have been the one doing the bullying, a statement that makes Art chuckle, honored that the esteemed elder thinks so highly of him. Virion's expression suddenly darkens, his gaze intense as he questions Art's use of the word honored, leaving the boy confused by the sudden change in mood. Looking down at the young boy, Virion declares that if that's the case, Art should become his disciple. With Tesha's personal first aid kit nearby, Alduin Aerolith presses his offer, asking if he agrees to become his disciple. A look of disbelief crosses the young boy's face as he asks if the elder elf is truly serious, to which Alduin simply retorts, wondering why he wouldn't be. Art then explains his hesitation, reminding the elder that he is human, and questions if a human is even permitted to reside in this elven kingdom. The elder elf assures him that no one would dare challenge him under his tutelage, acknowledging that the boy is already more capable than most children, and even some adults. He continues, stating that he can teach him things even the most skilled mages in Sapin cannot, but Art, still troubled, insists he cannot accept. He explains his concern for his parents, who are unaware if he is alive or dead, and asks if there is a way to communicate with them, suggesting that would be enough for him. As Tesha nods in agreement with Art's sentiment, Alduin pauses, then abruptly instructs someone to get Tesha washed up and into bed. The elder elf then turns his attention back to Art, a thoughtful expression on his face, before continuing their conversation. He admits his impatience, explaining it stems from something he sensed during their earlier spar, then reveals his knowledge of Art's recurring bouts of searing pain in his mana core, which are growing more frequent. Art, shocked, asks how he knew, but Alduin dismisses the how as less important than the fact that Art is unaware of the reason for his pain, then asks if he knows what a beast will is. The term beast will is entirely new to Art, immediately bringing to mind the moment Sylvia struck his core, a memory that flashes through his mind. Alduin continues, assuming Art has encountered mana beasts before, as a visual representation of mana beast classes appears, ranging from class E Deerhound to the mysterious class SS. Continuing his explanation, Alduin reveals that a beast powerful enough to be categorized as class A or higher gains the ability to pass on their will or inherent ability down once, either to their offspring or a person they are bound to. He acknowledges the mystery of how Art stumbled upon such a powerful beast will, but warns that at this stage, the power residing within him is doing more harm than good, prompting the young boy to question how the elder elf knows so much, asking if he possesses a beast will himself. With a simple yes, Alduin confirms his own connection to such power, a faint blue, bird-like aura flaring behind him as he declares himself a beast tamer. He explains that this title is not merely given, but earned, a mark of achievement obtained only after one has fully conquered the monstrous beast will residing within them. As Art gazes at the glowing, bird-like manifestation of his own beast will, its ethereal form resting gently in his hands, a profound understanding dawns upon him. Alduin kneels, his expression serious, acknowledging the young boy's desire to return to his family, but emphasizing that doing so now comes at a grave risk, for the power from his beast will is simply too potent for his immature body to handle. With a gentle tap to Art's chest, Alduin warns that if not controlled soon, the raw energy will inevitably consume him. Inside Art, a spectral dragon-like entity cracks, its form straining under immense pressure, as Alduin's words echo the dire truth. The power he has obtained will destroy his body from the inside out. As Alduin stands over him, Art is suddenly enveloped in a brilliant, white, fiery aura, the sound of rushing energy filling the air as the beast will begins to manifest more intensely. Golden particles, shimmering with raw mana, begin to ascend from Art's form, drifting upwards into the ethereal blue space around them. Finally, a single, concentrated golden particle rises, a beacon of the immense power being channeled and refined. A heavy sensation presses down on Art as he lies in a deep slumber, his mind grappling with an unseen weight. In the shadowy depths of his dream, a monstrous form coalesces, its glowing green eyes piercing the darkness, leaving him to wonder if this creature is merely the personification of his deepest worries. The monstrous visage looms closer, its silent question echoing in his mind. Are these his burdens, the expectations placed upon him, haunting him even in his sleep? Just as the dream intensifies, a sudden thud brings him back to reality, as Tesha, the young elf princess, cheerfully announces her presence, waking him with a playful "Good morning, Art. Wakey wakey." Art groggily stirs, his mind still half asleep, mistaking Tesha for the shadow monster from his dream and asking for 5 more minutes, only for the real Tesha to indignantly demand, "Who are you calling a monster?" As he slowly comes to, Tesha observes his disheveled state, commenting with a giggle that his hair looks funny. Art retorts, calling her Mini Medusa in return, as he pulls on his shirt, while she eagerly asks if he's truly going to stay here, mentioning that her grandfather told her the news this morning. He explains that they'll know for sure after the trip with Elder Virion, the princess's grandfather, but before he can finish, Tesha playfully smacks his back, reminding him, "Not princess. TSS. I'm gonna get angry if you keep calling me that." Tesha, still annoyed, insists he stop, but Art, with a mischievous grin, offers to shower and get ready, adding that she's welcome to watch if she doesn't leave the room, prompting a disgusted EW from her. She exclaims, "How perverted. Grandpa was right," while Art, exasperated, tells her to stop using words she barely understands. Later, Art descends a grand staircase, a sense of formality settling over him as he hears a voice call out, "Father, please." At the bottom, he finds himself facing King Alduin and Queen Muriel Aerolith, who are flanked by guards, as the king sternly declares that it is not appropriate for a human to reside within their kingdom. Queen Muriel acknowledges King Alduin's stance, addressing Elder Virion, who had previously expressed gratitude for Tesha's rescue, but also concerned that allowing a human to stay would defy elven traditions. However, Virion dismisses the queen's concern, stating his fondness for the young human, and adding that even his daughter, Tesha, seems to approve of his decision, prompting a surprised, almost embarrassed, interjection from King Alduin. Alduin attempts to plead his case, but Virion cuts him off sharply, declaring that the human will remain under his direct guidance, and that everyone in the kingdom must be made aware of this decree. Meanwhile, Art descends a grand staircase, a thoughtful smile gracing his lips, reflecting on the elder's trustworthiness. His musings are interrupted by Tesha, who playfully chides him for being late, then urges him to hurry, as they prepare to depart in a grand carriage. Inside the carriage, as it travels through a lush forest, Art leans back and asks Virion how much longer their journey will take, addressing him casually as Gramps. Virion, amused by the familiar address, remarks on Art's newfound comfort with him, to which Art simply responds with a noncommittal "well." Art then muses that they will soon discover how the day unfolds with his mysterious friend, as Tesha, now seated beside him, leans her head against his shoulder. Tesha explains that she woke early, eager to see him, and Virion, gently stroking her hair, confirms her excitement. As Art and Tesha share a quiet moment, Virion reflects on her past, noting that being the sole princess of the kingdom had led her to a lonely childhood, where she was often hurt by adults and even children who only pretended to be her friends. This constant betrayal eventually caused her to grow cold and distant, building an emotional wall around herself. However, Virion observes that in the short time Art has been with her, Tesha has shown more smiles and laughter than she has in years. Elder Virion, his expression stern, continues to ponder the implications of their journey, muttering to himself about the necessity of their current path. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Tesha rests her head comfortably on Art's shoulder, finding solace in his presence as they travel. A sudden jolt of the carriage announces their arrival, causing Tesha to stir, her eyes widening in surprise as she questions if they have reached their destination. The ornate carriage pulls to a stop before a quaint, moss-covered dwelling, nestled amidst ancient trees and glowing flora, a stark contrast to the royal palace they had left behind. As Art and Tesha step out, observing the rustic door, he wonders aloud about the mysterious friend who could compel the former king to travel to such a rural area. Before they can ponder further, a heavy boot slams against the door, as Elder Virion's booming voice cuts through the quiet, demanding the old witch to come out. With a powerful kick, he sends the door flying inward, startling both Art and Tesha, who flinch at the sudden, aggressive entrance. The impact echoes loudly, and from within the now open doorway, a woman with wild, silver hair emerges, glaring at Virion and retorting sharply that her ears work perfectly fine. Thank you very much. Ignoring her sarcasm, Virion turns to Art, formally introducing the woman as Rinia Darkasson, an old friend and a very special deviant who can provide assistance. Respectfully, Art bows deeply, expressing his pleasure at meeting Elder Rinia. Rinia, however, wastes no time on pleasantries, gesturing impatiently for them to stop standing outside and come inside, indicating her no-nonsense demeanor. As the group settled into the rustic dwelling, the young boy's gaze drifted upward, his mind still processing the implications of their host's unique abilities. He understood that being a deviant meant her magic, much like his mother's, didn't fit neatly into the 4 basic elemental categories, but he couldn't help but wonder about the specifics of her power. Surrounded by ancient tomes and the quiet hum of the old house, he pondered how exactly she would be able to help them. Finally, unable to contain his impatience any longer, the boy spoke, apologizing for his eagerness before asking if her magic could truly help him reach his parents, as Virion had promised. Rinia Darkasson, her gaze sharp, echoed his thought, Gramps, huh? Before Virion interjected, noting her apparent fondness for the boy. She then clarified her role, stating she was a diviner. From her perspective at the head of the table, she mused that while the nature of her magic varied from mage to mage, she was quite capable, meaning very little could be hidden from her if she chose to pry. Looking directly at the young protagonist, she explained that she knew he was special, so special in fact, that there were parts of his life even she couldn't see, but her eyes had witnessed fragments of both his past, and her eyes, glowing with an ethereal, multicolored light, seemed to swirl with cosmic energy as she finished her thought, revealing glimpses of his future. She then clarified that he wasn't there for her clairvoyant abilities, but rather to see his parents and let them know he was alive, to which he simply nodded in agreement. Acknowledging his understanding, she instructed him to lean forward and keep his eyes fixed on the basin of water, her hand hovering just above its surface. As a soft green aura emanated from her hand and enveloped his head, she guided him to focus on the image of his parents as clearly and detailed as possible, promising that once he could see them in the water, he would be able to speak to them. With his eyes closed in concentration, a vibrant green glow intensified around him and the basin, the ritual to connect with his lost parents now fully underway. As the ritual deepened, Art's consciousness drifted, a single word echoing through his mind. He remembered her glowing auburn hair and sun-kissed complexion, radiating a gentle warmth, her thin brows always knitted together, perpetually worrying about him. Then his father came to mind. With his strong blue gaze and goofy smile that brightened even the dullest of days, his silly quips and simple nature at home, severely at odds with his charisma as a leader and fighter. As his eyes, now glowing with an ethereal light, opened within the swirling magic, a desperate plea escaped his lips. The image of his father solidified in his mind, a silent call for his presence. His gaze remained fixed, wide with an intense longing, as the magical particles swirled around him. A pot of steaming stew, rich with vegetables and meat, is carefully lifted from the stove. With a soft, gentle smile, Alice presents the meal, inviting her husband to dig in. Her husband, Reynold, takes a spoonful, his eyes widening in appreciation as he exclaims how amazing the beef stew looks, wondering if there's a special occasion. Alice, however, looks away, her smile fading as she quietly denies any particular reason. She explains that it has simply been a while since she cooked for him after they moved here, the couple now seated at their small dining table. Her gaze drops to the pot of stew, a wistful expression in her eyes as she murmurs that this used to be both his and Arthur's favorite dish. Reynold, catching her somber tone, asks what she said, but Alice quickly dismisses it, insisting it was nothing. A close-up reveals her biting her lip, a deep sadness clouding her features as she looks down. Her hands instinctively rest on her visibly pregnant belly, and from within, a small voice echoes, "Greeting. Hi, Mom." And then, "Hi, Dad." Alice and Reynolds stare at each other, wide-eyed, as the voice continues, "It's me, your son." The spoon in Reynolds' hand trembles, the name Arthur escaping his lips in a whisper as pieces of stew begin to fall. The stew tumbles from the spoon, splashing into the bowl, a moment of profound shock and disbelief hanging in the air. Arthur's telepathic voice echoes in their minds, asking if they're surprised to hear him, promising to explain everything later, but first wanting them to know he's alive and safe. Meanwhile, two women, one with blonde hair and glasses, the other with dark hair, huddle together in terror, their faces etched with fear as the blonde woman begins to speak. "I managed to." Arthur's voice continues, explaining he survived the fall off the cliff, just barely, as a flashback shows Reynolds standing on a rocky precipice, looking up at the sky, two birds circling above him. He then reveals this information should be kept a secret, as he's currently staying in the kingdom of Elenoir, with the elves, a scene depicting Reynolds kneeling in despair, comforted by a red-haired man. The narrative shifts to a group of elves, including Alju and Aerolith, standing near a rustic wagon adorned with vibrant flowers, confirming Arthur's words. Arthur acknowledges the difficulty of the situation for his parents, knowing it must have been hard, as Reynolds is shown clenching his fist, his face a mask of anguish. He expresses hope that they don't blame each other for what happened, the scene illustrating Alju and Aerolith and other elves tending to the wounded blonde woman from earlier, her arm bleeding. Arthur admits it's been hard for him too, but he's glad they're both okay. A somber Reynolds shown with a small wound on his cheek, his gaze distant. He declares his pride in what he did, and that if he could go back in time, he would do it again, the words overlaying a desolate, rainy landscape with a lone, gnarled tree. Even if it meant he would die, his voice concludes, as Reynolds gently comforts the dark-haired woman, both sheltering from the rain, their faces etched with a shared, quiet sorrow. Arthur's telepathic voice reaches his parents, explaining that while he wishes he could join them, it's currently difficult, as he has a sort of illness that requires treatment. He reassures them that he's not in any immediate danger, but emphasizes the need to get treated before he can finally head back home. His message continues, a sense of urgency in his tone, as he admits he's unsure when he'll be able to reach out to them again like this. He confirms his recovery is underway and reveals that a mage, a deviant like his mother, is the one enabling this extraordinary communication. As his parents, Alice and Reynolds, walk together, Arthur's voice shifts, addressing his father directly. He instructs his father to continue practicing magic and fighting, while also ensuring the safety of his mother and the baby. A flashback shows Alice and Reynolds in a more domestic setting, as Arthur's message concludes with a playful challenge. He tells his father not to be surprised if he can beat him in a match the next time they meet. The message fades with a simple, yet profound, "Until then," leaving Reynolds to ponder his son's words. A tender flashback shows a pregnant Alice resting on a couch, with Reynolds by her side, a moment of quiet anticipation. The scene lingers on the domestic tranquility, a stark contrast to the dangers Arthur now faces. Reynolds' expression, a mix of concern and determination, reflects the weight of his son's words and the unspoken challenges ahead. He looks on, his expression etched with concern, while Alice, his wife, shares a similar worried gaze. Tears stream down her face as she calls out, "Honey," a desperate plea, while a faint voice echoes in her mind, "Mom, Dad." She tries to compose herself, urging, "Slow down, honey." Her husband, startled, rises from his seat as she begins to speak. "Art is." But before she can finish, the voice from afar interjects, "I love you both." The couple embraces tightly, a moment of shared emotion, as the final message resonates. "Take care until I get back." The ethereal image of their embrace shimmers within a glowing, aqua-colored orb, a fragile window into their distant connection. The magical energy begins to dissipate, the vibrant colors fading into a soft, pale blue, signaling the end of the communication. A single, resonant drip breaks the silence, marking the final severance of the telepathic link. Arthur sits alone, tears silently falling from his eyes, the weight of his message and separation heavy upon him. Above a small basin, the hands of Rinnia Darkassan hover, droplets of water falling from them with a soft drip, drip, as she observes the young boy. His face, still wet with tears, hardens with a newfound resolve, his eyes burning with determination. With a firm voice, he declares, "I'm ready." Within the opulent halls of the Elven Palace, King Aljuin Aerolith and Queen Muriel Aerolith made their way through the grand entrance, their expressions composed. Approaching the young Arthur, who stood beside their daughter, Tesha, still bound from her ordeal, the king cleared his throat, a subtle gesture of his intent to speak. He admitted to the boy that years of kingship had perhaps made him a bit old-fashioned and stubborn, his gaze softening slightly as he addressed the young human. Queen Muriel then gently tapped her husband, stepping forward to clarify his sentiment, explaining that they were truly sorry for their earlier actions and wished for Arthur to consider this place his own. King Aljuin, now facing away, continued, acknowledging Arthur as his daughter's savior and his very first disciple, extending a proper welcome once again. With a sincere expression, he offered his hand to the young boy. Arthur, looking up at the king, firmly grasped his hand in return. As their hands met, Arthur expressed his gratitude for the king's generosity. Suddenly, Tesha, her eyes wide with excitement, grabbed Arthur's arm, eagerly suggesting they play outside and explore the city if the king was truly sorry. Tesha declared herself ready, while Arthur sat patiently on the steps, and she called out to him, urging him to go. Surrounded by a shower of delicate pink petals, Tesha stood, her excitement palpable as she anticipated their adventure. As the elf princess and Arthur ventured into the bustling city, the vibrant market street unfolded before them, a tapestry of sights and sounds. However, their exploration was abruptly interrupted when Arthur accidentally bumped into a passing figure, eliciting a startled "ack" and a quick apology from him, only for a disgusted "gross" to follow from a nearby voice. The source of the rude remark, a young elf, recoiled dramatically, declaring with disdain that he had acquired human germs on himself, leaving Arthur and the princess utterly bewildered. Posing with an air of arrogant superiority, the elf boy then challenged Arthur, asking if he truly believed he belonged there just because Elder Virion favored him, before dismissively telling him to go back to where you came from, monkey. Annoyed by the encounter, the princess urged Arthur to simply leave, while he internally grumbled about this blatantly cliché side character ruining their outing. The elf boy, Farith Ivsar II, however, had no intention of letting them go so easily, thinking he kind of wanted to mess with him. Then addressing the princess, he declared that while he applauded her kindness, it was beneath her level to be with this human commoner, offering to escort her himself. Farith watched them with a smug expression, his words clearly designed to provoke a reaction from Arthur. Both Arthur and the princess gasped in recognition, exclaiming, "Farith? The Farith Ivysaur?" To which the elf boy proudly responded, "So even you've heard of my genius? Of course, awakening recently while I'm still so young is." His boast was cut short by Arthur's indignant correction. "Wait, what did you just call me? It's pronounced Ivsar, you ignorant fool." Arthur, meanwhile, simply thought, ignorant indeed. Farith, undeterred, continued his condescending tirade, claiming he had no idea he was in the presence of such inspiring genius, and that this bug would remember to give him proper respect. With a final, dismissive flourish, Farith turned to leave, telling them, "Now, if you'll excuse us," as he began to walk away with his entourage. But just as they thought the ordeal was over, a sudden, sharp voice cut through the air, commanding, "Stop," and halting Farith in his tracks. Farith Ivsar II, still seething from their previous encounter, confronts Arthur and Tesha, accusing him of sarcasm. Arthur, observing the elf's reaction, notes that his opponent isn't quite as oblivious as he first thought. Then, with a dramatic flourish, Farith declares, for the honor of the Ivsar house, he challenges Arthur to a duel. Arthur's mind reels at the unexpected turn of events, while an unseen voice sharply questions Farith's audacity in challenging a disciple of Elder Virion. With the stage set for the duel, Princess Tesha raises her hand, signaling the official start of the confrontation, before commanding her opponent to prepare himself. Farith Ivsar, fueled by arrogance, lunges forward with his staff, declaring his intent to show Arthur his genius, but the human child merely blinks, seemingly unfazed by the attack. Before Farith's staff can even connect, Arthur's hand flashes out, delivering a sharp, unexpected blow directly to the elf's face. The impact sends Farith Ivsar reeling backward, his body flying through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. He lies defeated, his staff spinning uselessly nearby, as other young elves watch in stunned disbelief. Arthur looks down at his fallen opponent with a hint of disappointment, wondering if that was truly the extent of the challenge, while Tesha, standing beside him, simply sighs, having anticipated this outcome all along. Without a word, Arthur grabs Tesha's hand, and the two children make a hasty escape, running off together as she gleefully urges him to hurry. As they continue their playful escape, a sense of warmth settles over Arthur, who finds himself growing to appreciate the little princess more and more with each passing moment. The rest of the day, though not as thrilling as a duel, was a welcome distraction, a refreshing change of pace from his usual routine. It allowed him to clear his mind, as he and Tesha spent time together, even visiting a library. They explored the bustling streets, Arthur even trying his hand at haggling with a vendor. Their day continued with more adventures, sharing smiles and experiences as they navigated the vibrant elven city. He stands on a grand bridge, overlooking a vast chasm, as the conversation turns to his impending training. His companion, Tesha, leans in with a soft smile, asking if he feels nervous about his training starting tomorrow. He listens intently, his expression thoughtful. Alduin, however, offers a starker perspective, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He warns that his lessons will be far from easy, regardless of how Arthur has been taught before. Arthur takes in the words, as Alduin describes the pain of mana core assimilation, comparing it to submerging one's body in boiling tar. Alduin points a finger directly at him, emphasizing that he will be stuck in a foreign land, far from the comfort of his family. Even daily life will become arduous, he continues, but then a but hangs in the air. Alduin's voice softens slightly, promising an enormous payoff if Arthur can endure the trials. The air shimmers with faint magical particles as Alduin challenges him. "Are you up for it, brat?" A confident smile spreads across his face, declaring his excitement and reflecting on how far he has come to reach this point, thinking of his parents. With a surge of resolve, he clenches his fist, ready to grip the challenge ahead. Having accepted the daunting challenge of his training, Arthur's resolve hardens, his thoughts echoing with anticipation for all that lies ahead, and more. The world itself seems to stretch out before him, a vast, intricate landscape of ancient structures and deep, verdant chasms, all shimmering with scattered motes of glowing blue energy. As his gaze sweeps across the magnificent vista, he finds himself unable to contain his eagerness for the future that awaits him within this grand realm. The glowing blue particles, symbols of the magic he will master, dance and swirl, promising untold power and adventure. 3 years later, the world had continued its turning. A familiar voice calls out, a red thread of destiny symbolically connecting two figures, urging Arthur to awaken. But he remains stubbornly asleep, prompting a more forceful approach as a small foot presses down, twisting his ankle with a burst of mana, eliciting a pained gasp. The pressure intensifies, forcing him to surrender with a resigned sigh. Rubbing his now sore ankle, Arthur questions Tesha's aggressive wake-up call, wondering why she couldn't find a gentler method. Unfazed, she retorts, placing the blame squarely on him for not waking up when asked nicely. Standing tall and confident, the young elf girl exudes an air of self-importance. With a bright smile, she suggests he should be grateful to be woken by someone as pretty as her. Arthur, however, remains unimpressed, teasingly remarking that he finds the maids here plenty pretty, which earns him a sharp, silent glare from Tesha. Her thoughts are clear, as she pointedly asks if he truly found the maid pretty. As they ascend a grand staircase, Arthur tries to defuse the situation, telling her to drop the subject. At the top, an older elf, Alduin, greets them with a knowing look, commenting on their tardiness before announcing it's time for their lesson. Having just concluded his comprehensive lesson on the world's elemental magic, detailing the 4 basic elements, their higher forms, and the unique affinities of each race, humans, elves, and dwarves, to these magical energies, including the rare deviants who could manipulate advanced forms or anomalies like healing, Alduin Aerolith observes his young students, when Arthur looks up at him, asking if the explanation was sufficient. He pauses, considering the boy's earnest question, before offering a thoughtful, drawn-out Meanwhile, Tesha lies exhausted on the ground, panting softly, as Alduin finally declares the explanation passable, prompting Arthur to immediately follow up with another eager question. Kneeling on the grass, the young elf reflects on the rigorous assimilation process, understanding its purpose is to prepare Arthur's body to wield his beast will. Yet, a question lingers in her mind, wondering if it wouldn't be more effective for him to physically train his body while simultaneously using magic, just as she does. Her grandfather's lessons had already covered the topic, but the stark differences between races had become increasingly apparent over the past 3 years. While humans were considered talented if they awakened in their late preteen years, it wasn't surprising for elven children to awaken as early as 10, and for Tesha, it had happened even earlier, at the tender age of 9. Her grandfather, Alduin, turns to her, asking if she's upset about being the only one getting physically beaten up during training, to which she readily admits, yes. Arthur, watching the exchange, thinks to himself that his grandpa needs to go easier on her, acknowledging that since her awakening, she's been training her conjuring skills with a tutor while also learning to fight from her grandfather, a combination that will make her quite the formidable force in the future. Alduin then explains that Arthur's past 3 years have been dedicated to fusing his bones, muscles, and organs with his mana, assuring them that once this process is complete, his body will be stronger and more resilient than even a veteran warrior. Tesha, still a bit sore, asks why he's so sensitive when she hits him, prompting Alduin to chuckle, patting Arthur's head as he explains that Arthur hasn't been physically training like her, the little one. He then teases her, remarking that 3 years of fusion haven't been enough to sap away her energy, a playful jab at her earlier complaint. Turning to Arthur, Alduin asks if he's ready, his gaze firm as Arthur meets it with a determined expression. Alduin explains that after today, Arthur will be a true beast tamer, unlike those lucky adventurers who merely use their beast will as tools, and with a glowing orb of mana in his hand, he prepares for the next step. He announces his intention to ignite Arthur's mana core by inserting a large amount of his own mana, promising that while it might feel a bit warm, it shouldn't be too bad, as his glowing hand makes contact with Arthur's chest. As the mana core ignition began, a searing pain ripped through him, forcing a guttural cry from his throat while a brilliant orange light enveloped his small form. The agony intensified, his scream echoing as the light around him pulsed with a vibrant pinkish-yellow hue, radiating raw power. Then, with a deafening boom, the energy erupted outwards in a blinding flash, cracking the very ground beneath him. The sheer force of the blast sent him hurtling backward, slamming his small body against a tree with a violent impact. He spun through the air before landing with a heavy thud, lying motionless on the forest floor. From a distance, the elder elf watched in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief at the spectacle, while the young elf beside him gasped, "What in the world?" The young elf, Tesha, wasted no time, sprinting towards the prone figure, her voice filled with urgency as she cried out his name. Kneeling beside him, she gently asked if he was all right, to which he slowly replied, I'm fine, I think," his voice weak but steady. Alduin, now closer, regarded the boy with a serious expression, acknowledging his reasons for secrecy but insisting, "I have to ask one more time. What sort of beast gave its will to you?" Lying on the ground, he looked up at the elder elf, his eyes holding a profound depth as he revealed, "She was a dragon." Alduin's eyes widened in shock, a single word escaping his lips in disbelief, "D-drag. Dragon." The revelation sent a wave of profound realization through the elder elf, his face contorted in astonishment as he muttered, "Dear Lord, a real dragon tamer. IT trained in actual." Alduin, sitting by the bed, inquires about Arthur's well-being. Arthur, still recovering, retorts that he should be asking the same question, recalling Alduin's frantic reaction before he lost consciousness. Before coughing and admitting he has since calmed down, then asks if he can trust them to keep his secret even after he leaves. To which Alduin confirms, adding that the topic of his departure has already been decided, with his leaving set for 4 months from now, a revelation that shocks Arthur, who had expected a 2-year wait. Alduin explains that an interracial tournament for the youths of the 3 kingdoms has finally been confirmed, and during this time, portals in Zyra city of Sapin will be open to both the Elenoir kingdom and the kingdom of Darv. Arthur, looking surprised, then asks if this is why Tesha isn't there, wondering if Alduin is telling him this because of her absence. Alduin reassures him not to worry about Tesha, acknowledging that Arthur has been checking in on them through Rinia for years. But now he'll finally be able to see them in person, as he gently rubs Arthur's head, who still finds 4 months to be a short time. Alduin then playfully warns him that he'll make him wish those 4 months were over sooner, explaining that now that his assimilation is complete, his training will become even harder. Before telling him to get some rest, and that he will break the news to Tesha gently, then turns and walks out of the room, leaving Arthur to ponder the implications. Arthur's eyes reflect his thoughts as he lies in bed, contemplating the upcoming 4 months. As he sits up, perhaps still contemplating the weight of his recent conversation, Arthur's attention is abruptly drawn to a soft, rhythmic sound, a distinct crack echoing through the quiet room. His gaze falls upon a large, iridescent egg, now visibly fracturing, its surface glowing with a spectrum of colors. Arthur watches intently as the colorful, iridescent stone begins to crack, a familiar name echoing in his mind. He stares in disbelief, wondering if the precious artifact has truly broken, as more fissures spread across its surface. The stone continues to fracture, emitting a brilliant, blinding light as it nears its breaking point. A wave of shock washes over him as he finally comprehends the truth. Sylvia's stone was never a stone at all, but an egg. With a final, resounding crack, the shell bursts open, revealing a small, dark form within. The tiny creature stirs inside its broken shell, shaking off the remnants before letting out an adorable yawn. Arthur gazes down at the newly hatched being, a small, black, winged creature now sitting on the floor. Later, back in his bed, he gently cradles the small creature in his hands, observing its every movement. The creature looks up at him with bright yellow eyes, its tiny form fitting perfectly in his grasp. He tentatively calls out to it, then asks if it's a dragon, to which the creature responds with an enthusiastic chirp. He gently holds the small, black creature, a soft smile gracing his lips as he finds it utterly adorable. Suddenly, the creature bites down on his arm, causing him to cry out in pain. A small, circular bite mark appears on his skin as the creature clings to him, letting out a soft sound. He tries to gently pull the creature away, hissing slightly from the lingering discomfort. The bite mark on his arm begins to glow with a faint, ethereal light as the small dragon looks up at him, calling out its own name. Waking up in his bed, he looks around in confusion, wondering what just happened. Sitting up, he finds the creature on his chest, calling out its name again, and he realizes he can hear its thoughts. The creature continues to make soft sounds, and he understands it's calling for its mother. A small laugh escapes him as he confirms the telepathic link, then playfully suggests the creature call him Papa since he is a boy. The creature responds with a questioning sound, then purrs contentedly as he strokes its head, deciding to name it Sylvie after its mother. The creature, now named Sylvie, chirps happily, and he asks if it likes the new name. He expresses surprise that Sylvie truly likes the name, feeling its positive emotions through their bond, and realizes the glowing mark on his arm is far more significant than a simple bite. He feels a profound connection, as if this new mark on his arm is directly linking him to the little dragon. He chuckles to himself, an 8-year-old with a tattoo, and now, a father. Indeed, he truly is a rebel. Later, he lies peacefully in his bed, lost in slumber. His peaceful rest is abruptly shattered by a piercing scream. He stirs, his face contorted in annoyance, before sitting up and looking around, wondering who dares disturb his sleep. To his surprise, a young elf girl stands before him, holding the little dragon, Sylvie, and exclaiming how incredibly cute she is. He glances towards the ornate door, a hint of exasperation on his face. Back in bed, he laments the loss of his beautiful sleep, while Tesha, still holding Sylvie, playfully tugs at his blanket, calling out to Sylvie as Papa. Later, in a grand hallway, King Alduin, Tesha's father, questions Arthur about his telepathic connection, asking if he can truly communicate with Sylvie using his mind. Tesha, walking beside him, remarks on his luck, wishing she could communicate with Sylvie too, but then playfully warns him that Sylvie would like him more if he stopped looking at her like some kind of predator. As they continue through the hall, Tesha excitedly calls out to her grandfather, urging him to come and see Arthur's new pet. The elder elf, Virion, turns, his sharp green eyes narrowing slightly, as the focus shifts to Sylvie's glowing yellow eyes. Virion recoils in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief as the small black creature, Sylvie, perches innocently on Arthur's head, its tiny claws flexing. He clutches his chest, muttering that he's going to die early from all this constant shock, while Tesha looks on with a delighted smile. After Arthur explained to Virion what had transpired and where Sylvie had come from, the elder elf revealed that beings like Sylvie typically only hatch in the presence of their own kin. They pondered why she might have hatched in front of him, concluding that the only plausible reason was his full activation of Sylvia's will the day before. Arthur, considering the implications, wonders if he'll have to hide Sylvie once he returns, knowing that most people wouldn't understand the true power of such a being. Virion reassures him, suggesting he can simply pass her off as a rare mana beast, while Sylvie hisses playfully at the still-prone Tesha, who pleads for her to stop. The elder elf then shifts the conversation, explaining that they had held back on strengthening Arthur's mana core during the assimilation process, but now that his dragon will has fully awakened, it's time to train both his core and his new abilities. Arthur, eager to learn, asks what he needs to do, as Virion smirks, a knowing look on his face. Virion elaborates, stating that the best way to access the first stage of his beast will, in addition to strengthening his mana core, is to constantly engage in combat. Arthur acknowledges this, finding the logic sound, and clenches his fist with determination. Virion continues, explaining that fighting a fellow beast tamer who uses these stages against him will further enhance his growth, leaving Arthur with a look of surprise. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy beast with glowing yellow eyes erupts from the darkness, letting out a thunderous roar as Arthur stands ready to face it. A powerful, unseen force slams into the white-haired elf, sending her reeling backward, her hands flying up to protect her head, while Arthur, caught in the same blast, instinctively crosses his arms in a defensive posture, bracing against the impact. The oppressive pressure intensifies, revealing the source of the blast, a towering, shadowy beast with piercing yellow eyes, its very presence screaming of impending doom. Its form, wreathed in dark mist, stands as a formidable challenge, its glowing gaze fixed with predatory intensity. And then, a voice rumbles from the darkness, a direct challenge echoing through the desolate space. Beast tamers are mages capable of harnessing the unique abilities inherited from a mana beast. The first stage, known as the acquire phase, allows the beast tamer to borrow their beast's inherent strengths, manifesting as partial transformations. However, it is only at the second stage, the integrate phase, that a mage can truly utilize their beast's unique abilities and characteristics, achieving a full, seamless transformation. And for Virion, who had only unlocked this second stage after decades of studying his beast will, the mastery was profound. He was now able to utilize the deadly prowess of a shadow panther, a form of pure, predatory efficiency. Now, addressing Arthur, he instructed the boy to pay close attention as he prepared to sneak up from behind. Arthur, with a slight scoff, wondered if his mentor truly believed he could be snuck up on even after a warning, unaware that the shadow panther form was already moving with silent, deadly grace. A faint whoosh was the only sound as the shadow form closed the distance with impossible speed, a light tap on Arthur's shoulder marking its arrival. Arthur's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling from the sheer velocity, a question mark hanging in the air as he tried to process what had just happened. The shadow form then reached out, its presence looming, a silent declaration of doom for any who would face it. Arthur could only stare, a nervous gulp escaping him, as the overwhelming power of the integrated beast form enveloped him. Completely outmatched, he quickly declared, "I surrender," admitting that he couldn't even react to such speed and found the form itself quite trauma-inducing. Virion, his face etched with a knowing smirk, acknowledges the power he wields, a shadowy aura swirling around him. Even so, he cautions, this integrated phase isn't without its drawbacks, still demanding a significant toll on his energy. Arthur, listening intently, understands that while his mentor's movements are impressive, he couldn't sense his presence even when he was directly behind him. Virion then explains that shadow panthers possess an innate ability to manipulate wind and sound, allowing them to achieve such stealth. With a playful glint in his eye, Virion offers Arthur a wooden sword, suggesting it's time to move beyond mere observation. Days quickly transformed into weeks, as Arthur immersed himself completely in training, guided by Virion's wisdom and his own burgeoning insights. Through this rigorous regimen, he not only accessed the first stage of his dragon will, but also learned to conceal its presence from other mages, a crucial skill taught by his mentor. When not focused on strengthening his mana core or studying Sylvia's dragon will, Arthur found himself sparring against Virion, or, as in this instance, against Tesha, who unleashes a focused magical strike that sends him reeling. Fortunately, the assimilation process allowed his body to keep pace with the constant demands of training, and in his downtime, he embraced the simple joys of childhood, just as Sylvia had wished. His eyes, now a striking blue, reflect a newfound maturity and power, a testament to his growth. And so, the days of intense preparation continued, until the day of departure finally arrived. A profound sadness washes over Tesha, her green eyes wide with unshed tears, as the reality of Arthur's impending departure settles upon her. Indeed, spending every day together over the last few years had forged an unbreakable bond, making the news of his approaching journey all the more difficult for her to bear, a poignant memory of their shared time together, standing with her family and Arthur in the grand hall. As he had often been her quiet comfort, sitting beside her on the bed, offering solace. Now, back in the present, Arthur examines his bandaged forearm, a faint mark visible beneath the wrapping, just as he had suspected. He muses that Grandma Sylvia's feather effectively conceals Sylvie's mark, a small, black dragon perched on his shoulder, as he taps his wrist, confirming the disguise. Outside, Virion approaches, his voice gentle but firm, informing Arthur that it is time to go and that his carriage awaits. He then hands Arthur a small, ornate compass, adorned with the Aerolith house crest, explaining it will help him navigate the forest, to which Arthur gratefully replies, "Thanks, Gramps." With a playful smirk, Virion adds a teasing remark, suggesting Arthur could always find another princess to lead him back, much to the young boy's exasperation and Tesha's surprise. Tesha, indignant, playfully pulls his nose, making him yelp in mock pain, insisting it was just a joke, a little one. As he rubs his nose, Virion then tells Arthur that with his training, he expects him to be stronger the next time they meet, and Tesha nods in agreement, her expression resolute. Arthur pulls Tesha into a heartfelt embrace, whispering that he will miss her and urging her to stay safe. Her face, flushed with emotion, presses against his shoulder, a silent testament to their deep connection as he prepares to leave. As he prepared to leave, Tesha clung to him, her voice soft with emotion, confessing that she would miss him dearly. Soon, Arthur was waving from the departing carriage, leaving Virion behind, who watched him go with a knowing smile. He continued to wave as the carriage rolled away, his new adventure beginning. Inside, a blonde-haired elf, seated with two companions, recognized him instantly, exclaiming, "Well, look who it is. If it isn't Arthur, the human brat. Did you finally get kicked out of the kingdom?" Arthur, taken aback, wondered who this person was, as the blonde elf declared himself the noble he had unfairly defeated. The blonde elf continued, his voice rising in indignation, explaining that any true duel was a demonstration of magic, and the challenger always struck first, implying Arthur had cheated. Arthur, surprised by the outburst, recognized the name, as Ferith Ivsar III introduced himself, claiming he was defeated underhandedly as a naive child, but would be ready to fight now. Despite his bluster, Ferith extended his hand, and Arthur grasped it in a gesture of reconciliation. The purple-haired elf, sitting beside Ferith, greeted Arthur warmly, apologizing for their past bullying, while the gray-haired elf nodded in agreement. She then suggested Arthur could call Ferith by a nickname, to which Ferith reacted with a panicked, "Don't tell him that." Ferith's face flushed with embarrassment, while the purple-haired elf looked amused, as Arthur sat calmly, observing the playful interaction. Above, a lone bird soared through the vast, open sky, symbolizing the freedom and new horizons awaiting him. As the carriage continued its journey high above the clouds, the rhythmic sway lulled most of its occupants into a deep slumber, their soft snores filling the air. Unfazed by the quiet around him, Arthur remained awake, his gaze fixed on the vast, open sky outside the window, watching the birds glide by. Suddenly, a voice from the front broke the silence, announcing their arrival as the magnificent floating city of Xyrus came into view, its grandeur stretching across the horizon. With the city now clearly visible below, the driver confirmed their destination, and the distant hum of the bustling metropolis began to reach them. As the carriage drew closer, revealing the intricate streets and countless inhabitants, Arthur's thoughts immediately turned to his parents, knowing they were somewhere within this sprawling, wondrous place. Under a vast, clear sky, a lone crescent moon hangs high above, casting a gentle glow over the world below. The sounds of a lively town square, filled with the chatter of many voices, drift through the air, as people go about their day beneath the towering central structure and gather at outdoor cafes. Further away, beyond the lively market, a grand mansion stands, its elegant architecture a stark contrast to the common bustle. From above, the mansion's expansive courtyard is visible, with carriages awaiting, all bathed in the soft light of the crescent moon, as if anticipating an important arrival. And indeed, a young man, carrying a backpack and a suitcase, approaches the mansion's grand entrance, his steps echoing softly on the stone stairs. Standing before the imposing double doors, he addresses the small black creature perched on his shoulder, declaring, "We're finally home, Sylvie. Are you ready?" With a firm resolve, his fist rises, knocking twice on the heavy door. His mind drifts back to the past, recalling moments when he had nearly died, and the profound grief of losing someone important, a winged creature he cherished. He remembers the chilling realization that he had killed, a memory etched in blood and glowing blue eyes. He reflects on the rigorous training he had endured for his life, sitting alongside a young elf girl and an older elf man, yet none of these past trials felt as nerve-wracking as this very moment. A nervous gulp escapes him, as a voice from within calls out, "Coming." His eyes widen, filled with a mix of apprehension and hope. A small, unfamiliar voice echoed from within the grand mansion, followed by the soft creak of the door opening, as an elderly maid peered out, asking if she could be of assistance to the young man standing before her. Bowing respectfully, Arthur Lewin introduced himself, explaining that he had been informed his family was currently residing in this very manor, a revelation that clearly surprised the maid. Just then, from behind the maid's skirt, a small girl with wide, curious eyes cautiously peeked out, her gaze fixed on the newcomer. Before anyone could react, a frantic voice echoed from the grand staircase, as Alice Lewin rushed down, calling out the girl's name, Elenoir, with a mix of relief and urgency. Alice, still speaking about greeting visitors properly, tripped and fell to the floor, her words trailing off as she finally registered the scene before her. Overwhelmed by the sudden rush of emotions and the sight of his family, Arthur's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground. Nearby, a bowl of food lay overturned, its contents spilled across the floor, a testament to the chaos of the moment. As he lay there, his companion Q perched on his head, Arthur's mind raced, trying to process the sight of Elenoir, realizing she must be his sister, before a more pressing thought took hold. Looking up at the woman who had rushed to his side, he managed a weak, heartfelt greeting, acknowledging his mother and announcing his return home. Tears streaming down her face, Alice reached out, her expression a mixture of disbelief and overwhelming joy. Without another word, she pulled him into a tight, emotional embrace, holding him close. Alice sobbed, her voice thick with emotion, confirming she recognized his voice and expressing her profound relief that her baby was finally home. Overwhelmed by the emotional reunion, his younger sister, Elenoir, could only watch, her small voice pleading, "Mama, don't CWI, don't CWI," as tears streamed down her own face. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed from the mansion's entrance, signaling another arrival. It was Arthur's father, Reynolds Lewin, his face contorted with emotion as he cried out, "Oh my God! Hey Arthur, my son!" He sprinted across the grand hall, a maid pointing towards the reunited mother and son, his entire being focused on reaching them. In a powerful embrace, Reynolds enveloped both Alice and Arthur, his own tears joining theirs in a torrent of relief and joy. The family clung to each other, their raw emotions filling the air, while even the maid knelt, wiping away her own tears, moved by the profound reunion. Later, gathered in a comfortable sitting room, Alice, still teary-eyed, fussed over her son, asking about his health and whether his illness had been fully treated, worried he looked too thin. He simply reassured her, "Mom, I'm fine, never better." Reynolds, ever the pragmatist, gently chided his wife for asking too many questions at once, adding that one look was enough to see how big and strong their son had become, a sentiment Arthur confirmed with a quiet, "That's right." Alice then turned her attention to Elenoir, who was still on the floor, and with a warm smile, called her over to greet her big brother, prompting the little girl to ask, "Big Bloater?" Elenoir, her eyes wide with wonder, began to crawl towards the couch where Arthur sat with his companion, Hugh, as Alice confirmed, "Yes. The brother in the stories Mommy and Daddy tell you before bedtime." The little girl's face lit up with pure delight, finally meeting the fabled figure of her childhood tales. With wide, innocent eyes, the little girl looks up at him, her voice a soft, excited whisper, "Hello, Big Bloater." As he takes in her earnest gaze, a montage of memories flashes through his mind, a silent acknowledgement of his new role. "Hello, Elenoir. It's nice to finally meet you, sister." He kneels, gently taking her small hand in his, a tender moment witnessed by his parents, who share a loving embrace in the background, their reunion a quiet testament to the family's enduring bond. After they had settled in, he spent some time explaining everything from the beginning, though he carefully omitted any mention of Sylvie, attributing his survival from the cliff fall to a combination of luck and his body's unconscious use of magic to protect him. From there, he continued on about finding Tess and spending time in the kingdom of Elenoir, recovering, before his father, Reynolds, interjected, asking about the little black creature perched on his shoulder. "And what about this little friend of yours?" He explained that while traveling, he had stumbled into a mana beast's den, finding Q's mother dying from an injury, and had been taking care of the little one ever since, a story that seemed to satisfy his mother, Alice, who then turned to him with a worried expression. "So are you sure you're all healed now? There's no chance of you getting that illness again?" He reassured her, explaining that the previous instability of his mana core from awakening so early was the cause, and that she didn't need to worry anymore, though internally, he felt a pang of guilt for keeping so many secrets from them, knowing it was too dangerous to reveal the full truth until he grew stronger. His father, however, was less concerned with his health and more with his progress, slamming a fist down on the table with a resounding clinch as he boomed, "That's right. Your mana core. What stage are you at now?" Alice quickly chastised her husband, "Ray, your son just came home and you're already talking about mana core stages?" To which he retorted, "What's wrong with comparing our growth?" He then proudly declared, "After we got here, I've been working as the instructor for the Helstia auction house guards." Arthur, a playful smirk on his face, teased him, "Oh? So it wasn't only your facial hair that grew," before asking, "What stage is your mana core at now, Dad?" With a triumphant laugh, Reynolds puffed out his chest, "Your old man broke through 2 years back and entered the dark orange stage." His father's presence was certainly more imposing now, and Arthur could easily discern the physical changes, but to think he had advanced to the next mana core stage was truly remarkable. Reynolds, basking in the attention, struck a proud pose, while Arthur offered a simple, "You must have worked really hard," though his internal thoughts suggested otherwise. Impressed by his own progress, Reynolds then turned to his son, asking about his mana core stage, to which Arthur calmly replied, "Light red." The revelation hit Reynolds like a physical blow, his eyes widening in utter disbelief at the words, "Light red. Holy shit." Elenoir, mimicking her father's outburst, innocently repeated the curse, while Alice, though impressed by Arthur's progress, gently chided her husband for his language. Alice's stern gaze fell upon Reynolds, reminding him of her previous warnings about cursing in front of their daughter, who now looked confused by the attention. Ignoring his wife's admonishment, Reynolds pressed Arthur for details, demanding to know when and how he had reached the light red stage, before abruptly declaring they would move to the backyard to spar immediately. Elenoir, still echoing her father, repeated the curse once more, as Arthur and Alice shared a knowing laugh, finding humor in the chaotic family dynamic. Reynolds strode purposefully towards the backyard, his footfalls firm on the grass, while Arthur's hand clenched into a determined fist, ready for the impending challenge. Footsteps echo through a grand hall, growing louder with each stride, until a door bursts open, revealing a man who has just heard astonishing news. His eyes wide with disbelief, he rushes forward, demanding to know what in the world is happening, having just heard that his son is alive. Meanwhile, at the entrance to a lavish home, Vincent Helstia, the owner of the house, stands with Alice and a young girl named Lilia, awaiting the arrival of their guests. Inside, Arthur, accompanied by his companion Q, reflects on the people who have been caring for his family during his absence, a sense of gratitude washing over him. As Reynolds and Alice enter, she introduces Arthur to Vincent and his daughter Lilia, explaining that Vincent runs the Helstia auction house and is an old friend, before playfully warning Arthur not to wreck the place. Arthur politely greets the Helstias, while Alice apologizes for the surprise and confusion, admitting she was the one who asked them to keep her return a secret. Vincent, still processing the situation, welcomes them to his home, hoping that Lilia, who is about Arthur's age, will become friends with him. Lilia, however, is taken aback by Arthur's appearance, jokingly asking if he's truly related to his father, while Arthur, with Q on his shoulder, waves cheerfully, completely oblivious to her playful jab. Vincent then questions Reynolds about his earlier comment regarding wrecking the house, to which Reynolds casually replies that he and Arthur were just about to go out back for some sparring. The mention of sparring catches Vincent off guard, his expression shifting from curiosity to surprise as he processes the unexpected activity. He watches as Arthur, Lilia, and Q head outside, realizing with a sigh that they truly are going to spar. On a grand balcony overlooking the grounds, Arthur and Lilia prepare, with Q observing, while Reynolds stretches nearby, ready to oversee their practice. From a high balcony, young Arthur observes the courtyard below, where Alice and Lilia sit together on the steps. Later, as Alice, Lilia, and Q stroll through the garden, Vincent Helstia approaches, his expression one of disbelief, questioning if Alice's husband could truly be serious about Arthur being a light red core mage. He gestures for them to sit, and Alice, though surprised herself, explains that Arthur has always been a fast learner and has no reason to lie about his progress. Vincent remains skeptical, arms crossed, finding it hard to believe an 8-year-old could not only awaken but progress through 3 stages, when even the most talented students at Xyrus Academy are barely at the dark red stage by 11 or 12 years old. Meanwhile, Arthur, listening in, decides it's best not to reveal his true core color, knowing he couldn't train his core while assimilating with Sylvia's beast will. As the group gathers, Reynolds, with a confident smile and fists raised, challenges his son, warning him that he is no longer the same man he once was. His father's boots shuffle across the grass as he clenches his fist, but Arthur, equally determined, responds with a resolute declaration of his own. Reynolds lunges forward with incredible speed, a blur of motion as Arthur braces himself, his eyes sharp and focused. He dashes across the training ground, closing the distance in an instant. Reynolds throws a powerful punch, but Arthur deftly dodges, then counters with a swift kick to his father's leg, the impact echoing with a dull thud. His father recoils in surprise, barely managing to utter a challenge before Arthur's next kick connects with a resounding thwack, sending him stumbling backward. Arthur lands lightly, his movements fluid, and in a swift, whooshing motion, he closes in on the disoriented Reynolds. He grabs his father's arm, then whips him around, before seizing his leg, maintaining control of the spar with effortless precision. He moves with a speed and precision that belies his age, effortlessly throwing his father over his shoulder. The older man lands with a soft thud, quickly recovering into a low crouch, his fingers tapping the ground in a rhythmic beat. Looking up at his father, Arthur asks for his assessment of the spar so far, to which the man replies, "Not bad, not bad." He rubs the back of his neck, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he concedes that his son truly caught him off guard. With a determined expression, Reynolds declares that his old man is about to get serious, cracking his knuckles with a sharp, resonant sound. Flames erupt around his hands, as he reveals a trick he learned after breaking into the dark orange stage, warning Arthur not to say he didn't warn him. His entire upper body becomes wreathed in vibrant, dancing fire, a clear manifestation of his elemental power. His eyes glow with fierce resolve, as the flames around his hands intensify, ready to unleash his full power. Arthur reflects on his father's journey, noting that despite fighting and training hard since an early age, it took Reynolds until the Orange Core stage to transform his explosive mana usage into actual fire. He considers how, in his previous world, elemental affinities weren't a birthright, but a path chosen willingly, a concept illustrated by a lone warrior in gleaming armor, wielding a glowing yellow blade against a horde of dark-clad foes. Talent certainly played a large part, but since no one was restricted to just one affinity, hard work also proved to be a significant factor, as the warrior's blade now crackles with fierce red energy, cutting through his opponents with renewed vigor. The culmination of such effort manifests as a blinding flash of yellow lightning, a powerful surge of crackling energy erupting from the warrior's weapon. For him, with so many advantages since coming to this world, all of it culminated into this moment, as Alice, an unnamed woman, and Vincent Helstia watch with wide-eyed surprise, the same crackling yellow energy now visible before them. He muses that he, too, had learned a trick or two, the yellow energy intensifying and crackling with even greater force. The crackling sound fills the air as the vibrant yellow energy swirls around his small legs, then bursts forth in a dazzling display of power. With a confident smirk, Arthur extends a hand, his eyes glowing with an ethereal blue light, daring his audience not to be too surprised by his sudden, powerful manifestation. A loud bam echoes as Vincent Helstia's jaw drops, his eyes wide with utter disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. As expected of his father, Arthur acknowledges, his punches are getting sharper, and he's leveraging his longer reach, making it difficult to close the distance, even as a fierce orange flame now engulfs his own arm, ready to counter. Arthur, surrounded by crackling yellow lightning, engages in a fierce magical spar, while a figure in the distance also generates a powerful orange aura. The other mage watches, his expression shifting to disbelief, muttering about Arthur being some kind of deviant. From a distance, Vincent Helstia, Alice, and Elenoir, along with other onlookers, watch the unfolding power with wide-eyed shock, as the deviant mage's lips curl into a confident, almost cruel, smile. He declares Arthur a deviant, his body now wreathed in intense orange flames as he prepares a devastating attack. With incredible speed, the deviant mage lunges forward, a blur of orange energy. He brings his foot down with a powerful stomp, the ground trembling from the force of his impact. The deviant mage connects with a fiery blow, sending Arthur reeling backward amidst a burst of orange flames. Another devastating impact sends Arthur crashing down, a massive explosion erupting around him. Arthur is thrown high into the air, while the deviant mage continues to channel immense crackling energy and whooshing flames, preparing for his next assault. The two combatants clash in a blinding flash of light and raw power, their combined magical energies creating a chaotic maelstrom. The battle culminates in an overwhelming, all-consuming magical explosion, engulfing everything in a brilliant, destructive light. He endures a blinding flash of light and raw power, the force of the attack slamming into him with incredible speed. From a distance, onlookers flinch as a massive explosion erupts, engulfing him in a roaring inferno. The sheer concussive force of the blast cracks the very ground beneath him, sending fissures through the earth. Before he can recover, a powerful, fire-infused kick sends him soaring through the air, only for him to instinctively block another incoming strike. Another blow connects, sending jolts of energy through his body as he recoils. His opponent presses the advantage, unleashing a flurry of attacks that Arthur struggles to defend against. A powerful punch sends him spinning, the force of the impact blurring his vision. He endures a rapid succession of fiery blows, each one rattling his bones and testing his resolve. Arthur grits his teeth, acknowledging the formidable skill of his opponent, knowing his father's punches are growing sharper, leveraging his longer reach to keep him at bay. Another powerful kick sends him flying once more, the impact radiating through his body. He takes a direct hit to the leg, the fiery magic burning against his skin as two elf companions watch the intense training session unfold. A final punch connects, leaving Vincent Helstia wide-eyed and shocked by the sheer power on display, with Q observing nearby. Still reeling from the previous blow, Arthur is struck again, his father's fire and lightning magic erupting around him with devastating force. The elemental assault continues, pushing him back as Reynolds maintains a confident, almost playful smirk. A hearty laugh escapes him, his amusement echoing across the training grounds. Looking down at his son, Reynolds praises the technique he just witnessed, a hint of pride in his voice. Arthur, now slumped in his father's arms, is surrounded by the lingering embers of the attack. Years later, a more mature Arthur would reflect on these early lessons, recalling how lightning had been his most successful deviant affinity, yet still required immense mastery. He'd also remember the instability of his ice magic, and how far he was from unlocking more complex abilities like sound or gravity manipulation. Back in the present, Arthur's eyes snap open, just as a sharp thwack. echoes, his face distorting from another direct hit from Reynolds. But still, despite the pain and the struggle, the young boy found a simple joy in being able to boast to his parents about his progress. Reynolds, holding his son, presses him for details, curious about when and how he learned such tricks, and what other secrets he might be hiding. Arthur, however, humbly admits he can't do much else, while his sister Elenoir, seeing the fiery display, warns him to be careful, calling out to her father. Alice, watching the scene unfold, can only utter a bewildered okay, while Vincent Helstia, overwhelmed by the chaos, clutches his head, declaring his immediate need for a drink. From a different vantage point, a black-haired woman and a young girl observe the spectacle, the woman remarking on the extraordinary nature of the child. As the sparring session concludes, Arthur's family stands together on the verdant grass, small magical embers still glowing around them, while the various observers, including Vincent, the black-haired woman, and the brown-haired child, begin to depart, walking down a set of stone steps. A heavy mug slams onto the table, its impact echoing through the room as Reynolds, with a boisterous laugh, addresses his friend, asking if he truly grasps the incredible future their son, Arthur, is destined for. Of course, he does, the man replies, a fond smile playing on his lips as he ruffles the boy's hair, recalling the moment Arthur first awakened his powers at the tender age of 3. A gasp escapes one of the women at the table, shocked by the revelation of such an early awakening, while the man continues, chuckling about how Arthur's raw power had inadvertently blown up most of their house in the process, a memory he now fondly labels as good times. A small voice pipes up, Elenoir, asking her father if he's all right, as the man who had been laughing now appears somewhat disheveled, rubbing his head with a weary expression. Suddenly, Alice, with a decisive slam of her hand on the table, proposes a bold idea, suggesting they enroll Arthur in Xyrus Academy, a prestigious institution. The man with the goatee, Vincent, pauses mid-bite, surprised by the mention of Xyrus Academy, and then questions the seriousness of the proposal, reminding them that Arthur is only 8, and Xyrus Academy is the most renowned magic institution on the entire continent. Alice, holding a small doll, acknowledges her husband's point about Arthur's talent, adding that with his level of ability, it would be worthwhile for them to sponsor him, alleviating any concerns about tuition costs. However, the black-haired observer interjects, expressing concern that they couldn't possibly burden Alice and Reynolds with such a cost, especially after all they've already done, and besides, Arthur is still so young that the Academy likely wouldn't even consider him. Vincent, however, beams with confidence, revealing that he frequently conducts business with the famed director of Xyrus Academy herself, and offers to speak with her personally. Reynolds looks taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, as Vincent's hand gently taps the table, a quiet, "Excuse me," signaling his intent to continue. He then asks if he might interject, given how this discussion could significantly impact his own future, before the scene transitions to the title card for The Beginning After the End. Vincent Helstia stands alone in a grand room, gazing out a tall window, his thoughts still lingering on the extraordinary child he had just met. Meanwhile, in the dining hall, the sounds of clanking dishes echo softly, as servants diligently clear the remnants of the evening meal. Elsewhere, a small child sleeps peacefully in her crib, unaware of the momentous discussions unfolding around her. Later, Arthur sits with his parents, his mother expressing her disbelief at how much he has grown, while his father reassures her that no matter how much he changes, he will always be their son. For Vincent, discovering Arthur was a deviant mage, capable of becoming one of the strongest in the future, was still only the second-best news of the day. Alice agrees with her husband's sentiment, then playfully laments that her son is probably too grown up for a good-night kiss from his old mother. Her words bring a blush to his cheeks, as he looks away shyly. Despite his shyness, he leans in, planting a tender kiss on her cheek, bringing a joyful smile to her face. Later, Arthur bids his parents goodnight, telling them he missed them both, while his father gently urges him to get some sleep. His mother then remembers something important, suggesting a shopping trip with his sister tomorrow, a chance for new clothes and for the siblings to bond, to which his father readily agrees. As Arthur prepares for bed, Vincent Helstia offers a final, thoughtful piece of advice, telling him not to hold his earlier excitement against him, as he truly means well. Arthur listens intently, his back to the room, as Vincent Helstia speaks. With all due respect, he replies, explaining that he has only just reunited with his family today and wishes to spend more time with them before deciding whether to leave them again to attend an academy. Vincent, realizing his haste, concedes that Arthur is right, admitting he's getting a bit ahead of himself, and then adds that he seems to be a bit more tired from the spar than he thought. He apologizes for his earlier enthusiasm, excusing himself from the conversation. Meanwhile, Lilia, with a knowing glance, seems to be observing the unfolding events. Arthur, now alone, wanders through the grand, ornate hallways of the Helstia mansion, his small figure dwarfed by the towering pillars and intricate patterns on the floor. He pauses, his attention captured by a peculiar painting hanging on the wall. A voice breaks his concentration, warning him that if he heads that way, he'll wind up in one of their cellars, and he turns to see Lilia pointing playfully. With a bright smile, she offers to lead him to a better place. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out, announcing their arrival to everyone. Lilia and Arthur enter a cozy room where the family is gathered, and Lilia exclaims that she hopes they don't mind a guest today, while a maid playfully remarks on Arthur's presence, recalling a past incident. The maid laments the lawn she worked so hard to maintain, prompting Arthur to apologize for the trouble he caused, but Vincent reassures him, explaining that she's just teasing. Arthur observed the bustling activity around the dining table, a maid and Lilia at its center, realizing that the young girl, who had been so quiet before, was now quite lively. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation, Lilia eagerly asked if there was any duck meat left, specifically the fatty parts. The maid, however, warned her to be careful, mentioning that Madame Helstia had been growing suspicious of her recent weight gain, a comment that Lilia quickly shut down, reminding the maid that she wasn't supposed to talk about that. Lilia's cheeks puffed out in a pout, while the maid and Vincent Helstia exchanged knowing glances, a hint of amusement in their expressions. The maid then confided that Lilia often snuck into the dining area when she was feeling stressed, prompting Arthur to wonder what could possibly be stressing a young girl like her. Vincent Helstia, overhearing the conversation, explained that his and his wife's greatest wish was for their daughter to awaken as a mage, despite neither of them possessing such abilities themselves. He acknowledged that Lilia also desired to be a mage, but admitted it placed a significant amount of pressure on the little girl. Lilia, meanwhile, continued to enjoy her meal, her cheeks adorably puffed out as she savored each bite. The maid looked on with a gentle smile, while Arthur listened intently to Vincent's words. Offering a reassuring smile, Arthur declared that he could tell the Helstia family were good people who meant well. Later, as the evening drew to a close, Arthur's parents, Alice and Reynold, stood in a doorway, ready to bid him good night. Alice smiled warmly, wishing her son a good night. The morning sun casts a brilliant glow over the grand castle, signaling the start of a new day. Inside, a small, black creature gently licks Art's face, rousing him from his slumber, and he chuckles, acknowledging his companion, Sylvie, is eager to start the day. Holding the excited cue in his hands, he muses about her enthusiasm, his thoughts drifting to another important person. He wonders how Tess is doing, a sudden, unpleasant smell pulling him back to the present. Carrying Sylvie, he approaches the bathtub, noting that it seems he isn't the only one in need of a wash today. He stands by the tub, preparing for his bath, the small creature still nestled in his arms. Later, dressed in a comfortable robe, he addresses Sylvie, who sits on the floor, assuring her that the bath wasn't as bad as she might have thought. A knock at the door interrupts their quiet moment, and he calls out, indicating he's coming. Opening the door, he finds his younger sister, Elenoir, who greets him shyly, explaining that their mother sent her to wake him. Understanding the situation, he asks if Ellie can take him down to see their mother, to which she enthusiastically agrees, already planning breakfast and a shopping trip. With a shared burst of energy, Art, Elenoir, and Sylvie dash down the hallway, eager for the day's adventures. Arriving in a bustling new city, he takes in the vibrant market, a cacophony of sounds and sights, realizing this must be Xyrus City. As the group navigates the lively streets, his sister holds their mother's hand, while his companion rides comfortably on her head, all following the black-haired woman through the unfamiliar urban landscape. Soon, they find themselves inside a peculiar shop, its walls adorned with mounted monster heads, and display cases showcasing various intriguing items. He gazes into one of the cases, wondering aloud about the nature of such a place, as the black-haired woman explains that the small orbs within are called beast cores. These magical cores, extracted from mana beasts, are used to power up individuals, though their effects can vary greatly. It's a gamble, she continues, to spend hundreds of gold on them, but with enough luck, one might even contain a beast's will. The sheer cost makes him gasp, as he imagines piles of glittering gold bars, the price potentially reaching into the thousands. With wide eyes, he hears the mention of thousands, and quickly declines, stating he's content with his own beast will, while the black-haired woman adds that their Helstia auction house deals in such cores, and even infant mana beasts. She offers him a closer look at the cores, which he gratefully accepts, before she suggests another place she'd wanted to take him as soon as she saw him. As they continue their journey through the city, he appears a little flustered, while his sister and the black-haired woman share a knowing smile. Moments later, he finds himself in a barber's chair, a stern-faced man with a headband and beard meticulously trimming his hair. As the hairdresser's hands hover over his head, Arthur can't help but feel a surge of apprehension, wondering if this drastic change is truly necessary, while his mother, Alice, remarks on the atrocious state of his current hair. Despite his mother's blunt assessment, the barber, a burly man with a confident grin, assures her he will make her son shine, scissors already poised to begin the transformation. With a knowing wink, he declares Arthur will emerge a flawless gem, his confidence radiating through the shop. As the scissors snip away, Arthur Lewin experiences a moment of pure, internal terror, his mind screaming in silent protest at the drastic change unfolding. Emerging from the barber's chair with a fresh, new look, Arthur feels utterly ridiculous, but his mother's loving gaze and declaration that he looks perfect offer a comforting reassurance. He strikes a pose, showcasing his transformed appearance, his short, neat hair a stark contrast to his previous unruly locks. His sister, Elenoir, observes him with a sleepy yawn, casually remarking that he now looks good enough to be her brother. As the group continues their stroll through the city, Alice echoes Eleanor's sentiment, affirming that Arthur finally looks like a civilized man. Arthur and the black-haired observer walk side by side, their journey through the bustling streets continuing. They pause at a railing overlooking a grand building, their attention drawn to the activity below. The black-haired observer then reveals the identity of the crowd, informing Arthur that they are students of Xyrus Academy. Still observing the students from Xyrus Academy, the black-haired woman remarks on the uniform being a status symbol, while Arthur, seemingly distracted, dismisses them as mere jerks. She concedes that many of them are indeed like that, but adds that they are almost considered royalty in this region. As Alice and Elenoir approach, Arthur's mother inquires about their conversation, to which the black-haired woman replies they were simply discussing the school. Suddenly, Arthur dashes off with an excited bark, leaving the black-haired woman to wonder where he's gone, musing that it's refreshing to see him so excited, like a puppy, given his usual calm and mature demeanor. Alice smiles, finding it comforting to see him act more like a child, especially after the spectacle of the previous night. The women and Elenoir look down with concern, while Reynolds, in a thought bubble, expresses a surprised yo at Arthur's sudden burst of energy. A small bell above a shop door rings twice, announcing a new arrival. Arthur stands in the doorway, his eyes wide with wonder, sparkles of excitement dancing around him as he takes in his surroundings. He has entered a weapon shop, its walls adorned with various blades and spears, and display cases filled with armaments, all gleaming under the shop's light. An older shopkeeper, with a stern expression, warns him that this is no place for children, politely asking him to leave, then adds that the item he's looking at is a dangerous weapon, questioning if he understands the implications. The shopkeeper leans in, his voice firm, emphasizing that these are not like the toy swords he might have at home. As the shopkeeper begins to mention a candy store nearby, he delivers a sharp thwack to Arthur's head, presumably to guide him out. Arthur, still inside the weapon shop, offers a polite apology, acknowledging his presence might be an inconvenience. However, a shopkeeper, clearly annoyed, grabs his arm, harshly demanding to know what kind of house raised such a rude child. Before the situation can escalate further, Arthur's father, Reynolds, steps forward, his voice firm as he orders the man to release his son, while the other shopkeeper, Agastus, attempts to introduce himself, only to be cut off. The mention of the Helstia name sends a jolt of fear through Agastus, who gasps in recognition, while the women observing the scene react with surprise. Reynolds, now fully asserting his authority, questions Agastus's affiliation with the Ravenpour branch family, threatening to revoke their participation in the Helstia auction house, prompting the terrified shopkeeper to immediately prostrate himself in a desperate plea for forgiveness, claiming ignorance of Arthur's connection to the powerful family. With the shopkeeper thoroughly humbled, Reynolds thanks his wife, Alice, for her assistance in the tense situation. As the family walks through the city streets, the black-haired observer admits to Alice that she was more concerned about what Reynolds might do to the man, to which Alice simply offers a knowing, well. Suddenly, Reynolds, now cloaked and hooded, calls out to Q, urging the small dragon to come to him. The adorable black dragon, Q, happily bounds across the cobblestones towards the sound of his name. Above them, a magnificent floating city rests serenely in the sky, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. Finally arriving at a grand residence, Vincent Helstia greets the group, expressing his relief that they have at last arrived. He then turns to Arthur, inviting him to follow, as there is someone important he wishes for him to meet. Arthur, still processing the day's events, finds himself addressed by an imposing figure, who states, "You must be Arthur. Vincent has told me much about you." Her voice carrying an air of authority, the woman introduces herself as Cynthia Goodsky, the esteemed founder and director of Xyrus Academy. Her presence is further emphasized by the elegant, dark purple robes adorned with intricate gold trim, hinting at her prestigious position. Xyrus Academy stands as an institution revered as the most exalted sanctuary for any aspiring mage, a place privileged few could enter, requiring both exceptional background and innate talent. It was a breeding ground for acclaimed scholars, formidable guild members, influential leaders, royal guards, and military powerhouses, a place where legends were forged. Indeed, anyone who had made a significant impact in this world invariably had ties with Xyrus Academy. Such was the fame this school commanded, an insurmountable titan compared to the countless other academies scattered across the continent. And standing at the helm of it all, overseeing its immense prestige, was the Academy's very own Director Goodsky. Arthur Lewin, looking up at the imposing figure, could only stare, a mixture of awe and apprehension in his young eyes. The director, in turn, returned his gaze with an equally intense stare, her expression unreadable. Inside the room, Vincent Helstia, Alice, and Lilia watched the unfolding scene, their faces reflecting a mix of anticipation and concern. Extending a hand, Director Goodsky offered a formal greeting. "Nice to finally meet you, Arthur Lewin." Arthur, caught off guard, found himself internally debating the proper social convention for such an encounter, wondering whether to kiss her hand or simply shake it, before finally responding, "Nice to meet you as well, Director." Before he could fully process the interaction, Alice quickly intervened, dropping to her knees beside her son and apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry for my son's rude behavior, Director Good Sky." She explained that he had just returned home and was ignorant of formal customs, while Arthur, internally groaning at the prolonged formality, wished the meeting would end quickly, his stomach rumbling with hunger. Despite the late hour, Director Good Sky finds herself at Vincent Helstia's home, acknowledging that she couldn't refuse a favor from him, given his significant contributions to Xyrus Academy. Vincent, in turn, explains his motivation, stating he's simply helping out the academy he hopes his daughter, Lilia, will one day attend, as Alice and Lilia stand nearby. Lilia listens intently, her expression a mix of hope and quiet determination. The director muses that it's rare for her to make house calls for potential students, but Vincent's insistence on a prodigy of the highest caliber living in his home had piqued her interest, as she observes Arthur with his mother. Turning to Alice, Good Sky asks if she would mind leading them to an open space for a demonstration, to which Alice readily agrees. Just as Arthur attempts to inquire about dinner, his mother quickly silences him with a gentle pinch, reminding him of the situation. Vincent then gestures, leading the group, assuring Director Cynthia that they have a wonderful paved courtyard suitable for the demonstration, as Arthur's stomach audibly rumbles, making him realize dinner won't be happening anytime soon for him and Sylvie. As they walk, Lilia spots a small, black mana beast with glowing yellow eyes, letting out a soft sound of curiosity. Director Good Sky, observing the creature, expresses her admiration for the lovely mana beast, asking if it's his father's contracted companion. Arthur clarifies that it's his bond, Sylvie, who hatched just a few months ago, prompting Good Sky to note the interesting trend of nobles purchasing mana beasts to form contracts. He then elaborates on Sylvie's unusual origins, explaining that her mother was a scaled wolf with small wings, almost dead, but protecting her egg when he stumbled upon her nest, feeling fortunate for the discovery. Good Sky listens thoughtfully, her expression contemplative as she processes the unique tale of the mana beast. Arthur and Director Good Sky arrive at their destination, the young boy announcing their presence. Vincent Helstia gestures them forward, leading the entire group, including Alice and Lilia, into a spacious courtyard. As she surveys the open area, Director Good Sky muses on Vincent's earlier claims, wondering if they were truly an exaggeration. She recalls Vincent mentioning Arthur was an augmenter, but refusing to elaborate further, promising a surprise, and now, observing the boy, she notes his complete lack of worry or fear. She ponders whether it's genuine confidence or mere arrogance that keeps him so composed. Meanwhile, Arthur's thoughts drift to dinner, fantasizing about grilled fish, before his focus sharpens, anticipating Director Goodsky's shock when he unleashes his fire and lightning magic. He smugly reminds himself not to burn down the courtyard again, confident in his own genius. Director Goodsky then questions Arthur, asking if he doesn't wish to arm himself with a weapon, to which she adds that since he has no intention of using the wand adorning his waistband, she will also go barehanded. Her expression remains calm, but a subtle glint in her eye suggests a deeper curiosity about the boy's capabilities. With a slight smile, she formally asks if they should begin, marking the start of the demonstration. During his time training with Virion, the explosive power of fire and the adaptive riposte of water were the first key arts from his world to manifest as actual elements in this new world. After that, an armored figure, a vision of Arthur's past self, swings a glowing blade, its edge shimmering with potent blue energy, ready to strike. The force of the strike impacts the ground, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the stone surface. His eyes glow with an intense yellow light as he recalls that the earth and wind-style martial art techniques of his previous life had also culminated in this world, completing his elemental mastery. As Arthur began his demonstration, a focused intensity filled his gaze, his eyes glowing with a faint blue light as he channeled mana, the ground beneath his foot already starting to crack under the subtle pressure. An orange aura flared around him, and the cracks spread rapidly, spiderwebbing across the courtyard as his power manifested. He recalled the fundamental steps for augmenters to manifest an elemental attack, a process of driving one's body and guiding intent, then invocation, just like ki, guiding mana down to the trigger point and coalescing it with ambient mana, shaping it into the desired effect. With each surge of his internal and ambient mana, the ground continued to fracture and lift, glowing with the raw energy he commanded. Then, with a decisive stomp, the earth erupted violently, sending massive chunks of stone flying into the air. He stood calmly amidst the rising debris, a beacon of controlled power as the orange mana pulsed around him. The onlookers, including Vincent, Reynold, Alice, and their companions, watched with wide eyes and open mouths, utterly stunned by the display. Only Lilia cheered with unbridled delight, while Arthur reflected that these were the fundamental steps augmenters took to manifest an elemental attack, a process he had a bit of a handicap with, thanks to his past knowledge. With another focused crack of the ground beneath his foot, he wondered how the director of the most prestigious magic academy would react to his next move. Then, with a powerful kick, he launched himself into the air, propelling a massive chunk of earth with a swift, elemental strike. The rock sliced through the air with incredible speed, a testament to the raw force behind his attack. It slammed into a distant target with a resounding impact, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. A massive rock slams into the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Cynthia Goodsky watches from above, a a slight smile playing on her lips, while Art, far below, grins back with a hint of challenge. Suddenly, a burst of green energy erupts around her, deflecting a barrage of sharp debris that had been hurtling towards her. His expression hardening, Art focuses intently as more rocks are sent his way. Bracing himself against the impact of the incoming projectiles, he channels a vibrant green aura around his hand, preparing a counterattack. With a powerful surge, Art dashes forward, his eyes glowing an intense blue as green magical energy swirls around him. His attack connects, creating a blinding orange explosion that engulfs his opponent. Yet, she remains unfazed, effortlessly deflecting the green magical assault with her own swirling green energy. Sylvia retaliates with a devastating magical blast, sending the young boy plummeting downwards. As he falls through the air, he quickly strategizes, realizing he needs to use wind magic to regain his bearings. Extending a hand, he suspends a falling rock mid-air with a burst of green wind, attempting to stabilize his descent. Even with all his training, Art finds it incredibly difficult to simultaneously wield both earth and wind spells, a challenge far greater than combining fire and water, demanding his utmost concentration as he shatters the ground beneath him. Still plummeting through the air after Cynthia's last strike, he sees her glowing form below, ready for another assault. With a serene yet formidable presence, Sylvia Goodsky stands enveloped in a vibrant green aura, her hands already gathering magical energy for her next move. A powerful green blast erupts from her, tearing through the air and sending debris scattering, catching Art off guard with its sheer force. He twists mid-air, narrowly evading a volley of sharp rocks and green magical projectiles, the intensity of the training mirroring a desperate struggle for survival. Finally hitting the ground, he struggles to regain his footing, while Vincent Helstia watches the brutal display with a look of stunned concern. Cynthia's voice cuts through the air, clear and demanding, urging him to unleash his true power. His eyes widen in realization, understanding that she is already preparing yet another spell, her hand glowing ominously with green energy. With a resounding whoosh, Sylvia unleashes a torrent of green magical wind, forming powerful tornadoes that surge towards him. Still on the ground, Art quickly devises a plan, intending to conjure wind with an opposite rotation to deflect the incoming magical maelstrom. With intense focus, he begins to manipulate the air around him, creating swirling green currents that clash against the incoming attack. His efforts culminate in a powerful, protective wind barrier, successfully deflecting Cynthia's formidable magical assault. As the dust settled from the previous attack, leaving Art sprawled on the ground, Sylvia Goodsky's face held a subtle smile, acknowledging his resilience. "Impressive," she murmured. Yet, her tone shifted, a warning in her voice as swirling wind magic continued to buffet him, reminding him that his confidence in facing opponents head-on was still a weakness. Despite the critique, she offered a measure of praise, declaring his overall display of magical and combat prowess exceptional, before announcing a final, extra-credit test. As Art lay there, a faint glow emanating from his hand, he fought to stay conscious, bracing himself for whatever was to come. Then, a blinding blue and purple light erupted around Sylvia, and a deafening WRE sound effect distorted the air as she unleashed a powerful sound-based attack directly at him. The force of the sound magic was overwhelming, causing Art to scream in agony, his vision blurring with vibrant, distorted colors as he clutched his head. The relentless sound effect continued to reverberate, a white burst of energy signifying the sheer power of the sound magic assaulting him. From the sidelines, an observer exclaimed, "She's a deviant," while Sylvia, unfazed, simply smiled and declared the outcome marvelous. After the intense trial, Art sat on the ground, having passed with flying colors, and Sylvia, impressed by his aptitude for wind magic, felt tempted to teach him personally. Approaching Sylvia, Vincent Helstia, clearly bewildered, questioned, "Arthur, since when did you learn to use earth and wind magic as well?" Sylvia looked at him, asking, "What do you mean as well?" To which Vincent exasperatedly explained that Art had used fire and lightning magic just yesterday, necessitating their training in the paved courtyard to avoid burning down his lawn. With several other observers listening intently, Sylvia confirmed that the young boy was indeed capable of controlling at least 3 elements, one of them at a truly deviant level. As Sylvia Goodsky processes the implications of his power, Art reveals the full extent of his elemental mastery, confirming he possesses an affinity for all 4 elements. His incredible potential now laid bare, the story of Art's journey continues. After the initial shock subsides and the credits roll, Vincent Helstia checks on the director, who appears momentarily disoriented. He asks if she's all right, and she reassures him that she is, slowly regaining her composure. Meanwhile, Elenoir, held by her mother Alice, innocently asks if her brooder is strong, to which Alice replies that he is very strong, perhaps the strongest in the future. Later, after everyone has settled down, Art apologizes to his family for keeping his true abilities a secret from them. Lilia, held by Alice, pleads with him for no more secrets, a request that tightens his chest, knowing he cannot truly promise her that. His internal conflict weighs heavily, as the weight of his past and future responsibilities settles upon him. Surrounded by his family and friends, including Elenoir, Lilia, and his companion Q, Art faces the group, his apology echoing the sentiment of his mother's earlier words about his strength. As the group stands together, Cynthia Goodsky approaches Art, preparing for a more private discussion. She casts a shimmering, multicolored sound-dampening spell around them, creating a private sphere of silence as Vincent and the red-haired woman watch from outside the vibrant magical barrier. Within the shielded space, Cynthia instructs him to speak freely, knowing their conversation is now completely private, a realization that makes him feel as though she can read his very thoughts. Continuing his explanation to Cynthia, Art reveals that the truth is, he showed her his abilities because she possesses two crucial things he needs. These invaluable assets are power and influence. He then states his conditions. She must keep his family safe until he becomes strong enough to do so himself, and in return, he will not only attend her academy, but also consider her his benefactor. Cynthia lets out a small scoff, finding it audacious that he believes she would make such a one-sided deal with a mere child, when not even the king and queen of Sapin would dare. Art smiles confidently, aware that compared to even the king and queen of Sapin, Cynthia is more attuned to his true potential, and he trusts that she recognizes it. Cynthia ponders his words, a thoughtful hum, escaping her lips as Art watches her intently. He then reveals a deeper motivation, explaining that he made a promise to someone important to live his life to the fullest. Cynthia, surprised, exclaims that attending Xyrus Academy at a more normal age would help with that, but realizes that's over 3 years from now, asking what he plans to do until then. Art acknowledges that his deal with her will have to wait until he actually attends the academy, his thoughts drifting to the various people he's encountered and the life he's building. He then admits, almost to himself, that he hasn't told his family yet. Later, facing Vincent and Lilia, who look at him with questioning expressions, Art declares his decision to become an adventurer. A woman stands in a grand hallway, her expression firm as she declares her absolute refusal, her young daughter clinging to her side. Meanwhile, in a different part of the estate, two other figures observe the unfolding events, one noting that things seem to have begun, the other agreeing with a simple affirmation. Back with the family, the woman's voice rises in a desperate plea, her hand outstretched as she forbids her son from venturing out, her daughter hiding behind her in distress. The young girl, sensing her mother's anguish, tries to interject, begging her not to be angry. Her husband, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, attempts to mediate, suggesting they at least hear out Arthur's intentions, even if he doesn't fully agree with his adventurous path. But the mother's frustration boils over, her finger pointing accusingly as she questions how he could even consider such a thing after all they've endured to reach this point. Her voice cracks with emotion, seeking reassurance, before her husband pulls her into a gentle embrace, murmuring a soft endearment. His gaze is thoughtful, reflecting the weight of the moment, as his son's hand reaches out to gently grasp his mother's. Holding her hand, Arthur reassures his mother, explaining that he had no immediate plans to leave and was, in fact, looking forward to spending time at home with everyone. Kneeling before his parents and sister, he continues, acknowledging his recent return but expressing a deep sense of having missed out on the world of Sapin and Dicathan during his 3 years in the Elf Kingdom. Arthur, his eyes sparkling with youthful ambition, expresses his desire to experience the same excitement his parents once knew as adventurers. His father, Reynald, gently holds his wife's hand, acknowledging Arthur's yearning, admitting he too felt the pull of adventure when he awakened his powers as a teenager. However, he quickly adds that his mother's worries are valid, reminding Arthur that no matter how prepared or strong one might be, the life of an adventurer remains inherently dangerous and unpredictable. As Alice reaches out, a sudden idea sparks in Arthur's mind, a light bulb moment illuminating his face as his companion, Hugh, rests on his shoulder. He proposes a solution, asking what if he were to have some sort of guard or supervisor accompany him. Alice, still visibly distressed, is comforted by Reynald, who then considers Arthur's suggestion, finding it not entirely bad, but wondering who would be suitable for such a role. Suddenly, Alice snaps, grabbing Reynolds' collar with a furious grip, her voice rising in a desperate plea, refusing to believe he would even consider sending their son away for another 3 years. Her rage erupts, pulling him forward as she screams, her fear palpable, while Arthur and Elenoir watch, wide-eyed and terrified, from the background. Arthur quickly clarifies, reassuring his mother that he isn't planning to be gone for 3 years, explaining his intention to return every few months, or even more frequently, between missions. His companion, Hugh, lets out a small sound of agreement, and Alice, her expression shifting from anger to a sly smile, asks if he's truly serious. Arthur nods, confirming his promise, while Elenoir, exhausted by the emotional exchange, has fallen asleep peacefully on his lap, with Hugh perched on his head. As the conversation about his future continued, a small, worried voice broke through the tension. His younger sister, Elenoir, clung to his leg, her eyes wide with tears, asking if her brother was truly leaving already. Kneeling down to reassure her, he promised Elenoir he wasn't going anywhere permanently, assuring her she would see her brother a lot. Meanwhile, his mother, Alice, still withheld her full consent, pressing him to explain why he wanted to become an adventurer immediately, suggesting it would be more sensible to attend school first, while his father, Reynald, silently urged her to overcome her maternal instincts. He explained that attending school now would make him significantly younger than his peers, making it difficult to fit in and forge friendships due to the considerable age difference, all while recalling Sylvia's advice to enjoy life. Alice then tried a different tactic, suggesting he could forego school and instead assist his father, but Reynolds quickly interjected, confidently stating that their son would be perfectly fine. A grateful smile spread across his face as he thanked his father, adding that he didn't just want to train, but to truly fight and test the skills he had acquired in this new world within an open environment. His mother, however, was not amused by Reynolds' intervention, turning on him with a sharp, accusatory glare while the children watched the parental spat unfold. Despite her initial anger, a playful smirk soon replaced her frown as she gently tugged on Reynolds' cheek, a clear sign that her frustration had softened into affectionate teasing. Later, under a vast, star-dusted night sky, a small, dark object drifted silently, a stark contrast to the twinkling expanse above. The darkness deepened, enveloping everything in a profound quiet. Then, a sliver of light appeared on the horizon, heralding the approach of a new day. Outside a grand mansion, a maid diligently swept the courtyard, muttering to herself about someone needing to slow down and chew their food. Arthur, still enjoying his meal, hears his mother reassure him that no one is going to steal his food, while his father adds that he's simply happy to be eating without the pressure of work. His mother, Alice, then playfully retorts that his father's contentment is just an excuse to throw a welcoming party, before realizing that's where all their ridiculous meal expenses must be coming from. Arthur, finding the exchange utterly embarrassing, looks down at Sylvie, who is quietly eating beside him, as he wonders what his parents have planned for the day. Alice explains that she and Reynolds need to run errands around town, preparing for an upcoming event at the Helstia auction house. She then offers to take Elenoir and Lilia along, inviting Arthur to join them, but he politely declines, choosing to stay behind. As the conversation shifts, Alice reveals they've agreed to let him become an adventurer, but only under certain conditions, prompting Reynolds to ask for clarification. She lists the first two. He must wait until after his birthday in 3 months, and he'll have a guard with him at all times during missions. The third condition is that he must visit at least once every 2 months, with Reynolds adding that he's smart enough to handle the rest on his own, as Sylvie lets out a small, contented sound. A cough breaks the moment, and Vincent Helstia, adjusting his glasses, asks if they've settled on who Arthur's guard will be, adding that he's been thinking about it. He then voices a deeper concern, wondering if there's even a guard capable of protecting someone as powerful as Arthur, as a vivid illustration shows a more mature Arthur unleashing a torrent of fire and ice magic against a heavily armored foe. The thought of finding such a formidable protector brings a collective, amused reaction, as various individuals, including Vincent, the black-haired observer, the red-haired woman, the purple-haired elf, the shopkeeper, Agastus, and Cynthia Goodsky, share a laugh, highlighting the sheer difficulty of the task. Meanwhile, Elenoir, holding Sylvie, excitedly exclaims, "Papa, look, I'm Sylvie," mispronouncing her companion's name, which Alice gently corrects, just as Reynolds suddenly realizes something, a thought striking him with a soft thud. His thoughts coalescing into a plan, Reynolds announces that the renowned Twin Horns will soon return from a dungeon expedition, having received a letter from the Adventurers Guild confirming their return in 2 months, which means one of them could accompany Arthur. Alice, initially surprised by the suggestion, admits it's actually a rather good idea, as Elenoir peeks out from behind her. Reynolds, feigning offense, asks if she's truly surprised he could have a good idea, while Alice simply chuckles, finding amusement in his reaction. Meanwhile, the news reaches Arthur, whose eyes glow with excitement as he exclaims, "The Twin Horns." Below him, the black-haired adventurer, Jasmine, is introduced, alongside the red-haired woman and the purple-haired elf, all part of the formidable group. The full roster of the Twin Horns is then revealed, with the purple-haired elf identified as Angela, the red-haired man as Helen, the dark-haired man as Adam, and the bearded warrior as Durden, completing the powerful adventuring party. In a richly appointed study, Vincent Helstia sits at a grand desk, engrossed in his work. His hand moves across a parchment, penning words that speak of great glory and my wife Tabitha, while outside the room, a soft knock sounds at the door. Vincent looks up, surprised by the interruption, and opens the door to find Arthur standing there. He informs the young man that he just missed his father, who is currently at the auction house. Arthur, however, explains that he came to speak with Vincent regarding a certain matter, politely asking if he might come in. Vincent, a slight stubble on his chin, hesitates for a moment, before agreeing with a simple, "Yes, sure." Meanwhile, in a bustling market, Alice Lewin stands with a group of adventurers, including Jasmine, Angela, Helen, Adam, and Durden, wondering aloud if the items they're discussing are appropriate for a 10-year anniversary event. One of the adventurers assures her that the noble ladies absolutely adored the centerpieces she made. Alice, holding a string of colorful beads, expresses surprise, asking how anyone even saw those. She then admits to having stolen a few from the house to decorate the private viewing rooms at their auction house. Jasmine, standing nearby, exclaims in disbelief, reminding Alice that those were just cheap ornaments she made in her free time, while Elenoir, Lewin, and Lilia, standing beside them, watch the exchange. Alice kneels down to Lilia, who is pouting, asking why she's upset, and Lilia replies that her brooder didn't come shopping with Elenoir. Lilia, still upset, declares that now that her brother is here, she isn't important to Elenoir anymore, and Elenoir tries to reassure her, insisting that Lilia is Lilia and her brother is her brother, but Lilia continues to lament that Elenoir said she loved her the best, but now she can just throw her away. Still reeling from her feelings of neglect, Lilia stomps her foot in frustration, causing Elenoir to cry out in distress. Her mother, Alice, quickly intervenes, asking why she's giving Ellie such a hard time, to which Lilia can only whimper a pained "Ow, Mom." Alice gently pats Elenoir's head, explaining that she was just teasing her because Elenoir has been thinking about Arthur constantly. Jasmine, observing the scene, wonders aloud if Elenoir's mother is right, and if her daughter might be experiencing her first little crush. Lilia, still upset, demands to know what her mother is talking about, dismissing Arthur as just a big weirdo. Jasmine then shifts the conversation, recalling that she thought children Lilia's age couldn't be mages, and that's why she's still patiently waiting to awaken her own abilities. Elenoir, however, points out that Arthur is already a mage, and one stronger than many adults, causing Lilia to lament that it's not fair. Tears welling in her eyes, Lilia clenches her fists, wishing she could also become a mage to make her family happy. Alice gently advises Lilia, acknowledging that it's difficult, but urging her not to compare herself to Arthur, who is different from other children his age. Lilia, still fixated on Arthur's abilities, asks how he became so strong, and if Alice or Mr. Lewin trained him, offering to train herself if they did. Jasmine interjects, stating that they didn't do any training for Arthur, then questions if they're missing pieces of the story about the gifted child. Alice apologizes for the intrusion, then admits that she and Ray both know Arthur is hiding things from them, despite their gratitude for the concern. Jasmine questions Alice, wondering why she doesn't simply ask Arthur about his mysterious strength and how he became so skilled with the sword, even before the bandit attack, believing both she and Ray must be curious. Alice, however, trusts that there's a good reason for his secrecy, believing that giving him space and supporting him until he feels comfortable enough to share is what it truly means to be a parent. She gently strokes her son's head, a silent gesture of her unwavering affection. Later, as the group walks through a bustling town, Jasmine shrugs, seemingly accepting Alice's perspective. The four women continue their journey, their conversation fading into the background of the lively street. Meanwhile, in a shadowed alleyway, a mysterious hooded figure moves with stealth, their face obscured. They navigate the rooftops and narrow passages, a silent observer in the urban landscape. The figure descends into another dark alley, their long cloak swaying with their movements. They relay information, reporting that the mana beast wasn't with their targets today, and that a mage from Xyrus Academy had been assigned to guard them, limiting their ability to trail them extensively. The figure grips a brick wall, their voice continuing to report that the boy, most likely the master of the mana beast, will be attending the 10-year Helstia Auction House anniversary event, concluding that this event will be the best opportunity. With their report complete, the hooded figure moves swiftly through the labyrinthine alleyways, disappearing into the shadows. Only scattered debris and the faint echo of their passage remain, leaving the alley quiet once more. Vincent Helstia sits composedly at his desk, awaiting his young guest. As Arthur sips his tea, a thought crosses Vincent's mind, wondering what sort of unusual situation he has found himself in. The two are seated across from each other, a quiet tension filling the air, as Vincent struggles to reconcile Arthur's appearance with his aura. He finds himself more nervous than he ever was in the presence of the King of Sapin, perplexed by the strong presence emanating from an 8-year-old boy. Arthur, meanwhile, sits with an almost regal air, his small frame comfortably occupying a grand, throne-like chair. After thanking him for the tea, Arthur's composed demeanor makes Vincent internally wonder if this is the boy's true self, so different from his usual playful interactions with family. Vincent, flustered, manages a quick, "Of course," before Arthur explains that his sudden intrusion is to ask for help retrieving a few items. Curious, Vincent asks what those items might be, and Arthur begins by requesting a protective cloak, preferably one with a hood. He continues, adding a decent sword for his size, and a mask capable of altering his voice to the list. Vincent acknowledges the cloak shouldn't be a problem, but expresses concern about the mask, noting that only a deviant sound mage artificer could properly make such an item, though he'll try. Internally, Vincent questions his own eagerness to please the boy, given his busy schedule with the anniversary event, as Arthur offers a simple thank you with a bright smile. Arthur then offers compensation, explaining that while he lacks money, he has considered a way to repay the favor, but Vincent quickly dismisses the idea, stating that Arthur's father has been a huge help ever since he started working for him. Vincent expresses his deep gratitude, explaining that thanks to Arthur's father and the training he provides for their guards, thefts and fights within the auction house have plummeted to their lowest levels ever. However, Arthur shifts the conversation, revealing that one of his personal goals was to help his sister hasten her magical awakening through a recently discovered method, and that by helping her, he could also assist Lilia. Vincent, taken aback, can only manage a surprised, "Excuse me?" Arthur continues, acknowledging the apparent lack of magical aptitude in Vincent's family, but his tone suggests a solution is at hand. With a confident smirk, he declares his belief that he can help Vincent's daughter awaken as a mage and secure her admission to the prestigious Xyrus Academy. A small ball bounces across the wooden floor, coming to rest near Art, who lies sprawled, a soft thud echoing in the quiet room. His eyes briefly glow with a familiar blue light before fading, a sigh escaping him as he acknowledges the persistent limitation. Even after all this time, he can only sustain his power for a few seconds. A memory flashes of two elder elves, one with a staff and the other in a witch's hat, their wisdom perhaps hinting at the truth. It's simply not enough. Another vision of Cynthia Goodsky, her hand glowing with a soft light, urging him to try again, to push past his limits. The grand Helstia mansion stands bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, a stark contrast to the internal turmoil he faces. Back in his room, he lies on the floor beside his bed, the weight of his aspirations pressing down on him. A scene from his past life flickers into view, Vincent Helstia and Lilia among others, standing by a carriage in a bustling street, and he ponders the continuity of his existence, whether it's his past life or this life. His eyes, once again glowing with fierce resolve, reflect his unwavering conviction. He needs strength to protect the people he loves. The memory shifts, rain beginning to fall, a somber prelude to a different time. Through the downpour in a futuristic city, an older version of him, King Grey, runs with desperate urgency, his silhouette a lonely figure against the towering buildings. His feet splash through puddles, each stride a testament to his relentless pursuit, his hand clenched, perhaps in frustration or determination. Looking up into the relentless rain, the adult Art's face is etched with a profound sense of purpose, a resolve that transcends lifetimes. He recalls a chilling memory, a younger version of himself, blindfolded and glowing with an eerie blue light, surrounded by somber figures as rain lashed down around them. The image of his blindfolded past self, emanating that cold, blue aura, lingers, a stark reminder of a life he once lived, observed by silent adults in the rain. Another fragment surfaces, a hand reaching out to a figure lying still in a bed, the touch accompanied by a faint, icy blue shimmer, a final farewell. He remembers the raw, desperate scream of his past self, King Grey, reaching out in anguish, his face contorted in despair as shadowy figures closed in around him amidst the downpour. The scene shifts to two men in uniforms, one formally handing a plastic-wrapped object to the other, the sterile exchange illuminated by the flashing red and green lights of an emergency vehicle. Inside the clear plastic bag, a handgun rests, a silent, grim artifact of a life he left behind. His resolve hardens, a quiet vow forming in his mind. This time, he would seek strength not for vengeance, but to safeguard those he cherished. Back in his current reality, a small scar marks his chest, a physical reminder of his journey, and he looks down at his companion, a tear escaping his eye as he calls out to the little dragon, Goo. The little dragon, perched on his shoulder, responds with a soft Goo, as he acknowledges, "You're right, looks like they're back from their errands." With his companion still on his shoulder, he stands at an open doorway, looking out into the bright light of the day. A surprised expression crosses his face as he begins to descend a grand staircase, his small dragon still faithfully by his side. A woman with dark brown hair confronts Art, her voice laced with disbelief, asking what this is about, making Lilia a mage. Even as a harmless joke, it's a little insensitive. Art, standing on the stairs, calmly assures them he would never joke about something like this, having proposed a deal to Mr. Helstia, who accepted. Vincent Helstia confirms this, adding that he said he'd show them once they got back, so they should all go to the living room. Lilia, held gently by Vincent, looks on with wide eyes, as the group prepares to move. Soon, everyone is settled in the opulent living room, the adults seated, awaiting Art's demonstration. Art kneels on the rug with Lilia and Q beside him, telling them he wants them to breathe in a special way he will teach them. He explains that mana is sensed best during slow and deep breaths that are in precise rhythmic patterns, hoping this explanation will be easy for them to follow. From the sofa, Vincent questions if it's a special way, while Art thinks to himself that Elenoir can breathe easy, as this isn't just any breathing, Ellie. He then encourages Elenoir, telling her that if she can do this, she'll be able to become strong like her big brother. Elenoir's eyes widen in surprise, asking if it's strong, her face glowing with excitement at the prospect of being strong like her brother. Art, with a gentle smile, confirms it, thinking that hopefully, she'll be able to understand his instruction as the breathing goes like this. Elenoir listens intently as Art instructs her to take a deep breath through her nose until she can't breathe anymore. Then, once she can't breathe anymore, to open her mouth and breathe in just once more. After that, he explains, she lets out her breath in small bursts, about 15 times. He encourages Lilia, who is attempting to sense mana, to close her eyes and continue until she perceives pretty lights floating in the darkness. Meanwhile, Vincent, observing the scene, voices his reservations, acknowledging Art's skills but finding the idea of teaching a child to awaken as a mage unprecedented, as it should happen naturally. Art, however, explains his confidence stems from his own awakening at age 3 and his unique affinity with all elements. Elenoir, having successfully seen the pretty lights, exclaims her delight, only for them to vanish when she stops the special breathing, a fact Art calmly explains. Lilia, still struggling, wonders aloud if something is wrong with her, unable to perceive the same phenomena. He reassures her that it's perfectly normal, given that neither of her parents are mages, while Alice, looking on with concern, asks him to clarify his intentions. Vincent, still skeptical, listens as Art concludes, stating he has a theory worked out and they will soon know if it's successful. With a confident smile, he simply tells them to watch. He prepares to put his theory to the test, surrounded by the faint, shimmering particles of mana. Touching their backs, he instructs Elenoir and Lilia to maintain their breathing, warning them that their bodies might feel a little hot as he channels mana into them, causing vibrant lines of energy to flow from his hands into their forms. Suddenly, Lilia's face lights up with joy as she exclaims her success in finally seeing the elusive lights. Elenoir, equally delighted, finds the spectacle so pretty. He then instructs them to use their thoughts to gather the white specks together, explaining that these little lights are their friends, as a small, dark creature resembling a fox watches from Eleanor's lap. In a quiet moment of reflection, a voice from the past echoes, asking if he could ensure happiness for Ellie, a promise he once made to himself as Kay. The memory fades into a soft, ethereal glow, a fleeting glimpse of a lifelong past. He remembers a time of profound sadness, a moment of despair that felt like the end of everything, before finding solace and a new purpose with his companion. Back in the present, Vincent, still processing the recent events, asks about Lilia's potential to become a mage, while Art explains that it will take years, but with his guidance in the initial months, they can get a solid start. Lilia, held gently by Art, listens intently as he reassures her that she shouldn't have a problem becoming a mage, and her father, overwhelmed with gratitude, apologizes for his earlier doubts. He expresses profound thanks, acknowledging that because of Art, his daughter will have opportunities they never had, as Lilia embraces Art tightly, her small face buried in his shoulder. Lilia looks up, a newfound determination in her eyes, while Vincent and Alice watch the tender scene, their expressions a mix of relief and awe. Vincent shares a knowing glance with Lilia, a silent acknowledgement of her bright future, and from that point forward, his life settled into a comfortable, yet purposeful, rhythm. He dedicated his mornings to intense training, pushing his own limits, then spent his afternoons helping his sister and Lilia get closer to awakening their own mana. This routine became a cornerstone of their lives, a shared journey of growth and discovery, as he continued to train diligently, honing his skills under the open sky. His mastery over mana grew, manifesting as swirling currents of elemental energy around him, and with focused intent, his eyes glowed with an intense blue light as ice particles danced at his command. He moved with fluid grace, manipulating the water mana with precision, each movement a testament to his unwavering dedication to becoming stronger. Cherished moments unfolded, with Alice doting on Elenoir, while Reynold watched over them, a warm smile gracing his face. Hugh, ever present, sat calmly on the table as Art, still a young boy, enjoyed the family's company. Elsewhere, Vincent engaged in conversation, his words drawing smiles from Lilia and the black-haired observer. As time passed, he grew, his youthful features maturing, yet the warmth of those memories remained etched in his mind. Even with his burning desire to become stronger, he made sure to spend time with everyone, understanding that such opportunities might not be as plentiful in the future. A worn, leather-bound journal rests on a polished surface, its title embossed in gold, Arthur's Notes of This World. Opening to its first page, the journal reveals a hand-drawn map of the continent of Dicathan, divided into 4 distinct regions: the Kingdom of Sapin, the Kingdom of Elenoir, the Kingdom of Darv, and the vast, untamed Beast Glades. Further details clarify that Sapin is primarily human, Elenoir is home to elves, and Darv is comprised of dwarves, while the Beast Glades remain largely uncharted due to their inherent dangers. The notes then delve into the 2 main mage classifications: conjurers, who excel at long-distance spells and mana absorption, and augmenters, who are more adept at strengthening their bodies for close combat. While augmenters boast strengthened physiques and reduced mana consumption, they possess a finite mana supply and their attacks are typically short-ranged, with the exception of those who master advanced techniques like mana rotation. The journal further details the mana core stages, progressing from black to red, orange, yellow, silver, and finally white, each stage divided into dark, solid, and light phases, indicating a mage's growing power, alongside a list of elemental affinities including wind, fire, earth, and water. Conjurers, described as mages highly skilled in drawing and purifying ambient mana, utilize their mana core to cast spells that directly affect the environment or a target, with combinations like fire and lightning, or earth and gravity. Conversely, augmenters focus on distributing mana throughout their bodies to enhance physical prowess, though they still rely on ambient mana for core strengthening during meditation, not battle, and can combine elements like wind and water to create plant magic, or earth and water for ice. The notes then introduce deviants, mages who have transcended basic elemental manipulation, including emitters who wield healing or light magic, like Arthur's own mother. Deviant forms for humans are explored, showcasing abilities like wind and sound, with diviners possessing a wide spectrum of powers, such as seeing past and future, and uncategorized deviants performing feats beyond conventional elemental descriptions. The notes continue with deviant forms for elves, detailing their elemental capabilities, and then transition to beast will, a process where abilities are transferred from a mana beast to a receiver, categorized as forged if the beast's core is extracted after death, or legacy if the beast willingly imparts its core. After all the detailed explanations, a small, black dragon, Sylvie, darts away with a piece of meat, leaving Alice screaming in exasperation, a common occurrence as she is still not completely accustomed to Sylvie's mischievous antics, while the little dragon later snuggles up to Arthur, fast asleep. With a mischievous glint in her bright yellow eyes, the small dragon-like creature, Sylvie, playfully rides atop a glowing, wheeled pumpkin, leaving a faint trail of smoke in her wake. As the playful scene fades into darkness, the world transitions, signaling the close of this chapter. 2 months later, the grand hall of the Helstia Manor lay quiet, its ornate patterns reflecting the light, while a nervous energy filled the air, a palpable tension that even the empty spaces couldn't quite contain. Reynold, standing with Alice, expressed his excitement, asking if she too was eager to see the twin horns after such a long time, to which she replied that she certainly wasn't the only one. Meanwhile, young Art stood on the grand staircase, his gaze fixed on the entrance, a silent testament to his own anticipation as his parents waited below. His companion, Sylvie, let out a small growl from his shoulder, prompting him to gently remind her that she was growing too large to ride there comfortably, a playful warning that went unheeded. A wide smile spread across his face as Sylvie gave another soft growl, just as a series of sharp knocks echoed through the manor, announcing the arrival of their long-awaited guests. A voice from within exclaimed, "They're here," and Art, rushing to the door, began to greet everyone, only to be interrupted by a relieved "Oh, thank gods," from an unseen figure. Before he could finish, Angela, with a powerful leap, launched herself forward, enveloping him in a tight embrace, her voice filled with emotion as she murmured about how hard things must have been for such a young boy. Overwhelmed by the sudden, fierce hug, Art struggled to breathe, barely managing to gasp out Angela's name, her repeated cries of "I miss you" muffling his protests. Finally releasing him, Angela held his face in her hands, a sheepish expression crossing her features as she realized her outburst, apologizing for her lack of manners. Still holding Art, she admitted to getting a little emotional, then turned her attention to Durden, who stood with Jasmine behind her, commenting on how much bigger he had gotten. Durden, with his rugged features, simply offered a quiet, knowing look, his presence a steady anchor amidst the emotional reunion. Suddenly, a jarring vision flashed through Art's mind, a chaotic scene of his adventurer friends, Helen, Adam, Jasmine, and Cynthia Goodsky, trapped and fighting, a stark reminder of the dangers they faced and the hardships they endured. Durden gently pats the young boy's head, a soft smile on his face, assuring him that the sentiment is mutual. Meanwhile, Helen, observing from a doorway, questions the emotional display, having expected a more composed reception, wondering aloud what's with all the tears. Her attention then shifts, a sudden whoosh of air drawing her gaze to the black mana beast hovering nearby, wondering why no one else seems to notice it. Jasmine, with a playful tug on Helen's ear, dismisses her friend's outburst, assuring others that she can be ignored. Turning her attention to the young boy, Jasmine expresses her delight at seeing him so grown up and handsome. Helen, still smarting from the ear tug, grumbles about being the bad guy for not crying, asserting her maturity in keeping her emotions in check. The trio stands together, their journey now complete, as they take in the familiar surroundings. A warm group embrace ensues, with Durden, Alice, Art, Jasmine, and Helen all caught in the joyous reunion. Art, recognizing Jasmine, utters her name with a hint of surprise, while she, in turn, offers a soft apology. Jasmine holds him close, repeating her apologies, her voice filled with regret as she addresses him by his full name. Durden observes the emotional scene, remarking that they seem to have missed their timing, a sentiment Reynold quietly affirms. As the credits roll, Vincent Helstia, adjusting his glasses, turns to a nearby maid, asking if conjurers are truly unnecessary inside the venue. Reynold Lewin, standing nearby, assures him that Angela and another wind conjurer are already alternating detection barriers around the auction house, with Durden manning the main entrances, adding that any more visible security might make people suspect they are preparing for a war. Vincent, looking relieved, expresses his gratitude that Reynolds' old party agreed to help with security, as the maid nods in agreement. Reynolds simply tells him not to mention it, explaining that with his party handling the immediate perimeter, he was able to position some of the other guards outside around the next block, ensuring any threat would be engaged far from the guests and the auction house. Vincent, with a wry smile, admits he knows Reynolds is joking about the no war part, but after his recent experiences with mages, he intends to hold him to that promise, hoping it doesn't come to that. Changing the subject, Reynolds mentions that Vincent's son actually expressed a desire for a sword before registering as an adventurer, prompting a surprised "oh" from Vincent. Reynolds chuckles, remarking that considering Vincent's in-fighting style with gauntlets, he hadn't expected him to teach his son sword fighting, to which Vincent clarifies that the only thing he did was get him a wooden starter sword, and since he was 4, the boy learned on his own. Reynolds, reflecting on the 4 years since then, wonders why he's even surprised, admitting that while Art claims to be self-taught, there are times when sparring with him, he emits an intense pressure. Vincent, looking thoughtful, repeats the word pressure as a vivid image of a young Art standing beside a towering armored figure on a fiery, desolate battlefield flashes through his mind, conveying a calculated confidence that speaks of decades of battle experience. Snapping back to reality, Vincent remarks that Art hasn't even lived for 1 decade, still pondering the unsettling vision. Reynolds asks if Vincent thinks he's giving Art too much credit, but then concedes that perhaps he's right, because when they spar, there are times when Art suddenly trips or messes up, as if he's not used to his own body. Vincent, his expression serious, declares that he thinks he knows why, leaving Reynolds to question, "You do?" Vincent Helstia, adjusting his glasses, remarks on Reynolds Lewin's apparent early puberty, before suggesting they head downstairs, as everyone is likely waiting. As they descend the grand staircase, a woman in a black gown playfully chides them, wondering why it took 2 grown men so long to get ready. Vincent, now among the assembled guests, beams, declaring that everyone looks great. The hall is filled with a diverse group, all dressed in elegant black and white attire, including Art, his parents Alice and Reynolds, his sister Elenoir, Lilia, the Twin Horns adventurers Angela, Jasmine, Helen, Adam, and Durden, along with other notable figures like Cynthia Goodsky and Agastus. Vincent expresses a touch of regret, feeling bad that everyone had to wear just black and white, though he quickly rationalizes that as hosts, they didn't want to overshadow their guests, and Reynolds' family didn't need to match the dress code anyway. Alice, holding a formally dressed Art, reassures him that it's no problem, as she'd be uncomfortable wearing bright colors anyway, while Reynolds adds that dressing up like this makes him realize he looks good no matter what he wears. Art, with Q perched on his shoulder, sighs, lamenting that he's just a cute kid, and hopes his growth spurt comes soon. Vincent then claps his hands, drawing everyone's attention. He announces to the assembled ladies and gentlemen that if everyone is ready, the carriages are waiting, and it's time to depart. As Art looks up, Vincent mentions that he heard his daughter is progressing well, a comment that seems to be directed at Art or his family. He elaborates, stating that if she continues on this path, she should be able to awaken in time to attend Xyrus at a normal age. Vincent then bows slightly, offering a final thank you again to someone, likely Reynolds or Alice, for their cooperation. Reynolds, standing beside Art and Q, responds that he's just holding up his end of the deal and expects to see some great stuff at Vincent's auction house, to which Vincent confidently replies, "Of course." As the group prepared to depart, a voice called out, signaling the beginning of their journey to the event. Stepping out into the bright day, the assembled guests, including Vincent Helstia, Reynolds Lewin, Alice, and their children, along with the Twin Horns and other familiar faces, presented a striking picture, all impeccably dressed in their formal black and white attire before the grand mansion. The journey continued through a bustling town, its streets filled with activity, as a grand carriage made its way through the thoroughfares. Inside, the group rode comfortably, the carriage wheels kicking up dust as they rolled along, creating a distinct, grating sound. Helen leaned back, reflecting on their recent adventures, remarking, "Man, I can't believe you had to go through all of that after you fell down the cliff. All things considered." Jasmine added, acknowledging the unique bond Arthur had formed. "At least you were able to find a bond. That's something even seasoned adventurers and nobles are rarely able to have." Arthur, looking at her, affirmed, "Yeah, that's why she's special to me." As the carriage slowed, Lilia peered out the window, observing their destination, and announced, "Looks like we're here." The doors opened, revealing 2 attentive servants who greeted the arriving party with a polite, "Welcome." Lilia and Vincent stepped out of the carriage, with Arthur following close behind, taking in the impressive facade of the building before them. He looked up at the towering structure, a sense of awe in his voice as he murmured, "So this is the Helstia Auction House?" The Helstia Auction House stood as a magnificent edifice, its intricate architecture and grand scale dominating the cityscape, a beacon of wealth and prestige. This year marked the 10th anniversary of the Helstia Auction House, an event nobles and adventurers alike had been eagerly anticipating. The Helstia Auction House was not merely a venue for celebration. It was a rare opportunity to witness, and perhaps acquire, priceless artifacts that had been kept under strict guard for this particular event. Inside, the grand hall buzzed with activity, its opulent red carpet leading to various displays, each holding items of immense value. Among the onlookers, Reynolds and Vincent Helstia surveyed the scene, Reynolds marveling at the sheer number of beast cores on display, while Vincent paused before a peculiar statue, wondering aloud about its nature. Arthur, with Sylvia perched on his shoulder, took in the magnificent architecture, acknowledging that while the exterior was impressive, the interior certainly held its own. Nearby, Vincent addressed a group of guards, emphasizing the importance of vigilance on such a significant day and urging them to avoid any mistakes. He specifically instructed Team B to meticulously check the side corridors every half hour, ensuring a continuous patrol, as Reynolds listened intently. Arthur then found Jasmine, who remarked on the pleasant change in his father's demeanor, noting how different he seemed from his usual self. She mused that his father had always been a leader, and though she had grown since taking his place, she still couldn't quite measure up to his capabilities, before excusing herself to join him. A gentle pat on his head drew Arthur's attention, as his mother, Alice, called for him to join them, to which he readily agreed. Alice, Arthur, Elenoir, and the black-haired woman gathered at the entrance, Alice instructing them to go inside, as Vincent and Arthur's father would join them shortly. With that, the family group stepped through the grand doorway, entering the heart of the Helstia auction house. Outside, the towering structure of the auction house stood majestically, its intricate design a testament to its importance and grandeur. The sheer scale of the Helstia auction house was immediately apparent, its grand hall stretching before them with an impressive, almost overwhelming opulence. From their vantage point, he could see the auctioneer already on stage, preparing to host the event. Balconies lined the upper levels, offering private viewing areas for distinguished guests. Even with his past life as a king among the royal family of the Elenoir kingdom, Arthur found himself genuinely impressed by the sheer magnificence of the place. As he took it all in, the black-haired observer turned to him, a slight smile playing on her lips, asking what he thought of the Helstia auction house. A chuckle escaped him as he replied that she was seriously downplaying the word house when describing such a colossal structure. His mother, Alice, joined in the laughter, glad that he appreciated the grandeur. The black-haired observer then promised him an even more impressive sight, the private viewing rooms at the very top. As they began to ascend a magnificent red-carpeted staircase, Alice cautioned Elenoir, telling her to be careful. Reaching the top, a staff member greeted them, announcing their arrival to Alice. Taking in the new, equally lavish surroundings, Arthur felt a surge of excitement, eager to see what rare items would be auctioned off that day. As they entered a private viewing room, Vincent Helstia, accompanied by Reynolds, welcomed them, mentioning that special guests were expected later but encouraging them to make themselves comfortable for now. From their private viewing room, the black-haired observer turns to a nearby child, exclaiming, "Ellie, look, it's starting." Arthur, Elenoir, and the black-haired observer stand with Vincent Helstia, gazing out at the grand hall, Elenoir letting out a soft, awestruck, "Whoa." Arthur watches as Elenoir, her eyes wide with delight, claps her hands together, shouting, "Ah, pock pock." Yes. The main auction hall below teems with a vast assembly of people, a sight that prompts Arthur to remark, "So many people." Among the formally dressed attendees, Alice and Reynolds stand together, observing the bustling scene with keen interest. Back in the private room, Vincent Helstia inquires about the children's activities, noting that Elenoir is trying to count everyone entering, before the black-haired observer suggests, "Hey Ellie, instead of counting, let's play pock pock instead." Elenoir and the black-haired observer begin their game, Eleanor's joyful cry of, "Ah, pock pock." Yes, filling the air as they engage in the advanced hand-clapping game. Their hands meet in a rhythmic clap, their playful shouts of "It's true," "In no way," echoing as they continue the game on a plush couch. Arthur sits alone on a nearby couch, a small smile gracing his lips, observing their joyful antics and thinking, "Looks like they're all having fun." Vincent Helstia approaches the black-haired observer, apologizing for the interruption, and informs her, "The VIP guests have arrived and will be here soon." She simply replies, "I understand." Soon after, the entire group stands together in the private viewing room, Arthur, Elenoir, Alice, Reynolds, the black-haired observer, and two other formally dressed women, awaiting the arrival of the special guests. The grand hall of the Helstia auction house buzzed with anticipation as the royal family made their entrance, their regal presence commanding immediate attention. Vincent Helstia, ever the gracious host, greeted them with a respectful bow, his expression a mix of deference and warmth. With a flourish, he began the formal introductions, presenting His Majesty, Blaine Glader, Her Majesty, Priscilla Glader, Prince Curtis Glader, and Princess Kathleen Glader. The royal family stood tall and dignified, their presence filling the space with an undeniable aura of power and prestige, a feeling that reminded him of the elven capital, Elenoir. Later, in the private viewing room, King Blaine expressed surprise at the additional guests, while Vincent, seated beside him, offered a light-hearted apology for his presumptuousness. He explained that he remembered the king's previous desire to meet his family, and thought this occasion would be perfect, then introduced his wife, Tabitha, and daughter, Lilia, who bowed respectfully to the monarch. Continuing the introductions, Vincent then presented Alice Lewin, his close friend's wife, along with her children, Arthur and Elenoir Lewin, who also offered their respectful bows. King Blaine, with a warm smile, declared that friends of Vincent were friends of his, inviting everyone to relax and enjoy the Helstia's 10th anniversary event, while Queen Priscilla added that she was pleased for the company beyond their guards. Meanwhile, a small black mana beast, Sylvia, lay curled up on a plush couch, seemingly undisturbed by the royal presence. Her curious gaze then lifted over the back of the furniture, catching Queen Priscilla's eye, who exclaimed at the sight of the cute mana beast, noting its reptilian features but surprising intelligence. Vincent clarified that Sylvia had only hatched a few months prior, prompting Arthur to gently lift his companion and encourage her to greet the royal family. King Blaine then directly addressed Arthur, inquiring if the mana beast was his bond, to which the young boy confirmed with a respectful "Yes, Your Majesty." King Blaine, impressed by the mana beast's apparent obedience, remarks on the rarity of taming even infant creatures, to which Arthur clarifies their unique connection. He reveals they communicate mentally, a mutual agreement rather than simple obedience, a statement that elicits a shocked gasp from Sebastian, the royal attendant. Sebastian, his eyes wide with disbelief, demands to know if Arthur is truly under an equal contract with the mana beast, his voice rising in alarm. Arthur, caught off guard by the attendant's intense reaction, wonders if he said something unusual, realizing that Sylvie was the one who initiated their bond. Meanwhile, Vincent Helstia and his daughter Lilia observe the unfolding drama, Vincent with a thoughtful expression, Lilia with wide-eyed curiosity. Sebastian, unable to contain his excitement, rushes forward, reaching out to get a closer look at Sylvie, his face alight with fervent curiosity. Before he can reach the mana beast, King Blaine firmly intercepts him, commanding him to stop and reminding him that this is neither the time nor place for such an examination, nor is it appropriate to treat someone's bond as a mere pet. Chastened by the king's rebuke, Sebastian immediately kneels, offering a humble apology to his majesty. As the tension dissipates, the assembled guests, including the Lewin family and the Helstias, stand respectfully, while the royal family and their attendant compose themselves. Vincent Helstia, seizing the moment, politely announces that the event is about to begin and invites their majesties to take their seats. Arthur, with Sylvie perched comfortably on his shoulder, looks on, his expression a mix of curiosity and slight amusement at the royal court's reaction. Sebastian, still visibly flustered, adjusts his hood, his gaze troubled as he processes the implications of Arthur's bond. Addressing the assembled nobles and adventurers, the host declares it the highest honor to be present this evening. Presuming all esteemed guests have gathered for one reason only, the chance to obtain rare and valuable items at the auction. A wave of excitement washes over the crowd, who respond with an enthusiastic cheer. Polite applause fills the grand hall as the audience settles into their seats. Before proceeding, the host requests that everyone in the audience kindly turn to face the south. He then invites everyone to join him in welcoming a few exceedingly important figures who have blessed them with their presence, introducing none other than the King and Queen of Sapin. In a gesture of profound respect, the entire audience bows deeply. Continuing his introductions, the host announces the man who made the entire event possible. He asks for a big round of applause for Vincent Helstia, who steps forward to a chorus of clapping. From his vantage point, Art observes the scene, a thought crossing his mind. This sort of grand affair reminds him of his past life. He shakes his head, dismissing the notion, affirming that he is no longer a king. Still grappling with his unusual circumstances, Art finds himself reflecting on his current physical state, lamenting that he hasn't even gone through puberty yet, as his small companion, Hugh, rests beside him. Nearby, a soft clink echoes as someone pours a drink into a glass. He watches as a young girl, Ellie, mischievously sips from a glass, having apparently snuck alcohol when no one was looking, prompting him to internally scold her to stay still while eating. His attention then shifts to the Queen of Sapin, Priscilla Glader, and other noblewomen, observing her from behind and deducing that she must be a conjurer. The fact that he couldn't sense her mana leaves him with two possibilities. Either she carries an artifact to hide it, or her power level is so high that he simply can't perceive it. A small gay escapes him as the implications of her potential power settle in. He never truly considered it before, but finds it interesting that he feels no attraction to the Queen, or any older woman for that matter, even those in the same age range he was in his previous life. Perhaps it's simply because they are all around his mother's age. Yet, he also acknowledges that he doesn't find younger girls attractive either, as he glances at Ellie and Lilia among a group of other young women. Regardless, he decides it's not like he has any plans on dating anytime soon, and he'll think about it when he's older, just as Vincent Helstia leans in, whispering his name. Vincent informs him that a sword is currently up for auction, offering to place a bid if Art desires it, and assuring him not to worry about the price, thanks to the perks of owning the establishment. He then elaborates on the item, describing it as a short sword forged by a mastersmith who is also a fire artificer, with the core of a mighty thunder hawk imbued above its handle. The auction continued, showcasing a masterful short sword, its blade shimmering with latent power. Reinforcing this weapon with even a small amount of mana would generate electric currents along its edge, enhancing its cutting power and even exuding a paralyzing effect. The bidding for such an item was set to begin at 50 gold, a sum that made the young boy's eyes widen in disbelief. Around them, the auction hall buzzed with activity, as eager bidders called out their offers, the numbers climbing rapidly. To put it in perspective, a modest house in Xyrus could fetch at least a single gold coin, while an average family in his hometown of Ashburg could live comfortably on a handful of copper coins a day. The opening bid for this sword alone could provide a family with a modest living for over 250 years. Vincent Helstia, noticing the boy's astonishment, inquired if the weapon was to his liking, acknowledging its current size but emphasizing the rarity of a sword with elemental abilities. Art conceded it sounded powerful, but admitted it wasn't quite what he needed, preferring something less unique. A knowing smile played on Vincent's lips, as he confirmed he had anticipated that response. He then playfully challenged the notion of settling for a spark when one could wield lightning itself, before reassuring Art that this was just the beginning, and even if he didn't find anything he liked, Vincent had already secured all the other requested items. Art, surprised, asked if he had even managed to find a voice-altering mask, to which Vincent proudly declared his resourcefulness, revealing that even the coat he wore was made from a nightmare fox, capable of obscuring his presence from unsuspecting eyes. He then added that the mask was something he himself desired, so he snatched it while he could, jokingly warning Art to stay safe, as he would be the one to deal with his family if anything were to happen to him. A wide smile spread across the young boy's face, as he realized Vincent had been right. The sword was only the beginning. The auction continued, showcasing a dazzling array of magical artifacts, from powerful weapons to rare beast cores, each imbued with unique properties. Among the many items, there were more weapons and several beast cores, ranging from C-class all the way to A-class, and even the king himself had bid on a few of them, successfully acquiring an A-class beast core. However, the true potential of such a core remained a mystery until its recipient actually absorbed it. Only then would they learn whether or not it contained a beast will. Meanwhile, growing restless, Arthur wondered when the intermission would finally arrive, his patience wearing thin as he suddenly noticed something amiss, his eyes widening in alarm. Vincent, noticing his distress, mused aloud, wondering where Sylvia had wandered off to, prompting Arthur to ask if he knew her whereabouts. He simply replied that she had been right there just moments ago, a hint of confusion in his voice. A soft, worried "Gyu" echoed through the air, accompanied by a faint purple aura. The sound came from a small, black creature, its eyes wide with apprehension. Arthur and Vincent frantically searched for her, crawling under the ornate furniture, while a hooded figure with a sinister smile extended a hand, beckoning the small creature closer. The small creature, Q, let out another soft, distressed sound, its yellow eyes filled with fear. As Q cried out, Vincent quickly intervened, warning Arthur to control himself, explaining that the hooded man was the royal family's court mage. Arthur, regaining his composure, called out to Sylvie, telling her to come, and the small creature, relieved, bounded towards him. Sebastian, the royal family's court mage, looks down with disdain, asserting that a mere countryside commoner has no place frolicking around with such a special beast, prompting a surprised query from the young boy. With a smug smirk, Sebastian reiterates his statement, letting his words hang in the air. His gaze fixed on the dragon companion, he specifies his target, referring to her directly. But before he can finish, a furious declaration erupts from Art, his eyes flaring with an ominous red glow, cutting Sebastian off mid-sentence and leaving the mage visibly shaken. His anger palpable, Art's hand clenches into a tight fist. Suddenly, jagged lines of crimson energy erupt around him, pulsating with raw power. The red aura intensifies, forming a menacing M shape behind him, as he stands enveloped in his burgeoning strength. With a voice laced with chilling menace, he challenges Sebastian to repeat his words. A moment ago, in the opulent royal hall, Vincent Helstia mused over Arthur's preferences, noting it was a pity he hadn't found anything to his liking, as the young man simply desired a good quality sword, nothing overly fancy or innately powerful. Confident, he assured the king that if that were the case, Arthur would surely find something suitable in their extensive storage, before politely wishing his majesty an enjoyable evening. King Blanglader, in turn, expressed his pleasure with a recent purchase, a rare A-class beast core from a silver coat bear, though he hoped the beasts will remain intact. Vincent humbly replied that he was glad the event was worth the king's trouble, only for Blaine to playfully retort that the only humble thing present was Vincent himself, cutting him off mid-sentence. Suddenly, an ominous red glow enveloped the hall, and a colossal, malevolent red eye materialized in the air, its presence heralded by a deep, resonating hum. A heavy, almost palpable bloodlust filled the space, causing the king to instinctively react, noting that this terrifying aura wasn't even directed at him, yet. Chaos erupted as an unseen force violently threw guests, including Vincent Helstia, to the ground, while the king cried out his name, and a knight desperately called for his majesty to stay back. Vincent, now injured and bleeding from the mouth, could only gasp in disbelief, wondering what was happening. Elsewhere, Queen Priscilla Glader, shielding Princess Kathleen Glader and Elenoir Lewin, insisted that a knight protect the children, dismissing her own safety. Back in the main hall, King Blaine Glader, his hand glowing with power, swiftly drew his sword, his voice booming as he demanded to know who dared to attack. He confronted two armored figures, his gaze sharp, challenging them to reveal themselves to the royal family. One of the armored attackers stood menacingly over the injured Sebastian, who lay crumpled on the ground, a victim of the sudden assault. A wave of self-reproach washes over Arthur as he acknowledges his momentary lapse, realizing he had lost control of himself. Meanwhile, in another part of the hall, Vincent Helstia looks around in utter bewilderment, questioning the sudden chaos that has erupted. A loud clamor echoes through the grand entrance, as King Blaine Glader, Queen Priscilla, Princess Kathleen, and Elenoir Lewin rush into the room, the king demanding to know if everything is all right. A royal guard, standing amidst the aftermath, reports that the immediate room has been searched and is now secure, instructing others to check the surrounding areas, while Helen stands nearby. Nearby, Arthur, with Jasmine in the background, offers a quiet apology, his expression contrite. The royal family and their attendants, including Prince Curtis, Queen Priscilla, Princess Kathleen, Elenoir, and Sebastian, are now gathered, assessing the situation with grave expressions. Arthur, seated on a plush couch, gently checks on Sylvie, who lets out a soft "Q" in response. A guard approaches a royal knight, reporting to His Majesty that an intruder has just been apprehended by Captain Lewin. King Blaine, hearing the news, responds with a calm, "Oh, is that so? Then all is well," while Arthur, overhearing, reacts with a surprised "Wait, what?" Just like that. The captured intruder, looking battered and bruised, is told, "Thank you, intruder. Your sacrifice was not in vain." To which he weakly replies, "Don't mention it." Arthur, still seated with Sylvie, feels a sense of relief, murmuring safe. Elsewhere, two royal guards confront Sebastian, one questioning how a royal guard could fall over a little intimidation, while the other adds, "Yeah, you're going to die early like this." Sebastian, flustered, insists, "I slipped, that's all." Sebastian, still visibly troubled, watches the auction proceedings, while the auctioneer thanks the guards, signaling for the main event to begin. With a grand gesture, the jovial auctioneer proudly announces the final item of the night, upholding the tradition of saving the best for last. He then dramatically asks who will be the lucky individual to acquire this treasure, as a woman in a bunny outfit pulls back the cover, revealing the item with a flourish. Inside the cage, an infant world lion lets out a small, yet fierce growl, its tiny form radiating potential. The auctioneer explains to the audience that an adult world lion possesses the capability of becoming a powerful B-class mana beast, and with diligent care, this infant could even ascend to an A-class beast. However, Sebastian remains aloof, his attention elsewhere, muttering to himself that the auctioneer isn't even paying attention to the other mana beasts. The auctioneer continues his pitch, emphasizing that nurturing this fine beast will allow its master to become a legendary beast tamer, before finally announcing the starting bid at 500 gold. Bidding quickly commences, with a woman offering 550 gold, a man countering with 600, and the woman immediately raising it to 650. The price continues to climb, as an armored man calls out 750, only to be outbid by another man at 800. Then, Vincent Helstia, now dressed in a distinguished formal suit and top hat, raises his paddle with a confident expression. His bid paddle clearly displays the number 1,000. Not to be outdone, King Blaine Glader, with a regal air, also raises his paddle, matching the 1,000 gold bid. The auctioneer's voice rings out, declaring the final bid of 1,000 gold coins for the king, as the audience watches intently. With the bid secured, Sebastian congratulates Blaine Glader, noting that no one dared to bid against their own king, and suggests a white gold tablet as a fair payment. Blaine accepts the gesture, then asks Sebastian about his plans for the new royal pet, wondering if he intends to tame it himself, but the king reveals he's considering giving it to someone else. That someone is his son, Curtis, who listens intently. Blaine explains that the decision depends on how well Curtis performs, to which his son eagerly promises to do his best. Curtis then turns to his mother, Priscilla Glader, with a hopeful question, asking if this means he won't have to endure lessons from his tutor, reminding her that she promised not to tell his father. From a distance, a young boy named Ard observes the royal family, a small smile gracing his lips as he thinks about how normal they seem. Back in the royal box, Sebastian asks Blaine if he would like the items gathered and sent to him, now that the auction is ending. Blaine dismisses the idea, stating he lacks the patience to wait, and Sebastian, understanding, gestures for him to follow. As they prepare to leave, Sebastian leans in, excusing himself before whispering something to the king, who responds with a questioning hum. The attendant continues to whisper urgently, until Blaine cuts him off, indicating he understands, with Curtis visible in the background. Left alone with his thoughts, Blaine can't shake a growing sense of unease, wondering why he has a bad feeling about this. King Blaine Glader, surrounded by his family and royal attendants, receives a report that an attendant will soon arrive with his requested items, as he calls young Arthur closer. Standing before the king, Arthur is told that everything he asked for is present, save for a sword, and that it might be better for him to look around the mana storage room and choose something he likes. His mother, Alice, offers to hold on to his current items while he searches, and she asks if he's planning on taking sword lessons, mentioning that her own son has just started learning as well, suggesting a friendly spar between them one day. Prince Curtis, however, interjects, stating that His Majesty would only pick up bad habits if he sparred with mere commoners, while another guest humbly adds that swords are merely a hobby for him, and he could never hope to reach the prince's level. As Arthur stands beside the king and Sebastian, a guard suddenly calls out, "Halt!" Reynolds, seeing Vincent Helstia, exclaims his name, urging him to hurry over, as the king wishes to meet him. Vincent bows deeply, apologizing for the intrusion, and the king, at ease, acknowledges that he heard Vincent was the one who captured the intruder earlier, remarking that he has proven quite capable. Reynolds humbly dismisses the praise, stating he was merely doing his duty, as the king then turns his attention to him, asking if he is Reynolds Lewin, and if the young boy beside him is his son. Sebastian, standing beside the king, confirms that he is indeed Reynolds Lewin, and the king explains that Sebastian has been a royal guard for many years, helping their family countless times. For the exemplary services Sebastian has provided, the king feels the need to reward him, and it seems Sebastian has taken quite a liking to Reynolds' son's bond. Arthur listens intently, his expression unreadable, as the king declares that giving a guard of the royal family his son's bond will be a service to the kingdom. The king, with a slight smile, looks down at Arthur, his words hanging heavy in the air. Sebastian, the royal attendant, informs King Blaine later that he has taken a particular interest in the mana beast bond of Arthur, the young boy standing beside his father. As the king listens intently, Reynald remains kneeling before him, awaiting his judgment. Overhearing the conversation, Arthur, with his mana beast cue perched on his shoulder, attempts to interject, a surprised expression on his face. The king, however, dismisses the young boy's interruption, offering to compensate his family and even hire a mage to sever the mana beast contract, all at the royal expense. Humbled by the king's presence, Reynald, still kneeling, offers his apologies. He then clarifies that neither he nor his wife had any involvement in their son's bond, stating that Arthur acquired it himself, and thus he cannot speak on the matter. Elsewhere, Alice watches with concern, while the king, after a moment of contemplation, turns his attention to Arthur, greeting him directly. The two stand facing each other, a silent tension hanging in the air. Arthur's eyes briefly glow with a subtle blue mana, while his father watches on, his own gaze filled with apprehension. Sebastian, however, quickly intervenes, grabbing Arthur's chin and sternly reminding him to lower his gaze when speaking to superiors. The king then reiterates that he won't repeat the conversation he had with his father, instead offering a sword from his royal armory, a gift befitting any aspiring young knight. Internally, Arthur struggles to maintain his composure, reminding himself that despite everything, the man before him is still the king of Sapin. Arthur, still reeling from the king's previous offer, respectfully declines, stating that even the most magnificent sword could never replace Sylvie. Undeterred, King Blaine turns to Sebastian, then proposes a new trade, offering a newly acquired World Lion Cub for Arthur's bond, much to the dismay of Prince Curtis, who exclaims that he thought the mana beast was his. The king continues to press, downplaying the uniqueness of Arthur's reptilian mana beast, while Sebastian offers a quiet apology for not making the situation clear enough. Despite the mounting pressure, Arthur's resolve remains unshaken, his gaze firm as he reiterates his refusal to give, sell, or trade his bond. King Blaine's patience visibly thins, his voice growing colder as he reminds the young boy that he has asked for this favor twice already, and now, he will ask one last time. With Sylvie perched on his shoulder, Arthur listens as the king's final demand rings out, a direct question. Will you give me your bond? Arthur's hand clenches into a tight fist, his frustration and defiance reaching a peak. He then extends his hand, a challenge in his voice, requesting permission to ask His Majesty a question in return. A dark, internal thought forms in his mind, a cutting question aimed at the king's own values. How much would you be willing to sell your children for? Arthur stands small yet resolute before the imposing figures of King Blaine and his retinue, his defiance clear. Looking directly at the king, Arthur, with Sylvie still beside him, delivers his question aloud, explaining that since his 3 rejections have been ignored, he hopes this question will finally make the gravity of the king's request clear. Having just challenged the king, Arthur Lewin stands firm, his gaze unwavering as he asks, "How much money would you require in exchange for your son or daughter, King Glader?" His words hang heavy in the air, eliciting shocked expressions from Queen Priscilla and Princess Kathleen, while Vincent Helstia, Jasmine, and Helen also react with visible surprise. Even the young Lilia and Elenoir Lewin watch with wide eyes, as Sebastian, standing beside an armored guard, observes the unfolding tension with a calculating gaze. The entire royal court is in an uproar, with Prince Curtis Glader shouting, "Insolent peasant! You dare insult the king and his family." Suddenly, an armored guard lunges forward, his sword arcing down towards Arthur, who stands ready, his mana beast Sylvie perched calmly on his shoulder. Arthur observes the attack, noting the guard's focused intent. He wonders, he's concentrating all of his mana into his sword? Does he intend to cut me in half? He lets out a small tch, before reminding himself to keep the flow of mana calm and even, anticipate the enemy's movement, and take control of the path of his strike. The guard's sword crashes down, narrowly missing Arthur, who deftly evades the strike. With a swift swsh, Arthur moves in, his internal monologue guiding his actions. Disrupt the enemy's balance, and he continues his thought. Explode, using both your power and the enemy's own momentum against him, as his fist connects with a resounding whack. The force of Arthur's mana-infused punch sends the armored guard reeling backward, a burst of blue energy erupting from his chest as he's thrown across the room. Sebastian watches the guard collapse, his face contorted in frustration, thinking, that fool, he wasn't even able to kill a child. He wasted the perfect chance, even if I'm punished. Sebastian, cloaked in his red robes, contemplates the unfolding events, a pink aura swirling around the staff he holds, believing he must take matters into his own hands. The king, he muses, fails to grasp the true potential of a bond formed at such a young age, a contract that will eventually allow the child to grow far beyond an A-class mage. He knows he must have it, as the pink magical energy around his staff intensifies, swirling with potent force. A vision flashes before him, showing Arthur in the midst of the sparring match, deftly evading a masked guard's attack, while another lies defeated on the ground, dust rising from the impact. The scene expands to an overhead view, revealing Arthur standing alone against a multitude of armored guards in the patterned arena. The vision distorts, showing the royal observers in inverted colors, their forms glowing with an ethereal light as they watch the spectacle. More of the royal family and their attendants appear in this magical inversion, their expressions a mix of awe and concern. The inverted images of the observers continue, their glowing outlines emphasizing their presence at the dramatic event. Back in his chamber, Sebastian recoils slightly, a single word escaping his lips in disbelief. He looks down at his staff, a sense of futility washing over him, muttering that it's no use. His thoughts continue, explaining that spells requiring ambient mana to fuel them simply won't work against such power. Meanwhile, Arthur stands in a dark silhouette, his head bowed, a quiet intensity emanating from his small form. A close-up reveals his eye, now glowing with an intense, ethereal blue and orange light, a clear sign of his burgeoning magical might. A royal conjurer, clad in crimson robes, defiantly warns Arthur to stay back, questioning his ability to challenge a member of the royal family. But Arthur, with a calm resolve, simply confirms his readiness for the confrontation. Before the conjurer can react, Arthur launches himself forward, a blur of motion, striking with such speed that the man can only utter a surprised gasp. The force of the impact sends the conjurer sprawling across the floor, his body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Clutching his bleeding leg, the conjurer cries out in agony, pleading for assistance, wondering why no one intervenes as Arthur stands impassively over him. His face contorted in terror and pain, the conjurer's desperate cries echo through the silent space. Arthur's hand presses down on the conjurer's head, forcing him to the floor, his voice cold as he informs the man that no one will hear his pleas, urging him to listen while he still can. Tears stream down the conjurer's face as he desperately protests, reminding Arthur of his esteemed position as the king's personal conjurer. Arthur's foot presses firmly against the conjurer's injured leg, a chilling response to his desperate plea. A surge of potent purple energy begins to emanate from Arthur, a silent command to know. As the aura intensifies, the spectral form of his dragon companion, Sylvia, manifests behind him, her eyes glowing with a fierce pink light, completing the unspoken message, "You're." Arthur's own eyes blaze with an intense blue and yellow light, reflecting the raw power now flowing through him, the final word hanging in the air. Place. With a sudden burst of speed, Art delivers a powerful kick, sending a royal guard reeling backward, his armor cracking under the impact. Before the young boy can follow up, Blaine, the king, swiftly intercepts him, catching him midair with a firm grip. A flicker of surprise crosses the king's face as he wonders how such a commoner child could possess such speed and power. Dismissing the thought, he rationalizes the guard's defeat, assuming the man must have simply tripped over his own feet. Looking down at the unconscious guard, his armor scattered on the floor, Blaine questions Art's sudden disappearance from his grasp, wondering how he could have moved so quickly. Meanwhile, in another room, Art lies sprawled on the floor, his sudden appearance startling Lilia, who rushes to his side with a worried expression. Her eyes wide with shock and fear, Lilia stares at the boy, unable to comprehend what has just transpired. A silent scream escapes her as she clutches her arm, the suddenness of the event overwhelming her senses. Vincent Helstia and the woman in the black and gold dress watch the scene unfold, their faces etched with concern and confusion. Even Q, the small black creature, looks on with wide, yellow eyes, equally perplexed by Art's mysterious teleportation. Back in the grand hall, Sebastian lies bleeding on the ornate rug, his hand reaching out weakly as he struggles to utter a plea for help. Blaine, his face contorted in a furious grimace, demands to know what has happened, ordering Lester to immediately check Sebastian's vitals. Queen Priscilla, her expression stern, commands her royal guards to locate an emitter immediately, receiving an immediate affirmation from one of the armored figures. Meanwhile, in another chamber, the young Art lies unconscious on the floor, his body still and unresponsive. Vincent Helstia kneels beside him, his face etched with worry, while the woman in the black and gold dress, Lilia, and the small creature Q look on, their concern palpable. Vincent gently cradles the boy's head, as the woman in black and gold covers her mouth in distress, her eyes wide with alarm. He carefully lifts Art into his arms, his gaze fixed on the unconscious child. As Vincent carries him, the woman in black and gold reaches out, her hands glowing with a soft green light, attempting to channel healing magic. The emerald aura envelopes Art, as Vincent holds him close, Q perched on his shoulder, both watching the healing process with bated breath. Despite the efforts, the woman in black and gold remains visibly distressed, her face contorted in anguish, while Q also appears deeply troubled. Vincent, the woman in black and gold, and Lilia stand together, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern as they look towards an unseen event. A blurry, inverted image of a grand structure slowly fades into a deep, oppressive darkness. Before the world begins to coalesce once more, revealing the familiar contours of a room. Lying in a bed, a young man stirs, his face partially obscured by the covers. His eyes flutter open, a hint of confusion clouding his gaze as he slowly regains consciousness. A sharp ache pierces his skull, forcing a pained groan from his lips as he clutches his head. Sitting up, he surveys the room with a bewildered expression, wondering how he returned to his bed, the last moments before his collapse a blur. Then, a memory flashes, a distorted image of a face, and the realization dawns. He had used static void, pushing himself far beyond his limits. He recalls that it was thanks to Sylvia that he could even access static void, having unlocked the acquire phase of her dragon will, an ability that allowed him to temporarily separate himself from the flow of time. This game-changing power was uniquely his, a privilege granted because he was a legacy tamer, but such immense strength always came with a price. Despite years of rigorous training, he could only sustain the ability for a few seconds without suffering severe backlash, and this time, he had pushed far past his limit. Adding to the strain, it was his first time using static void on another person, a factor that undoubtedly contributed to his current state. Considering all the risks, he muses that he was fortunate to have only fallen unconscious, his body once again succumbing to exhaustion as he drifts back into a deep sleep. As Arthur slowly regains consciousness, a familiar voice calls out to his companion, promising to open the door, while the small dragon, Sylvia, along with two other tiny black creatures, waits patiently at the threshold. His mother, Alice, enters the room, her expression etched with worry, Sylvia scampering in ahead of her, clearly relieved to see him stirring. Seeing him fully awake, she exclaims his name in relief, while Arthur, still groggy, recalls the doctor's assessment that he would soon awaken from the shock-induced unconsciousness. His mother embraces him tightly, a wave of comfort washing over him, though he mentally notes the doctor's definition of soon was rather off, as it had been almost 8 hours since he passed out. She gently cups his head, her voice filled with self-reproach, chiding herself for overreacting and crying. A pang of guilt strikes Arthur, realizing he had made her worry again, a dull ache throbbing in his head. He reassures her that he's fine, then asks about the events after his collapse, to which she explains that no one was in their right state of mind, especially the children, so the king and his family had excused themselves first. She continues, informing him that his father is downstairs, in the living room with the king's representative, discussing what happened, and she plans to check on Elenoir and sleep with her tonight, just in case. Still concerned, she asks if he's truly fine, and Arthur, with a reassuring smile, tells her he is, urging her to get some rest. Noticing Sylvia's distressed expression, he asks if something is wrong, then instructs her to go with his mother, to which Sylvia responds with an affirmative cue. Meanwhile, downstairs, Reynolds stands before the royal conjurer, his voice firm, declaring that what happened isn't something that can be compensated with money, because his son was almost killed by. As Alice and Sylvia descend the grand staircase, Arthur emerges from his room, ready to face the unfolding consequences. A serpentine pattern on the floor leads into a lavish room where Arthur's father, Reynolds, sits with a distinguished guest, his voice filled with relief as he exclaims, "Arthur, you're awake." Feeling much better, he responds, "Yup, good as new." Before questioning the somber atmosphere, "What's going on here?" His father pulls him close, explaining with a hint of disdain that the king's representative merely offered a few gold coins as a token of apology for what was dismissed as a small incident. The representative, a man in a maroon suit and glasses, acknowledges Arthur's presence, stating, "Must be Arthur Lewin." He then formally introduces himself, "I am Jasper Cogwright, here on behalf of His Majesty to extend my utmost condolences for what happened today." A delicate teacup sits untouched beside his hand, a silent testament to the formality of the strained meeting. Reynolds offers a polite, if somewhat forced, thank you to Mr. Cogwright, who then, with a well-mannered tone, informs them that the two guards who attacked Arthur have been relieved of their positions. Reynolds' expression hardens, questioning the king's leniency. "So let me get this straight. For almost killing my son, the king gives them a slap on the wrist and waves them goodbye." Mr. Cogwright, unperturbed, reminds him that it was Arthur who spoke out of turn in front of His Majesty, implying a shared responsibility for the incident. A silent, crackling tension hangs between the two men, their gazes locked in a fierce standoff, until Arthur interjects, "It's all right, father. Mr. Cogwright isn't wrong. I was out of line as well." He attempts to diffuse the situation further, stating, "Besides, I'm not hurt. Let's just end this matter." However, a new thought strikes him, and he asks, "Speaking of hurt though, Mr. Cogwright, if I may ask, what happened to that conjurer? The one whose knee got broken?" Mr. Cogwright explains that Sebastian has been stripped of his position, and his injury is currently being treated. Arthur ponders this, while Mr. Cogwright continues, "Were they able to assess what exactly happened to his leg?" Upon waking up, Sebastian was adamant, saying that you were the one that inflicted that injury, Arthur. Arthur reacts with disbelief, exclaiming, "What? How does that even make sense?" Reynolds coughs, urging Mr. Cogwright to finish, who then clarifies that while Sebastian made the accusation, the lingering mana on his staff suggests the mana released from the first night ricocheted and interfered with Sebastian's spell, causing the injury. Arthur, still processing the recent events, wonders if the entire ordeal with Sebastian and the royal guards is truly resolved so easily. He stands beside his father, Reynolds, looking out into the night, then glances down, lost in thought. Arthur then turns to him, holding a small pouch, asking about the money, to which Reynolds reminds him of his near-death experience, adding that he will need funds to begin his journey as an adventurer. With a gentle hand on his head, Reynolds tells him to get some rest, and Arthur, clutching the pouch, expresses his gratitude. Later, walking up a grand staircase, he looks back with a determined glint in his eye, his fist clenching with resolve. A soft glow emanates around him as he looks upward, his thoughts turning inward. He kneels by a drawer, searching for something, thankful that the situation with Sebastian had managed to blow over without any problems. Yet, the incident made him acutely aware of his current limitations, a mere child in this world. Reaching into a chest, he knows things will be different once he becomes an adventurer, his gaze falling upon a plain white mask and a dark piece of cloth. He picks up a small knife, considering its weight. Holding the mask to his face, he muses that perhaps with this, he can finally let loose a little, a faint blue aura shimmering around him. The bustling streets of a medieval town teem with life, leading to a tavern marked by an ornate, shield-shaped sign. Inside, a diverse group of adventurers and nobles gathers around a large wooden table, their conversation animated as they discuss a pressing matter. Reynolds, his expression thoughtful, poses the question, wondering who among them will take on the task at hand. Helen, the red-haired adventurer, immediately declines, explaining that babysitting isn't her forte, and given her personality, young Arthur might actually be a danger to her sleep. Her words conjure a vivid image of a past training session, where Adam stands victorious over a defeated Helen, spear in hand. Helen's eyes remain closed in the memory, as the group collectively agrees with her assessment, their chibi forms nodding in unison to the truth of her statement. Meanwhile, young Arthur smiles innocently, unaware of the discussion, while Jasper Cogwright expresses his initial hope that Durden or Helen would accompany the boy, his words echoing the general sentiment. Reynolds then offers compensation, assuring them that he and Alice are willing to pay whatever it takes, but Jasmine interjects, reminding him that they are all family and would gladly accompany Arthur to watch him grow. Durden, with a knowing smile, agrees with Jasmine, stating that they wouldn't do it for the money, especially after their last successful dungeon raid. Jasmine confirms their recent gains, then raises her hand, volunteering herself for the mission. The group, including Jasper Cogwright and Reynolds, reacts with a mixture of surprise and amusement, their chibi forms once again reflecting their collective thoughts. Helen, looking directly at Jasmine, questions her decision, pointing out her usual disdain for escort missions, even more so than Adam's. Helen's expression remained etched with concern, despite Jasmine's confident declaration that it was fine, especially since it involved Arthur. Meanwhile, at the table, Durden and Jasmine continued their discussion, her hands resting calmly on the surface. From a logical standpoint, Jasmine was indeed the most suitable person to protect Arthur, as Durden specialized mostly in defensive area of effect spells, better suited for larger parties. Jasmine herself admitted that protection wasn't really her strong suit either, prompting Helen to ask if she was truly fine with this decision. Helen's worry persisted, but Jasmine, with a determined glint in her eyes, seemed resolute. Durden, holding his spear, simply stated, "Just let her go." The reasoning was sound. Jasmine was the only augmenter among them with an elemental affinity, having just broken past the light orange stage last year, and her wind attribute made her the best suited for the task. Reynolds agreed, though he lamented the missed opportunity to accompany Arthur himself, understanding that it made no sense for more than one of them to go. Helen's hand remained on the table, her posture still conveying a hint of unease. Finally, with a sigh of resignation, Helen conceded, wishing Durden better luck next time, while Reynolds offered a grateful pat on Durden's shoulder. Durden, smiling, accepted the new arrangement, acknowledging that he would now be in Jasmine's care. Both Reynolds and Jasmine shared a knowing smile, the decision now settled. Above, the sky stretched endlessly, a canvas of blue and white clouds. A grand, sun-drenched building stands majestically under a clear sky, its ornate architecture hinting at its importance. Stepping through its imposing entrance, Arthur, his mother Alice, and his father Reynolds make their way inside, followed closely by young Lilia. Inside, Lilia cries out, protesting that it's unfair to train without her, while Arthur observes that she's already able to meditate on her own, even without his direct mana infusion. He muses that Ellie should also be able to awaken her mana around age 7 or 8, if she possesses the necessary patience, though he secretly hopes she doesn't awaken too early, wishing to spare her from unwanted attention. Then, remembering his own needs, he asks his father if they can visit the auction house quickly to find a sword, as he couldn't get one last time, to which Reynolds readily agrees, while Alice, ever the caring mother, reminds him not to stay too long, already preparing dinner. Upon their arrival at the auction house, Lilia's father and mother, Vincent and Augustus, were already there, waiting for them amidst the bustling activity. It had been some time since Arthur had last seen them after the recent incident, and he found himself facing a barrage of questions regarding his health and well-being. He did his best to reassure them that he was fine and happy that everything was over, but they remained displeased with the king's handling of the entire situation. Augustus, scoffing, remarked that the firing of the two guards was likely a temporary measure until things calmed down, predicting they would soon regain their positions, a sentiment Vincent seemed to share. Arthur let out a small cough, explaining that he had come to the auction house specifically to find a sword before taking his application test at the Adventurers Guild. Vincent, realizing his oversight, exclaimed that he had almost forgotten, while Agastus kindly informed Arthur that finding the right sword might take some time, but he was free to browse. As Arthur, with Sylvie perched on his shoulder, stepped into the grand auction house alongside Reynolds, Vincent, and another attendant, the sheer scale of the establishment became immediately apparent. His eyes widened, taking in the vast array of items, while Vincent and Agastus looked on, allowing him to explore freely, the air thick with the scent of aged wood and polished metal. The multi-tiered hall stretched before him, a veritable treasure trove of artifacts and weaponry, each display case gleaming under the soft, magical lights. From ancient scrolls to gleaming armors, the variety was astounding, with countless barrels and crates hinting at even more hidden wonders. Rows upon rows of weapons lined the walls, from simple daggers to elaborate polearms, and the upper levels offered a panoramic view of the bustling activity below. Initially, a wide grin spread across his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement at the prospect of finding his perfect weapon, Sylvie mirroring his enthusiasm with a happy purr. However, as time wore on, his expression shifted to one of growing disappointment, a subtle frown replacing his earlier joy as Sylvie's ears drooped in sympathy. He picked up a sword, testing its balance, only to sigh in frustration, realizing, this is impossible. So many different types of swords, but nothing that I want. Another weapon, a long staff, proved equally unsuitable, prompting him to declare, not it either. The problem, he mused, stemmed from the world's reliance on augmenters, leading to a proliferation of two-handed or large one-handed swords, making it difficult for someone of his stature to find a proper fit. His extensive search for a dependable sword, one he could wield effectively with his smaller body, yielded little success, leaving him in a contemplative silence. He was tempted to abandon the search for a sword entirely, considering finding a more unique weapon in the meantime, and with a sharp cry, he began practicing with a pair of nunchaku, their swift movements blurring through the air. Arthur's frustration mounts, his face contorted in annoyance as he struggles to find a suitable weapon, while Sylvie offers a small, questioning sound. He glances around the auction house, calling out to his companion, wondering if she has discovered anything amidst the rustling fabrics and hidden treasures. Sylvie, meanwhile, has found something, dragging a long, dark object across the floor, her small body straining with the effort as she lets out another cue. The little dragon proudly presents her find, a simple stick, prompting Arthur to remark that it's not quite what he was looking for. Kneeling down, he picks up the object, Sylvie still making her characteristic sound beside him. He initially dismisses it as a mere stick, but a moment later, his expression shifts to surprise, realizing its unexpected weight and peculiar balance, as if it were something more. His eyes widen in realization, glowing with a faint blue light as he exclaims that this is, in fact, a sword. He grips the hilt, the material making a soft, grating sound, and wonders if it requires mana to be properly wielded. With a determined hum, he attempts to draw the blade, pulling with all his might. Despite his efforts, the sword remains stuck, prompting him to theorize about elemental affinities as blue mana crackles around his hands in a desperate attempt to activate it. The mana continues to surge and crackle around the hilt, but the blade refuses to yield. Finally, he drops the inert weapon, his face etched with frustration, wondering what other secret it might hold, if not a specific elemental key. He looks down with a focused intensity, his brow furrowed in concentration. His arm, wrapped in bandages, strains as he attempts to manipulate the object, a thought echoing in his mind that this resistance is impossible. Standing over the mysterious blade, the young boy's eyes begin to glow with a vibrant blue light, mana surging through his form as he channels his power. Both hands grip the hilt firmly, his gaze still radiating that intense azure energy, determined to force the weapon to respond. Despite the powerful surge of mana and his unwavering resolve, the sword only emits a faint click, remaining stubbornly inert in his grasp. Arthur, now a young boy, stood with a focused expression, his eyes glowing faintly with an inner power as small, luminous blue particles drifted around him. His gaze intensified, the golden glow around his irises flaring as he prepared for practice, the ethereal motes of light continuing their dance. He gripped a simple, glowing blue bar, testing its weight and balance, the magical energy within it pulsing visibly. With a swift, practiced motion, he transformed the bar into a shimmering, translucent teal sword, its blade humming with power as his small companion, Hugh, watched intently from behind. A nervous gulp escaped him as he focused on the weapon, its vibrant glow reflecting in his determined eyes. As he gazed down at the sword's translucent teal blade, he couldn't help but think about its exquisite beauty, a weapon almost too perfect to be wielded in battle. The air around him shimmered with residual magic, a dazzling display of teal light and sparkling particles. He swung the glowing blade with all his might, a wide, arcing motion that left trails of light in its wake, his face a mask of intense concentration. Despite its beauty, the sheer weight of the weapon proved challenging, causing him to stumble slightly as he tried to maintain his stance. A frustrated sigh escaped him, the realization dawning that both the sword and its sheath were simply too heavy for him to properly use at his current strength. He looked down at the formidable blade in his hands, a silent promise forming in his mind to grow strong enough to master it. Still focused on mastering the glowing teal sword, Arthur mentally apologizes to Mr. Helstia. As he continues his practice, swinging the blade with a powerful swoosh that smashes through a wooden barrel, he observes the splintered remains, steam hissing from the impact point. A thoughtful, almost frustrated expression crosses his face as he grips the radiant weapon. His eye glows with the same ethereal teal as the sword, reflecting its magical essence. The blade itself bears an inscription, Dawn's Ballad WK4, and he silently acknowledges the assistance he's received. Suddenly, a jolt of blue energy crackles around him, causing him to cry out in pain as he struggles to maintain his grip, wondering if this is the fabled Dawn's Ballad. His small dragon companion, Hugh, cries out in alarm, but he quickly reassures her that he is fine. Even as the sword pulses with a soft, then stronger, glow, leaving him to question what is happening. Overwhelmed, he lets the weapon fall to the patterned floor, his eyes wide with surprise. He picks it up again, a puzzled expression on his face, asking aloud if its weight and balance have changed. He then looks down at the sword, now lying on the floor and radiating an intense blue light, pondering why it suddenly behaved so erratically. He moved with a newfound fluidity, the teal blade of Dawn's Ballad tracing arcs of brilliant blue light through the air. Each motion precise and effortless, a stark contrast to his earlier struggles with the weapon. He realized the sword had subtly changed, its handle and blade shortening to perfectly fit his current body, a silent adaptation to his growth. Having wielded countless priceless weapons in his past life, he had never encountered a sword that felt so perfectly attuned to him, not even after decades of experience. With a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward, the blade a shimmering streak of light. The teal energy sliced through the wooden barrel, leaving a clean, effortless cut. The sword completed its arc, the sound of the cut echoing in the training room. His gaze remained sharp and focused, observing the result of his strike. A small smile touched his lips as he saw the barrel, split perfectly in two, a testament to the sword's precision and his growing skill. He held the sword before him, its soft glow reflecting in his eyes as he pondered its mysterious nature. While incredibly rare, there were documented instances of master artificers crafting staffs and wands capable of bonding with a single user, allowing for a deeper connection and enhanced mana manipulation. Such a weapon would essentially calibrate itself to its master, optimizing the flow of mana between them, yet he had never once heard of a sword possessing the ability to bind itself to a user. He holds the sword, Dawn's Ballad WK4, feeling its perfect balance and the subtle hum of its magic, while his companion, Sylvia, rests comfortably on his shoulder. Suddenly, a voice echoes, demanding to know his identity, but he simply responds with his name, Arthur, as if accustomed to such inquiries. Meanwhile, Reynolds, growing impatient, urges everyone to hurry, reminding them that it's getting late. Arthur, hearing the call, quickly promises to be just a minute, dashing through the rows of displayed weapons. Finding a suitable practice area, he declares his readiness, while Sylvia, watching intently, lets out a soft cue of encouragement. After his practice, he turns to his father, Reynolds, with a knowing smile, acknowledging Sylvia's earlier correct assessment of the sword. Reynolds, seeing his son's satisfaction, asks if he found something he liked, to which Arthur replies that while it isn't as flashy as other swords, it felt right after a few swings. Vincent then explains that the sword has been put up for auction multiple times in smaller stalls without attracting any buyers, prompting Reynolds to inquire, "Is that so?" as he takes the sword to examine it himself. Arthur, meanwhile, continues his fluid sword movements, demonstrating the weapon's adaptability and his mastery. Vincent, observing Reynolds with the sword, asks for his opinion, then notes that the weight distribution feels a bit off, likely because the creator tried to make it too light. Reynolds, still holding the sword, asks Vincent how it feels to him, but before he can elaborate, a distinct click sound emanates from the weapon, causing him to pause mid-sentence. Despite the oddity, Reynolds concludes that for Arthur's size, the sword would likely be a good fit, perhaps hinting at its unique adaptability. Reynolds, still focused on the young boy, inquires about the peculiar stick he holds, while Arthur looks up with a hint of surprise, Sylvia perched on his head. Meanwhile, Arthur internally reminds himself to maintain a cool and nonchalant demeanor, even as Vincent and another man stand in the background, seemingly discussing something. He explains that he found the staff on his way back and believes its sturdy, heavy nature makes it a good practice tool, prompting Vincent to express curiosity and ask to examine it. As Vincent takes the staff to inspect it, with Reynolds observing nearby, he turns to Jameson, inquiring if there are any records of such a unique cane. Vincent, holding a small device, suddenly recalls the item, remembering a peculiar story from one of his merchants about a senile old man who discarded it, muttering about no one being worthy. Jameson confirms that multiple inspectors have examined it, finding it sturdy but undeniably odd, suggesting a higher-tier artificer might be needed to fully understand its properties, as Arthur apologetically states he merely thought it would be nice to have. Vincent looks down at Arthur, who is still holding Sylvia, and the young boy addresses him affectionately as Uncle Vincent. With a warm smile, Vincent reassures Arthur that there's nothing to be sorry about, telling him to simply take the staff, as it has only been gathering dust, while Reynolds looks on with a knowing grin. Overjoyed, Arthur exclaims his thanks to Uncle Vincent, A triumphant success, echoing his delight, with Sylvie sharing in his happiness. Vincent, taken aback, reacts with surprise at being called uncle, while Jameson and Reynolds share an amused glance, as Arthur, now comically tall, stands proudly with his new staff. A grand celebration was underway at the Helstier estate, streamers and confetti bursting into the air, marking a special occasion. Indeed, the festive atmosphere was for none other than the young protagonist, as a joyous chorus echoed, wishing Arthur a happy birthday. A diverse group of friends and allies had gathered, and one of them expressed gratitude, thanking everyone for their continued support. Amidst the merriment, Arthur sat at a table, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he greeted his small, winged companion, Hugh. His mother, Alice, stood nearby with Reynolds, holding Elenoir, marveling at how quickly time had passed, unable to believe her son was already 9. Vincent Helstia, standing with Lilia and the rest of the family, playfully interjected, reminding Alice that reminiscing could wait until after the celebration. The garden was abuzz with activity, waiters diligently pushing carts laden with delectable dishes, ensuring every guest was well fed. One waiter presented a covered dish with a flourish, while nearby, Hugh let out an excited squeal. The little dragon's eyes were wide with anticipation, reflecting the vibrant scene of the party below, where guests mingled and enjoyed the feast. Plates of savory stews and other exquisite dishes were being served, each one a testament to the culinary delights of the celebration. From perfectly grilled skewers to elegantly arranged sushi, the spread was truly magnificent, fit for a king's birthday. Alice, with a warm smile, gestures to the feast before them, inviting everyone to partake in the celebration. Memories of the party begin to surface, captured in a series of photographs, showing Vincent, Lilia, the red-haired woman, the red-haired man, Adam, and Reynolds enjoying themselves in various candid moments. More snapshots reveal Alice, Vincent, and Reynolds sharing a laugh, while another captures Alice, the red-haired woman, and Jasmine in cheerful conversation, and a third shows the red-haired man, Jasmine, Vincent, Reynolds, and Alice gathered around a table. The collection continues with the red-haired man and Jasmine posing together, followed by Lilia, Elenoir, and Q in a sweet moment, and finally, the blonde woman and Elenoir sharing a quiet embrace. One particularly enchanting photograph captures the blonde woman, her hands glowing with a soft green aura, as the woman in the brown dress smiles beside her, a testament to the magical moments shared. Back in the present, Reynolds leans forward, a mischievous glint in his eye, declaring it Durden's turn to share a story. The red-haired man, clearly enjoying the moment, recounts a particularly embarrassing tale, asking if Adam remembers the time his pants caught fire, forcing him to return to town in a most undignified manner. Adam buries his face in his hands, groaning in mortification as Jasmine and the blonde woman watch on, while the red-haired man looks on with a questioning expression, perhaps feigning innocence. Jasmine, not to be outdone, adds her own anecdote to the teasing, reminding Durden of a time a horned mole surprised him in a dungeon, catching him off guard. Durden's chibified form recoils in embarrassment, a tear welling in his eye, as the story concludes with him landing flat on his back, utterly humiliated. Laughter erupts from the red-haired man, Vincent, and Alice, who exclaims in surprise, realizing that everyone was awake and heard the embarrassing tales. The camera pulls back to reveal the entire party gathered around the long table, with Arthur and Q nestled among their friends and family, enjoying the lively atmosphere and shared laughter. Arthur, still a child, beams with contentment, his small companion Q resting peacefully beside him, as the warmth of the evening settles in. A cozy fire crackles in the hearth, casting a gentle glow across the room. As the last remnants of dinner are cleared and Adam has been thoroughly teased, Alice announces it is time for presents, drawing everyone's attention. His parents, Alice and Reynolds, approach him with a wrapped gift, wishing him a happy birthday, with Elenoir eagerly adding her own sentiment. Arthur, seated on the couch with Elenoir and Q, asks his sister if she wants to open the gift together, to which she nods enthusiastically. With a shared sense of anticipation, they carefully unwrap the present, revealing a new, intricately crafted glove. Alice explains the glove's origins, crafted from a spiked aurochs Reynolds himself hunted and skinned, and imbued with minor healing spells in each of its 3 gems, designed as a safety measure for his future missions. The glove fits perfectly, its 3 glowing green gems promising protection. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Arthur embraces his parents, thanking them for the thoughtful and powerful gift. Vincent then clears his throat, announcing that he and his family are next to present their gift. He holds out a small, open ring box, revealing 2 delicate rings nestled within, as he calls out Arthur's name. Vincent kneels playfully before Arthur, prompting an off-screen voice to scold him for teasing the boy. As Vincent Helstia playfully presents his gifts, he is met with a light reprimand from Alice, who insists that nobody appreciates a little showmanship more than he does. Ignoring her good-natured jab, Vincent turns his attention to Arthur, presenting him with a ring, before revealing another for Alice. Alice examines the gem on her ring, noting its size, as Vincent explains the ring's purpose. Arthur's ring will activate a light on Alice's if his mana levels drop to a dangerous point. He continues, acknowledging the ring's limited direct utility, but hoping they would bring Alice some peace of mind. Overwhelmed by the thoughtful gesture, Alice embraces the red-haired woman, expressing her profound gratitude to everyone present. Arthur, however, ponders the implications of the gift, seeing the ring as a double-edged sword. On one hand, it could alleviate his family's constant worry, but on the other, it might keep Alice in a perpetual state of tension, waiting for the ring to glow. As Arthur considers this, the red-haired woman, observing the scene, wonders aloud how anyone could possibly top such a thoughtful gift. She poses the question to the assembled adventurers, who stand nearby, watching the exchange. With a knowing smile, the red-haired woman explains that since Arthur is already so freakishly strong, they actually had a similar idea to the Helstia family. Adam then steps forward, presenting Arthur with a small, wrapped package, declaring that since the little monster doesn't need anything, they thought the whole family would appreciate this. Arthur unwraps the gift to reveal sound transmission scrolls, Adam adding that he won't elaborate on their expense. As the adventurer group explains the new sound transmission scrolls, the red-haired woman playfully complains about their expense, receiving a sharp, retaliatory kick to the shin from Jasmine, who simply grunts in response. Vincent Helstia, unfazed by the playful skirmish, continues his explanation, detailing how the scrolls, a one-time communication source, pair quite nicely with the magical rings he gifted Arthur and Alice, requiring only a mana infusion to record a message. Once Mama Leywin receives the message, she can reply once, a single exchange for each pair of scrolls. After confirming the message has been relayed back to Arthur, both scrolls will turn into ashes, ensuring privacy and a finite communication channel. Arthur, observing Vincent's dramatic presentation, internally remarks on the excessive showmanship, while his father, Reynald, asks if he's excited for the big day tomorrow. His father places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, urging him to promise to be safe, emphasizing that rank or wealth won't matter if he's not. Alice then pulls him into a tender embrace, kissing his forehead, her voice soft with emotion as she simply asks him to stay safe. Her eyes well up with tears, a testament to the deep love and worry she holds for her son. Arthur, looking up at his parents, reassures them, promising to come back home every chance he gets. Later, a group of people departs from a grand building, their figures silhouetted against the entrance. Arthur is among them, looking back at the building, unaware of the black-haired girl with striking red eyes who watches him from a distance, her gaze intense under the starry sky. As he moves away, the mysterious girl turns her head, a subtle, knowing smile playing on her lips as she looks back, her red eyes gleaming. Arthur, with his small dragon companion, Hugh perched comfortably on his shoulder, gazes forward with a thoughtful expression. He had felt it for a while now, but as he drifted to sleep, he truly understood it. Lying in bed, with Hugh sleeping soundly beside him, a profound realization settled over him. His loyal companion rested peacefully, a testament to the new life he now cherished. He had a family now, people who loved him, a feeling he never wanted to relinquish, a bond he would treasure. He would fight for it if he had to, and for that, he knew he needed to better himself. This newfound connection was more precious to him, even than his former life as a king. Arthur calls out to his companion, trying to coax her into the bath. The small dragon, Hugh, lets out a defiant cry, scrambling away from him, a faint magical shimmer indicating her resistance, while Arthur, exasperated, asks if she shouldn't be used to this by now. He notices the subtle glow around her, realizing she's using mana to evade him, and declares that she's asked for whatever comes next. With a swift motion, Arthur snatches Hugh by her tail, pulling her back. Hugh lets out a distressed yelp, struggling against his grip, while Arthur groans in frustration. He drags her across the tiled floor, the small dragon leaving a trail of resistance. Finally, Arthur manages to get Hugh into the wooden tub, water splashing around them. The little dragon, now soaked, looks up with teary eyes, a faint blue aura of mana still flickering around her, as Arthur, with a playful smirk, sticks out his tongue. Hugh continues to cry out, small bubbles of water floating around her. Her cries soften to a whimper, resigned to her fate. Arthur, now also in the tub, watches as a rubber duck floats nearby, a small splash indicating his own entry into the water. The bath continues, the playful struggle now over. He makes his way down the grand staircase, his small companion perched securely on his backpack, ready for the journey ahead. Each step takes them further from home, the young boy and his dragon moving with a quiet determination. He glances back one last time, his family standing together, a poignant image of those he leaves behind. His father, Reynolds, offers a proud smile, remarking on how much he already resembles an S-class adventurer. Kneeling to meet his gaze, Reynolds imparts crucial advice. Arthur must remember his strength, but also his limits, and to trust in Jasmine when things get difficult. The young adventurer affirms his understanding, but a small voice from behind him cries out in protest. His little sister, Elenoir, clings to him, her face hidden as his mother, Alice, looks on with a pained expression. Tears well in Eleanor's eyes as she asks if he and Sylvie are truly leaving. Her small voice trembles, pleading for him to stay. Alice's heart aches, her expression mirroring her daughter's sorrow. She struggles to maintain her composure, while Reynolds watches, equally affected by the emotional farewell. Alice embraces Elenoir, reassuring her that Sylvie and her brother will return before she knows it, as Arthur and Hugh continue their departure. Eleanor's pleas echo through the room, her voice filled with a child's desperate longing, wanting them to stay, wanting them here now, while her mother, Alice, gently reminds her that she's a big girl now. Kneeling before her, Arthur offers a solemn task, explaining that he has an important job for her, asking if she can protect Mom and Dad while they're gone. His gaze is gentle, a soft smile gracing his lips, as he looks at his little sister, who stares back with wide, earnest eyes. Elenoir, still hesitant, lets out a small boof of agreement, her small companion, Hugh, resting patiently at Arthur's feet. Then, with a sudden burst of confidence, she declares that she's been practicing a lot, gathering many little lights together, and she can protect them. Her small arms wrap tightly around his backpack, burying her face into the fabric, a silent, tearful embrace. Arthur returns the hug, his eyes closed in a moment of shared emotion, holding his sister close. He reflects on how much he had missed of his sister's life, knowing that his short time here wasn't enough, but in order to protect all of them, this was a necessary step he needed to take. As Elenoir continues to cry, Alice gently tells her not to look, trying to shield her from the pain of the farewell. Alice pulls her daughter into a comforting embrace, reassuring her that with that face, she'll be fine, and that they'll all be fine. Meanwhile, Alice playfully scolds Q, telling the little dragon not to be naughty, as Reynolds watches on with a soft expression. Finally, Alice sends Arthur off, reminding him not to forget to keep his ring on, a knowing smile on her face. Arthur offers a reassuring smile, his words echoing a familiar sentiment. As his gloved hand reaches for the doorknob, a soft voice calls out to him from the past, a memory of his mother's gentle plea. Arthur. A flashback to his parents, Alice and Reynolds, holding him as a baby, his father's unwavering support resonating through time. We'll always be rooting for you. Returning to the present, Arthur pauses, glancing back one last time before stepping through the threshold, the weight of his journey settling upon him. The memory shifts again, his parents standing by the door, a soft click echoing as it closes, a poignant farewell. Outside, a new companion awaits, Jasmine, her dark attire contrasting with the vibrant street, her gaze fixed on him. Her red eyes hold a steady intensity as she poses a simple question, ready? Arthur adjusts the straps of his backpack, a rolled blanket secured to the side, his preparations complete. Now wearing a white mask, he looks down, his blue eye visible, while Sylvia rests comfortably on his shoulder, a silent promise of companionship. Arthur and Jasmine stood before the grand, imposing facade of the Adventurers Guild, its banners fluttering gently in the breeze. Inside, the hall buzzed with activity, a sprawling space filled with adventurers of all kinds, their conversations echoing through the high ceilings. They navigated through the throng, taking in the vibrant energy of the guild. Nearby, a man gestured wildly, proclaiming loudly about a conjurer, at least rank, as Arthur and Jasmine listened in. Arthur, his masked face impassive, let out a soft pwah, as Sylvie, now a small black lizard, perched comfortably on his shoulder. Jasmine turned to him, a hint of surprise in her voice, observing the creature and noting that his bond looked different. He explained that he had recently discovered Sylvie's ability to alter her form slightly, allowing her to appear as a less conspicuous black lizard, as Sylvie let out a soft ha from his shoulder. They continued their way through the hall, approaching a counter where a receptionist called out for the next person. As they reached the front, a cheerful voice welcomed them to the Xyrus Adventurers Guild Hall, asking how she could help. The receptionist, a pleasant woman with light brown hair, smiled warmly, her hands clasped neatly on the counter. Arthur began to speak, raising a finger, Sylvie still nestled securely on his shoulder, as they prepared to state their business. The receptionist's gaze dropped slightly, her fingers tapping a soft rhythm on the polished wood of the counter. At the Adventurers Guild reception, a woman behind the counter listens as Jasmine states her intention to sponsor someone for a rank examination. The receptionist, surprised for a moment, quickly recovers, confirming the process and pressing a button to proceed. With a polite gesture, she invites them to follow her deeper into the guild hall. As they begin to move, the receptionist explains that a sponsor will allow them to bypass the usual waiting list for examinations. She leads the way through a grand archway, past two imposing armored guards, with Jasmine, Arthur, and Sylvie close behind. Arthur's masked face, a stark contrast to his small stature, draws curious glances and hushed whispers from other adventurers as they pass. Jasmine, unfazed by the attention, urges the boy and his companion forward, maintaining their determined pace. A soft knock echoes through an office door, followed by an invitation to enter, and the voice inside acknowledges that A-class adventurer Jasmine Flamesworth has made the request. The official continues, specifying the request is for a gentleman's rank examination, then dismisses the receptionist, Mary, acknowledging his familiarity with Jasmine. Turning his attention fully to Jasmine, the official greets her warmly, inquiring about her well-being and mentioning a recent meeting with her father. Jasmine and Arthur stand silently, listening to the official's words, the masked boy's gaze fixed forward. The official, a man with dark hair and glasses, introduces himself as Caspian Bladeheart, the branch manager, extending a polite greeting. He then explains that normally, an application would be required, along with a mana core inspection and a series of practical exams. However, with Miss Flamesworth's sponsorship, he assures them those steps will be waived. Arthur, still masked, considers the name, Wondering if Jasmine's family is truly that influential, his thoughts hidden behind the impassive white surface. Caspian continues, explaining that the only remaining requirement is a mock duel against one of their examiners. Observing Arthur's concealed weapons, Caspian makes an educated guess. He deduces that Arthur is either a fighter or an augmenter, seeking confirmation. Caspian then clarifies that while names aren't strictly mandatory for registered adventurers, Arthur's close relationship with Miss Flamesworth makes his anonymity acceptable. Finally, Caspian extends a hand, asking how he should address the masked figure, as Q watches from Arthur's shoulder. Later, in a quiet room, Arthur sits with Q, the question of his identity lingering in the air. His mask, a symbol of his hidden past and future, reminds him of a half note on a music sheet, a pause in his melody. The stark, white mask, with its glowing blue accents, remains his chosen face to the world. As the guild official extends his hand, Arthur, now adopting the alias note, firmly grasps it, confirming his chosen name. A sudden, powerful surge of mana crackles around his hand, a brilliant blue energy momentarily illuminating the space between them. The official's eyes widen in surprise, while behind his mask, Arthur's own eyes glow with an intense, piercing blue. He silently acknowledges the boy's formidable strength, a realization that settles heavily in the air. Moments later, a guild receptionist named Mary gestures ahead, leading Arthur and his companions down a bustling corridor. Arthur follows, his masked profile a mystery to those around him, his backpack slung casually over his shoulder. Caspian then addresses Arthur, still referring to him as Note, expressing his pleasure in their meeting before instructing Mary to guide him to the examination hall. The Flamesworth house commanded a certain degree of respect, a fact that made him wonder if that was why she had insisted on accompanying him. Still, he recalled her evident distress when her father had been mentioned earlier. The two continued their journey, a masked boy and a silent adventurer, side by side. A guide approached them, directing them with a polite, "Right this way, Mr. Note, Miss Flamesworth." She explained that this path led directly to the base level where the testing would occur, reminding them to be mindful, head directly up the stairs, and remain seated until their names were called. Following her instructions, the masked boy, the adventurer, and their small companion proceeded down the brightly lit corridor. He subtly adjusted his mask, a silent gesture of preparation. Suddenly, a sharp cry echoed through the air, as a man's face contorted in a shout of surprise or pain. Below, in a circular arena, two figures engaged in a fierce practice bout, their movements observed by others. The spear wielder lunged with a burst of yellow energy, their weapon striking the ground as the sword wielder deftly evaded the attack. Again, the spear wielder thrust forward, only for the sword wielder to weave away with impossible speed, leaving the attacker sprawled on the ground, exclaiming, "Man, you're good at dodging." A bald man lunges forward, spear extended, challenging his opponent to dodge, but his attack is swiftly evaded. His aggressive motion continues, a blur of movement, as Jasmine and Sylvia watch from the stairs above. The spear itself glows with a fierce, golden energy, its tip aimed directly at its elusive target. Yet, the attack is effortlessly evaded, Arthur's masked face appearing as he questions the man's predictable movements, asking why he would announce his next attack. He muses on the common practice of conjurers chanting spells to focus their intent, and how many augmenters similarly choose to vocalize the name of their attacks. Suddenly, a scythe-like weapon flashes into view, striking with a powerful impact. The bald man is sent sprawling, landing hard on the ground, the force of the counterattack leaving him stunned, a simple move that seemed excessive in its effect. Above, Jasmine and Sylvie continue to observe the unfolding scene, the blue sky stretching serenely overhead. Arthur stands over his defeated opponent, who struggles to comprehend what just happened, muttering in disbelief as Arthur sighs, acknowledging the man's confusion. He begins to explain, noting that the man's technique is so poor, even grandmothers could swing their walking canes better than he flails his polearm. Arthur continues his critique, pointing out the man's over-reliance on physical strength compared to his mana reinforcement, which throws off his balance, making his attacks laughably transparent, and despite being 35, he's only at the dark orange stage. The bald man, tears welling in his eyes, protests that he completed his training, his sniffles echoing his despair. He had just finished his assessment, having put the bald man through a grueling regimen of 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. As the bald man stood before him, Arthur explained that he would normally assign someone of his caliber to E-class, but considering his fire affinity, a different placement was in order. He leaned in, continuing to elaborate on the bald man's potential, his words carrying the weight of an experienced mentor. With a dismissive gesture, a light slap to the shoulder, Arthur concluded his assessment. The bald man received his grade, a D-class, a congratulatory yet somewhat underwhelming result, before the next participant was called, Diane Whitehall. As the bald man walked away, his head bowed in quiet contemplation, Arthur watched him go, already preparing for the next test. A young woman, Diane Whitehall, rushed forward, her blue and yellow robes flowing behind her, eagerly confirming her readiness for the assessment. Her feet pounded against the wooden floor, a determined expression on her face, but her momentum proved too much to handle. She stumbled, Losing her balance completely, and with a resounding thud, she crashed to the ground. From the sidelines, a group of observers, including the recently graded bald man, watched her unfortunate display, one of them crudely remarking on her granny panties as she fell. Another observer, a blonde-haired individual with a staff, questioned the fairness of her potential E-class placement, arguing that her coordination alone should warrant a higher grade and that this was a waste of their time. Meanwhile, Arthur stood observing the proceedings from a distance, his gaze sharp and analytical as the tests continued. Still observing the ongoing aptitude tests, Arthur notes the strength of the participants. From his vantage point, masked and inconspicuous, he watches as the next applicant steps forward into the arena. This is Diane Whitehall, an 18-year-old conjurer at the Solid Orange stage, specializing solely in water magic. As she beams with anticipation, an official dismisses her attempt at an introduction, assuring her that her information is already known. Instead, the official instructs her to ready her weapon, reminding her that medical staff and an emitter are on site for any potential injuries during the test. Diane nervously affirms, understanding that once a conjurer reaches the orange stage, their specialty becomes clear, making it more efficient to focus on one's highest affinity rather than attempting to master all four elements. From their seats, Jasmine and Arthur continue to observe, with Arthur recalling that conjurers claiming dual specialization face stricter tests to ensure their true aptitude across multiple elements. With a focused gaze, Arthur mentally challenges Diane, eager to witness her abilities. The official stands ready, as Diane prepares her spell. Calling upon the element of water, she chants for protection, blue mana swirling around her. The water magic surges, forming a dynamic shield around her body. This defensive posture is typical for conjurers, who, unlike augmenters, are less proficient in reinforcing their bodies with mana, and are thus strictly trained to prioritize defensive measures in battle. From their vantage point, Arthur and Jasmine observe the ongoing magic aptitude test. As the examiner initiates the challenge with a powerful sandstorm spell, sending swirling brown magic and debris towards the test taker. Diane Whitehall is visibly startled, her face splattered with mud and sand, the sudden impact catching her off guard. Arthur, observing intently, notes that the examiner's spell was designed to block Diane's vision, a tactical move within her protective water sphere. Undaunted, Diane shouts a command to release, as a powerful burst of brilliant blue water magic erupts from her, pushing back the encroaching sand with a resounding force. She deftly manipulates the surging water, shaping it into a swirling, protective barrier, the liquid element responding to her will with soft glub-glub sounds. The water coalesces rapidly, forming a solid, shimmering sphere around her, a testament to her conjuring prowess. Her defensive sphere holds strong, completely shielding her from the examiner's continued assault. Then, with an invocation to the water god, Diane begins to chant, preparing a powerful offensive spell, her water magic surging and glowing with renewed intensity. A focused blast of water erupts from her sphere, striking the examiner's sand barrier with immense force, the impact sending ripples through the air. With a determined shout of blast, she amplifies the attack, pushing her water magic to its absolute limits. The powerful water surge overwhelms the examiner's sand, forcing it back with a rushing FWSSH sound, demonstrating Diane's formidable offensive capabilities. As the powerful water blast from Diane Whitehall dissipates, Arthur watches from above, observing the lingering mist and glowing blue particles that now obscure the test area. The water, once a focused attack, has transformed into a thick fog, leaving glowing blue orbs suspended in the air as he and Jasmine peer down. Diane, still surrounded by the remnants of her conjured energy, stands firm, her eyes sharp with concentration, having successfully countered the examiner's sandstorm. Her powerful water blast had not only pushed back the sand, but also created a dense, vision-obscuring fog, making it impossible to see the examiner. From his vantage point, Arthur exclaims that the water has turned into a blast of fog, realizing he can no longer see the examiner through the magical haze. As the fog begins to clear, Diane looks up at the examiner, a mix of apprehension and determination on her face. The examiner, having been momentarily obscured, delivers a sharp critique, acknowledging Diane's decent control and well-practiced spell chain, yet pointing out her overconfidence in not preparing a defensive measure. Despite the stern words, he concludes that her overall efficiency in mana control and cast speed was good, as Diane lowers her head, processing the feedback. The examiner then announces her grade, a C-class, adding that at her age, it's something she should definitely be proud of, a sentiment Arthur, now wearing a white mask, silently agrees with. Arthur, still masked, then calls out the next name on the list, Elijah Knight, but hesitates, asking for a moment to hold. He looks down at the paper in his hands, his eyes wide with surprise, as if something unexpected has caught his attention. The examiner hands a paper to the masked Arthur, who continues to look surprised, his expression hidden but his shock evident. As the aptitude tests continued, the Grand Hall remained bustling with observers and participants. An armored official then announced that he had been informed of a test taker's status, assigning them the rank of B-class adventurer. The tests proceeded with various individuals demonstrating their abilities, each hoping for a favorable assessment. From his vantage point, Arthur, still wearing his mask, mused, a B class without even needing to be tested? He wondered who could possibly achieve such a feat, as he subtly dropped a small, glowing orb. His attention remained fixed on the proceedings, his gaze sweeping across the grand hall. Arthur, now unmasked and observing with his glasses, gave a slight nod, his thoughts drifting to his alias, Gray, as he held a piece of paper. He stood patiently, awaiting the next announcement. His expression remained thoughtful, shifting between his current appearance and the masked persona he sometimes adopted. Suddenly, the examiner's voice cut through the air, calling for the next test taker, Lucas Wykes. Lucas, with an air of impatience, snatched his paper, muttering that it was finally his turn, and boldly suggested the examiner should just skip him and place him directly in A class. With a confident stride, Lucas Wykes began to walk away, staff in hand. The examiner mage, unfazed by his arrogance, read from her notes, detailing Lucas Wykes as an 11-year-old conjurer at the light orange stage, with a single specialization in fire magic. Arthur, observing the proceedings, couldn't help but reflect on the sheer power Lucas Wykes possessed, a light orange stage conjurer at merely 11 years old. Meanwhile, Lucas, seemingly unimpressed by his own remarkable aptitude, let out a casual yawn, his disinterest palpable. The examiner mage, though maintaining a composed exterior, internally seethed at the arrogant brat's demeanor, even as Lucas himself offered a smug smirk. Despite his irritation, the examiner mage composed himself, announcing, "Let us begin." His gaze remained steady, a testament to his professionalism, as he prepared to proceed with the test. Lucas, for his part, stood with an air of casual confidence, his posture relaxed, awaiting the next instruction. A massive, gray creature, resembling a shark, looms in the background. As a figure in a wide-brimmed hat, their face obscured, speaks with a confident smile, "Let us." Exhaling a wisp of fire before commanding, "Begin." Suddenly, Lucas Wykes is enveloped in a burst of vibrant orange flames, his staff igniting with a powerful glow, the air crackling around him. He soars above the creature, a beacon of fire against the sky, his form wreathed in dancing inferno. Then, with a swift descent, he plunges his staff downward, concentrating the fiery energy beneath him. As he lands, a massive spiral of fire erupts from the ground, and he shouts, "Rise!" Before him, a towering humanoid figure of pure flame manifests, prompting him to declare, "My protector." The fiery construct stands firm, its feet rooted to the earth, as an unseen voice remarks, "A decent-sized and stable flame guardian. Looks like we have a special talent today." Two observers watch the display, one in armor, the other in civilian clothes, with the armored figure adding, "Yes," as expected of a member of the Wykes family. With a final, explosive surge of power, the flame construct detonates, sending brilliant shards of fire scattering across the sky. The examiner, a healer by trade, stands before the towering flame guardian, its fiery essence radiating intense heat. With a confident smirk, Lucas Wykes declares his intent to fight until death, his words echoing the raw power he possesses. The examiner, however, remains unfazed, her own smirk hinting at a plan to humble the young noble, believing his disrespect demands a lesson in humility. She swiftly conjures an earth spell, a massive earthen tomb erupting from the ground to engulf the fiery construct, trapping it within its stony confines. The earth tomb seals shut with a resounding impact, containing the volatile magic within. From a distance, Arthur observes the tactical maneuver, noting that the examiner's move is a good one, as the flame guardian will naturally extinguish once it uses up the limited oxygen inside the tomb. But Lucas, holding a glowing red crystal, simply grins, declaring it's too late for the examiner's strategy. He reminds her that no examiner has ever been injured during a test, before boldly stating, he will grant her the honor of being the first. Her expression tightens with frustration as she mutters a single, exasperated word. Suddenly, the earth tomb erupts in a shower of glowing orange particles and debris, the force of the explosion tearing through the arena. More impacts follow, the air filled with crackling energy and flying fragments, as the magical blast continues to expand. The examiner finds herself engulfed in the destructive aftermath, her staff raised in a desperate attempt to shield herself from the onslaught of debris and magical energy. Lucas Wykes, his face contorted with fierce determination, unleashes a devastating fire spell, shouting a single word, "Expulsion." The torrent of flames slams into the examiner's earth tomb, erupting in a blinding explosion of fire and debris. The force of the blast continues to rip through the earthen construct, sending jagged fragments flying in every direction. Caught directly in the fiery impact, the examiner is violently propelled backward, her body twisting helplessly through the air. She crashes hard onto the ground, a cloud of dust and debris erupting around her as she lands. Before the dust can even settle, Lucas moves with terrifying speed, closing the distance to the fallen examiner, whose hand twitches weakly. He reaches her in an instant, his hand clamping down on her staff with a decisive grip. Standing over her prone form, Lucas holds the examiner's staff, the lingering magical energy of his attack still swirling around them. With a final, forceful motion, he prepares to release the staff, his intent to completely disarm her evident. His face, a mask of intense focus and barely contained fury, reflects the raw power he has just unleashed. The examiner lies motionless amidst the smoking ruins of her earth magic, her body a testament to the overwhelming force she just faced. The examiner is violently thrown backward, her staff ripped from her grasp as debris and smoke erupt around her. Landing hard on the ground, she looks up at Lucas, who now stands over her, holding her staff, as she declares the test concluded. But before she can finish her assessment of his raw mana pool and fire affinity, Lucas cuts her off with a furious shout, proclaiming the test is far from over. With a powerful surge of magic, he unleashes another devastating fire spell, sending a torrent of flames directly at the prone examiner. The examiner cries out in shock and pain as the intense, swirling inferno engulfs her completely. However, before the flames can fully consume her, streaks of white energy suddenly cut through the air, clashing violently with Lucas's fiery assault. Lucas recoils in surprise, as an armored man appears, having intercepted the attack with a glowing shield, placing himself between the enraged mage and the injured examiner. Behind the armored man, the examiner grits her teeth, clearly still in pain but now protected. Lucas immediately confronts the armored man, demanding to know why he dared to interrupt his exam, but the man calmly reminds him that he broke regulations by initiating a surprise spell after the examination had already ended. Enraged, Lucas retorts that the washed-up witch of an examiner was the one who got in the way by blocking his fire beams, insisting she was wrong to deem the test complete when he had everything under control. Ignoring Lucas's outburst, the armored man turns to a masked woman named Emily, instructing her to announce Lucas's result, regardless of his complaints. Emily calmly begins her announcement, stating that while Lucas's mana pool and control are excellent, despite the faults displayed from lack of experience, it is more than reasonable to place him into B class. The aftermath of the test leaves the arena scarred and broken, a testament to the raw power unleashed as a small group of observers looks on. Among them, Lucas Wykes, still seething from his perceived injustice, slams his fist down in frustration, the sound echoing his inner turmoil. He turns to leave, his staff clutched tightly, the anger still simmering beneath his composed exterior. Later, addressing a couple of students, Lucas dismisses their congratulations with a sneer, declaring his B-class result was a foregone conclusion. His face contorts with indignation as he asserts that mere B-class was a given, not an achievement to be celebrated. With arms crossed and a smug expression, he warns them that they shouldn't even dare compare themselves to him, threatening to involve his father in the matter. His departure is swift, his staff tapping against the ground as he walks away. Meanwhile, Arthur, still wearing his mask, observes the scene, a small creature named Q perched on Jasmine's shoulder, who offers a quiet good luck to the departing students. Jasmine's gaze remains steady, Q looking on with a cheerful expression. Arthur stands tall, his masked face betraying no emotion, his thoughts already turning to his own training. He ponders the best way to approach his current opponent, acknowledging the warrior's years of training and explosive, sharp movements, yet noting the subtle gaps in their defense. With a burst of orange energy, Arthur launches himself forward, his sword arcing towards the masked warrior in a dynamic clash of steel and magic. A stern voice cuts through the air, urging haste as a man in gleaming armor, George, holds a mask, ready for the next test. He stands opposite his masked opponent, who is already being scrutinized for testing under special conditions, with no prior information available on him. George, sword in hand, prepares to engage, challenging his opponent to reveal his true capabilities. But before he can even move, a sudden, overwhelming pressure washes over him, his eyes widening in shock as the invisible force crushes down. The immense weight of it causes his face to contort in agony, a deep, resonating doom, echoing the crushing power he experiences. Above him, the masked figure glows with a vibrant purple aura, his eyes burning with an intense blue light as he unleashes his full, terrifying magical might. The pressure forces George to his knees, his body trembling as he struggles to withstand the overwhelming force. Just as he seems on the verge of collapse, a calm, authoritative voice cuts through the intensity, declaring the test to be over. George looks up, his face etched with shock and exhaustion, barely comprehending what just transpired. The masked figure, his power now contained, observes the scene, while Jasmine and Q watch from a distance, their expressions unreadable. The blue-haired examiner, now fully visible, addresses George directly, instructing him to stand down. With a decisive gaze, the examiner declares her intention, stating that she will personally oversee the rest of this particular examinee's test. The new examiner, a man with striking blue hair and glasses, listens intently as George voices his concern. George, still reeling from the previous encounter, hesitantly asks if the examiner will personally assess the candidate, then apologizes for sounding rude, questioning the need for an AA-class mage of his caliber to test a mere examinee. His expression reveals a lingering shock, as he admits his hesitation was due to carefully considering how much strength to use. The examiner places a reassuring hand on George's shoulder, explaining that he isn't doubting his strength, but feels obligated to test the candidate himself due to his role as a sponsor and their deep personal ties. A slight smile plays on the examiner's lips, as he muses that this shouldn't pose a problem. Turning his attention to the young boy, the examiner addresses him directly, calling him Mr. Note. The two stand side by side, their contrasting attire highlighting their different roles, the examiner in his formal wear and the boy in his dark, practical clothing. Arthur gripped his sword, the weight of the blade a familiar comfort in his hand. As he stood before the man who was not only in charge of Sapin's biggest guild halls, but also an AA-class adventurer himself. A subtle white aura shimmered around him, his stance unwavering. The examiner offered no obvious openings, and the sheer pressure of his bloodlust was heavy, making it clear he had no intention of making this a normal test. His gaze was sharp, piercing, a silent challenge reflected in the blade before him. Arthur's knuckles whitened around his sword hilt, the tension palpable. So then, he thought, acknowledging the situation. Why was he, despite the overwhelming pressure, feeling this way? Why was he so excited? He stands ready, a determined glint in his eyes, anticipating the challenge. The tip of a sword, sharp and menacing, hovers in the air, a silent promise of the coming assault. The examiner's voice cuts through the tension, advising him to prepare himself and not take this special treatment to heart. With a subtle nod, Arthur accepts the terms, his stance shifting, ready for the first move. Before he can even react, an invisible force slams into him, sending him reeling backward with a powerful push. His body is thrown violently through the air, disoriented by the sheer speed of the attack. As he falls, the examiner descends from above, his sword arcing down for another strike, a blur of motion. Arthur's eyes widen in shock, a sudden realization dawning on him. He's fast. He crashes to the ground, the impact jarring his body, only to find the examiner already standing over him, poised for the next assault. A blinding flash of steel follows, the examiner's blade slashing down, forcing Arthur to contort his body to barely evade. Another slash rips through the air, the relentless attacks continuing as Arthur struggles to keep up. He rolls desperately, narrowly avoiding a strike that shatters the ground, the examiner's power leaving craters where his head had been moments before. The examiner moves with blinding speed, his glowing sword a streak of light as his foot slams against the ground, propelling him forward. Before Arthur can react, he is swept up and violently thrown against a wooden wall, the impact echoing with a dull bump. The examiner's sword then plunges into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as he continues his relentless assault, a whirlwind of strikes aimed at the young boy. Through his glasses, the examiner's gaze remains sharp and analytical, his eyes fixed on Arthur's every move. Arthur, now on one knee, struggles to regain his footing as the examiner looms over him, ready for the next strike. The examiner's feet blur across the floor, a faint smile playing on his lips. He speaks, his expression thoughtful, as he observes Arthur's struggle. A single word escapes his lips, excellent. Then, with a whoosh, he vanishes, leaving only a trail of speed lines. Arthur, sensing the renewed threat, pushes himself to his feet and sprints away, his body glowing faintly as he tries to create distance. But the examiner is already there, his glowing sword descending, forcing Arthur to block with a desperate K of metal on metal. The barrage continues, a rapid clang and swoosh of blades, as Arthur is pushed back, barely deflecting each strike. Another swift swoosh of the sword, and a sharp KSSH as Arthur barely manages to parry, his defense strained to its limit. He continued to face the examiner's relentless assault, a flurry of strikes from multiple projections closing in with blinding speed. A sharp jab from one of the clones forced him to recoil, the sheer speed of the attack making it clear what his disadvantages were in this fight. He twisted his body, barely evading a glowing sword strike, the examiner's movements honed to a sword-fighting prime. Another blade flashed past his mask, his opponent's skill undeniable. Arthur continued to retreat, his body, though tougher from the assimilation of Sylvia's dragon will, still felt weaker against a veteran fighter whose body was enhanced and clad thickly in mana. He was forced to defend against a barrage of attacks, the examiner's clones pressing him from every direction. His eye glowed with a fierce blue light as he struggled to keep up, his muscles undeveloped, and he was more than a foot shorter than what he was used to in his sword-exclusive prime. The examiner showed no signs of slowing, his blade a constant threat. With a resounding clang, Arthur finally managed to parry a direct strike, sparks flying from the impact. He reflected on his current state, a wave of frustration washing over him. Even with all his training, he was still not accustomed to this undeveloped body. The examiner's sword, now glowing with an intense green aura, prepared for its next move. Its ethereal glow pulsed, a silent promise of continued pressure. The examiner, holding his glowing green sword, acknowledges his opponent's unexpected skill, stating, "I must apologize for underestimating you." He then warns, "I shall be a bit more serious now." And at that moment, the entire atmosphere of the training ground shifts. Arthur's body instinctively screams at him, urging him to move, to react to the impending threat. The examiner lunges forward, his glowing green sword arcing through the air with renewed intensity. He brings the blade down in a powerful, sweeping strike. Arthur is sent reeling, his body tumbling through the air from the impact. His primal instincts scream at him, urging him to run away, to escape the overwhelming force. A sudden, unseen impact sends him flying backward with a loud blam, confirming the examiner's increased seriousness, who muses that Miss Flamesworth has indeed found someone worthwhile. The examiner unleashes a barrage of wind bullets, creating multiple afterimages as he moves with incredible speed. Arthur, now wearing a mask, deftly dodges the projectiles, noting that while the wind bullets are fast and nearly impossible to see, their trajectories are predictable. As the examiner continues his relentless assault, Arthur realizes he needs to close the distance if he hopes to stand a fighting chance. Another powerful force sends him crashing down, the impact echoing through the training ground as he falls. Arthur's desperate attempt to close the distance is met with a relentless barrage of wind bullets, deflecting him with a metallic clang and a shattering crash. The green trails of magic streak past him, a constant threat pushing him further away. Yet, with a surge of resolve, Arthur pushes through the invisible barrier, declaring himself finally within striking range. A brilliant blade of orange flame erupts from his hand, cutting through the air with fierce intensity. From the sidelines, Diane and George watch with wide eyes, while Jasmine observes the escalating battle with a keen, focused gaze. Nearby, Q lets out a soft swoosh, her small form reacting to the sudden burst of power. The examiner, having deftly avoided the fiery strike, acknowledges Arthur's new ability, realizing he is a fire mage. A subtle smile plays on his lips, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of intrigue and challenge. Suddenly, Arthur is engulfed in a swirling vortex of green wind and orange fire, the examiner's combined magic pushing him back with overwhelming force. The dual elements twist around him, a relentless assault that threatens to consume him entirely. Caught in the heart of the magical storm, Arthur struggles against the immense pressure, his small form barely visible amidst the vibrant energies. Despite the overwhelming power, his eyes glow with an unwavering blue light, a testament to his fierce determination to overcome the challenge. As embers drift through the dark, the examiner's thoughts echo. The outcome of this test should have been clear. A slight, almost forced smile plays on his lips, even as sweat beads on his brow. Yet, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. Why was he feeling nervous? His grin widens, a golden staff held ready as sparks of energy ignite around him, the air crackling with his renewed intent. The outcome of this confrontation should have been clear, yet a strange sense of unease settled over him, leaving him feeling inexplicably nervous. After all, he had once been an AA-class adventurer, capable of long-range spells that most augmenters could only dream of. So why was he feeling so nervous now? The answer, however, was a resounding no. As he prepared his next move, a taunt escaped his lips. Don't get cocky. With a surge of green and orange energy, he unleashed a powerful, swirling attack. From a distance, Jasmine watched the unfolding chaos, a small, familiar creature making a soft sound beside her. Art continued his assault, his sword flashing with emerald light as he struck. But before he could fully recover, a fiery counterattack slammed into him, sending him reeling as he thought. I haven't even regained my footing. Has he snapped? The blow connected with brutal force, his eyes glowing green as the impact sent shockwaves through him. The fiery impact from the masked opponent's attack sends Art hurtling through the air, a powerful, piston thump echoing through the space as green wind magic swirls around him, attempting to mitigate the blow. Still airborne and engulfed in the orange glow of the flames, he struggles to regain control, his own wind aura fighting against the oppressive heat. The masked figure watches his trajectory, unmoving, as Art continues to be propelled backward, a green trail of magic following his desperate flight. The fiery magic around him flares even brighter, a blinding wave of orange and yellow consuming his form. A sharp tch escapes his lips as he realizes the gravity of the situation, thinking to himself that he has been pushed too far. Finally, he crashes down, leaving a small crater in the ground, the residual fire and wind magic still swirling around his body. But before the dust can settle, Art is already moving, launching himself forward with a burst of wind magic, a swift counterattack that draws an impressed comment from Lucas, the masked mage. He closes the distance with incredible speed, Lucas noting that his casting speed is even faster than before. Art delivers a powerful kick, marked by a trip sound effect, forcing Lucas to block with a burst of fire, creating a violent clash of elements. The young mage continues his relentless assault, his green wind magic swirling around him as he presses Lucas, who defends with a wall of fire. With a sharp Ka- sound, Art's attack intensifies, pushing the masked mage further onto the defensive. Finally, a resounding BM signifies a direct hit, forcing Lucas to one knee, who acknowledges that Art keeps pushing him to reveal more of his hidden abilities. Lucas had already witnessed Art's powerful piston stamp, but the new spell he had devised truly shone, unleashing a devastating burst of wind-enhanced fire. Declaring, so be it. Art's magic enveloped his opponent, a masked figure caught in the swirling vortex of the attack. The force of the spell was so immense that it violently wrenched the staff from his grip. He was sent tumbling backward, completely overwhelmed by the assault. The spell's true brilliance lay in its ability to be used in near-instant succession, each burst adding to the relentless pressure. The fiery wind continued to rage, engulfing him in its destructive embrace. As the chaos unfolded, Art watched, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, reflecting the power he wielded. Scattered embers danced in the air, remnants of the overwhelming magical assault. Lucas, now unmasked, could only stare in disbelief, a single thought forming in his mind. Am I? His face contorted with a mix of shock and dawning fear, the fiery reflections dancing across his features. The question hung heavy in the air. Going to lose? The scene dissolved into a cascade of vertical lines, leaving the outcome uncertain. His eyes wide with terror, the sheer force of the attack leaves him reeling, his glasses askew as the world blurs around him. A guttural scream escapes his throat, the yellow glow of his own magic flaring uselessly against the overwhelming power. The green wind magic swirls violently, its ethereal currents twisting and tearing through the air. Unrelenting, the magical tempest continues to rage, a chaotic dance of emerald energy. He is sent hurtling backward, a mere blur against the fiery explosion and swirling green winds unleashed by the small figure in the distance. His staff, unable to withstand the assault, shatters and falls, while the young mage stands composed amidst the chaos, observed by the other test takers. Jasmine watches with a look of concern as Lucas continues to shield his face from the lingering magical fallout. The examiner mage raises a hand, perhaps in an attempt to intervene, but Lucas remains cowering, overwhelmed by the display of power. Jasmine's shock deepens as Art lands gracefully on the ground, his form surrounded by a vibrant, glowing aura of green wind and golden particles. Kneeling, his eyes now glowing an intense electric blue, he stabilizes his formidable wind and fire magic, the elements swirling powerfully around him. His glowing blue eye focuses with unwavering resolve as the green wind magic swirls and coalesces with a soft, continuous sound. Then, with a decisive movement, he rises, standing firm amidst the powerful, swirling green winds, his control absolute. He plunges through the air, a blur against the vibrant green foliage of the arena. The ground rushing up to meet him as he descends into the heart of the conflict, a small figure amidst the swirling currents of wind. And as he nears the fiery impact zone, the air around him begins to shimmer with heat and sparks. From a distant vantage point, Jasmine watches, her breath catching in her throat, a soft pant escaping her lips as she calls out, "R, note, Q." Meanwhile, a fierce resolve hardens in Art's glowing blue eye, a single thought echoing in his mind. Screw this. He knows there are two schools of lightning magic, external and internal, and as he makes his choice, a cage of crackling yellow electricity erupts around both him and Lucas. The lightning intensifies, merging with the fiery aura already surrounding them, creating a maelstrom of elemental power that engulfs his opponent. While many believe internal lightning magic is too difficult for mages to master for such a small power increase, he vehemently disagrees, his feet crackling with raw, untamed energy. With a resounding ZT, he unleashes a devastating torrent of yellow lightning and crimson fire, tearing through the air. His hand glows with the intense heat of the flames as he confidently thinks, with my enhanced speed and reflexes, I should be able to dodge everything. Standing amidst the raging inferno, his form silhouetted by the chaotic energy, he utters a quiet "I hope," as Lucas remains trapped in the background. Then, with a final surge of power emanating from his lightning-charged feet, he unleashes a resounding "Delise," as a blinding wave of energy explodes outwards. As the blinding light of his combined magic dissipates, a masked figure stands amidst the lingering energy, looking up at the stands. A man with long dark hair and glasses, observing from above, adjusts his grip on a golden rapier, admitting he got a bit carried away trying to test the limits of the young mage. He lets out a soft sigh, a hint of exhaustion in his posture. The examiner then continues, his voice carrying across the arena, stating that given the fact the masked mage so adamantly withheld his full abilities until the very end, he could only assume the young man wished to be placed at a lower rank. The masked mage scratches his head, a faint blue glow visible through the eyeholes of his mask, realizing the examiner had noticed his true power. In the stands, the other test takers and observers are in awe, one exclaiming, "Did you see that?" While another gasps, "What a monster!" and a third stammers, "BB what?" Among them, Diane Whitehall looks on with wide eyes, while Lucas Wykes, still visibly shaken, clenches his jaw, his expression a mix of shock and fury. The examiner turns his back to the arena, walking away, his decision seemingly made. He then asks, with a slight smile, if the masked mage has any problem with his assessment. The masked mage simply nods twice, accepting the B rank without protest. From a nearby balcony, Jasmine watches the scene unfold, her black cat, Q, perched on the railing beside her, both observing with keen interest. The examiner, his face partially obscured, looks back at the group, the masked mage, Jasmine with Q, and Diane Whitehall, all standing together in the aftermath of the test.